Good evening, and welcome to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's story, I'm curious about you, our listeners. How has your day been treating you? Are you winding down after a long day? Or perhaps you're on the other side of the world, just beginning your morning routine. What time is it where you are right now? And what corner of our vast planet are you calling home tonight? Whether you're listening from a bustling city apartment, a quiet countryside home, or somewhere in between, you're part of our global community of truth seekers and story lovers. If you're new to Sleep Theories, welcome aboard. And if you're a returning listener, thank you for coming back. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. We have so many more mysteries to uncover together, and your subscription helps us bring these stories to light. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a tale that will make you question everything you thought you knew about one of history's most famous disasters. Tonight, we're going beneath the surface of the North Atlantic, not just to explore the wreckage of a legendary ship, but to uncover a conspiracy so massive, so carefully orchestrated, that it may have shaped the course of world history. This is the story of the Titanic switch, the theory that suggests the ship that sank on that fateful April night in 1912 was never the Titanic at all. April 14th, 1912. Picture this night in your mind. The North Atlantic stretches endlessly in every direction, a black mirror reflecting nothing but stars. There is no moon to illuminate the waters, leaving the ocean in an almost supernatural darkness. The temperature has dropped to just below freezing, and the sea is unusually calm, so still that veterans of these waters would later describe it as eerily unnatural. Cutting through this obsidian expanse is the largest moving object ever created by human hands. The RMS Titanic, all 882 feet of her, pushes through the water at nearly 23 knots. Her 4 massive smokestacks pierce the star-filled sky, sending columns of smoke and sparks into the night. From her decks, the warm glow of electric light spills out onto the water, creating the only source of illumination for miles in any direction. Inside this floating palace, over 2,000 souls are living what many believe to be their final hours, though they don't know it yet. In the first-class dining saloon, passengers in evening wear are finishing their 10-course dinner, completely unaware that they're dining aboard what will become history's most famous maritime disaster. The ship's orchestra plays ragtime melodies that drift through the corridors, mixing with the sound of laughter, conversation, and the ever-present thrumming of the engines deep below. Captain Edward Smith stands on the bridge, a veteran of the seas with 40 years of experience behind him. This is meant to be his final voyage before retirement, a triumphant capstone to a distinguished career. He has commanded ships for the White Star Line for decades, earning the nickname Millionaire's Captain for his skill in handling the luxury vessels that carry the world's elite across the Atlantic. Tonight he commands not just any ship, but the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet, the unsinkable Titanic. But at 11:39 p.m. ship's time, everything changes in an instant. Frederick Fleet, the lookout stationed in the crow's nest, spots something emerging from the darkness ahead. Without the aid of binoculars, which, mysteriously, are locked away and unavailable to the lookouts that night, he strains his eyes against the blackness. What he sees sends ice through his veins. A massive iceberg, dark and silent, looms directly in the ship's path. "Iceberg right ahead," Fleet shouts into the telephone that connects him to the bridge. First Officer William Murdoch receives the warning and immediately orders hard a starboard and full astern. The helmsman spins the wheel, and the engine room receives the telegraph signal to reverse engines. For 37 seconds, the fate of over 2,000 people hangs in the balance as the massive ship begins to turn. But it's too late. The Titanic's starboard side scrapes along the iceberg with what survivors would later describe as a sound like thunder, though to many passengers it felt like nothing more than a slight shudder. Some passengers on the lower decks report chunks of ice falling onto the deck, and a few even gather pieces as souvenirs, joking about their close call with the ice. They have no idea that their ship is already doomed. Below the waterline, the iceberg has opened up the first 5 compartments of the ship's hull. The Titanic was designed to survive flooding in up to 4 compartments, but 5 is too many. Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer who is aboard for this maiden voyage, quickly calculates the mathematics of disaster. With 5 compartments flooding, the ship will inevitably sink by the bow, pulling the rest of the vessel down with her. "How long do we have?" Captain Smith asks Andrews. "An hour, 2 at most." And so begins one of the most studied, documented and debated disasters in human history. Over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, the unsinkable ship will break apart and slip beneath the waves, taking with her over 1,500 souls. The survivors will tell stories of heroism and cowardice, of the band playing hymns as the ship tilted toward her grave, of the insufficient lifeboats and the icy water that killed most victims within minutes. This is the story we all know. This is the official narrative that has been told and retold for over a century. But what if everything we think we know about that night is wrong? What if the ship that struck the iceberg and sank in the North Atlantic was never the Titanic at all? What if the real conspiracy began not in the aftermath of the disaster, but months before, in the shipyards of Belfast, where 2 sister ships sat side by side, and where a desperate plan was hatched to save a failing company from financial ruin? What if the disaster that shocked the world was not an accident, but the culmination of the most audacious insurance fraud ever attempted? Tonight, we're going to explore a theory that suggests the Titanic disaster was not just a tragedy, but a carefully orchestrated conspiracy involving some of the most powerful men in the world. We're going to examine evidence that points to a massive cover-up, one that may have claimed the lives of over 1,500 innocent people in service of greed, power, and political manipulation. This is the story of the Titanic switch, and by the end of our journey together, you may never look at this famous disaster the same way again. To understand the theory of the Titanic switch, we must first travel back to the shipyards of Belfast Island, where 2 virtually identical ships were taking shape side by side. The story begins not with disaster, but with dreams of maritime supremacy and the fierce competition between the great shipping lines of the early 20th century. Harland and Wolff Shipyard in Belfast was, at the time, one of the premier shipbuilding facilities in the world. The massive facility sprawled along the banks of the River Lagan, its enormous gantry cranes towering over the landscape like steel monuments to industrial ambition. It was here, in this cathedral of steel and rivets, that the White Star Line had commissioned 3 ships that would change ocean travel forever. The Olympic-class ships, as they would be known, were conceived as the ultimate expression of luxury and engineering prowess. These were to be the largest, most opulent vessels ever built, designed to dominate the lucrative North Atlantic passenger route and crush the competition from rival shipping companies like Cunard Line. The first of these sister ships was the RMS Olympic, launched on October the 20th, 1910. She was a marvel of engineering, stretching 882 feet from bow to stern and weighing over 46,000 tons. Her 9 decks could accommodate over 2,000 passengers in unprecedented luxury, with amenities that included a swimming pool, a gymnasium, a Turkish bath, and dining rooms that rivaled the finest restaurants in London or New York. The Olympic was not just a ship. She was a floating city, a testament to British engineering and a symbol of the White Star Line's dominance of the seas. When she departed Southampton on her maiden voyage in June 1911, she carried with her the hopes and reputation of her builders. But less than 4 months after her maiden voyage, disaster struck. On September the 20th, 1911, the Olympic was departing Southampton when she collided with HMS Hawke, a Royal Navy cruiser. The impact was devastating. The Hawke's reinforced bow, designed to ram enemy vessels, punched a massive hole in the Olympic's starboard side, flooding 2 of her compartments and severely damaging her propeller shaft. The Olympic limped back to port, her maiden voyage season cut dramatically short. But the damage was far more extensive than initially apparent. When she was dry docked for inspection, the full extent of the catastrophe became clear. The collision had not only opened up her hull and damaged her propeller, but it had also twisted her keel, the backbone of the ship, potentially compromising her structural integrity for the remainder of her operational life. For the White Star Line, this was nothing short of a financial disaster. The Olympic had cost over $7.5 million to build, an astronomical sum in 1911. Now she faced months of expensive repairs, and even after those repairs, questions would remain about her seaworthiness and insurability. But the problems went deeper than just the cost of repairs. The collision with HMS Hawke had occurred under circumstances that placed the Olympic at fault. Captain Edward Smith, yes, the same Captain Smith who would later command the Titanic on her fatal voyage, had been in charge of the Olympic when the accident occurred. The subsequent Admiralty Court inquiry found the Olympic to blame for the collision, meaning that the White Star Line would receive no insurance compensation for the damage. This left the company facing a nightmare scenario. They had an expensive ship that needed costly repairs, no insurance money to pay for those repairs, and serious questions about whether insurance companies would be willing to fully cover the vessel in the future. The Olympic had gone from being the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet to a massive financial liability virtually overnight. Meanwhile, in the same Belfast shipyard where the Olympic was undergoing her repairs, work was proceeding on her sister ship, the RMS Titanic. The Titanic was planned to be virtually identical to her older sister, with only minor modifications and improvements. From a distance, even expert ship observers would have difficulty telling the two vessels apart. They shared the same basic dimensions, the same general layout, the same distinctive four-funnel silhouette that had become the signature of the White Star Line's premium vessels. This similarity, according to the switch theory, was not coincidental. It was the key to a plan that would solve the White Star Line's financial crisis, while simultaneously eliminating a massive liability. The theory suggests that sometime in late 1911 or early 1912, a decision was made at the highest levels of the White Star Line's ownership. Rather than spend millions repairing the Olympic and then operating her under a cloud of doubt about her structural integrity and insurability, they would swap the identities of the two ships. The damaged Olympic would be given the identity of the Titanic and sent out on what was ostensibly the new ship's maiden voyage. But this voyage would not be intended to reach New York. Instead, the disguised Olympic would be deliberately sunk, allowing the White Star Line to collect the full insurance value of a new undamaged vessel while simultaneously eliminating the financial burden of the real Titanic's damaged sister. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now disguised as the Olympic, would quietly slip into service, her true identity hidden from the world. To understand why such a plan might have been attractive, we must consider the financial pressures facing the White Star Line in 1912. The company was owned by the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust controlled by American financier J.P. Morgan. Morgan had invested enormous sums in his shipping empire, but the business was facing increasing competition and declining profitability. The White Star Line needed the Titanic to be a success. They needed her to capture public imagination, dominate the headlines, and establish the company's supremacy on the North Atlantic route. But they also needed to resolve the Olympic problem before it bankrupted the entire operation. According to the switch theory, the solution was as elegant as it was terrible. Switch the ships, sink the damaged one while pretending it was the new one, collect the insurance money, and use the real new ship to rebuild the company's reputation and finances. The theory suggests that the work done on both ships during the winter of 1911 and 1912 was not routine maintenance and completion, but rather an elaborate process of swapping their identities. Features that differed between the ships would need to be altered. Documentation would need to be changed or destroyed. Most importantly, the workers involved would need to be either brought into the conspiracy or kept unaware of what they were truly doing. Harland and Wolff employed thousands of workers, and the shipyard was a maze of activity with multiple vessels under construction and repair simultaneously. In such an environment, it would be possible to make alterations to both ships without arousing suspicion, especially if the changes were explained as routine modifications or improvements. The workers who might notice discrepancies could be told they were simply upgrading the Olympic to match improvements made to the Titanic design, or vice versa. Only a handful of people at the very top of the hierarchy would need to know the true purpose of the work being done. But for such a plan to succeed, it would require more than just physical alterations to the ships. It would require careful planning of the disaster itself, ensuring that the right people were aboard and the right people were not, and that the sinking would occur in circumstances that would prevent too close an examination of the evidence. The switch theory suggests that every detail of the Titanic's maiden voyage was planned not to showcase a magnificent new ship, but to destroy an old damaged one while making it appear to be an accident. The passenger list, the route, the timing, even the crew assignments, all of these, according to the theory, were carefully orchestrated to serve the conspiracy. As we'll see, the evidence for this incredible claim goes far beyond simple speculation. There are photographs that seem to show differences between the ship that left Belfast and the ship that left Southampton. There are testimony from shipyard workers who noticed unusual modifications being made. There are suspicious cancellations by wealthy passengers who had every reason to want to be aboard the maiden voyage of the most famous ship ever built. Most tellingly, there are the financial motivations of the men who controlled the White Star Line. Men who stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and who stood to gain millions if a carefully planned disaster could eliminate their problems while simultaneously collecting insurance payments. But before we examine that evidence, we need to understand exactly who these men were and just how much money was at stake in 1912. We need to understand the insurance motive that may have driven over 1,500 people to their deaths in the icy waters of the North Atlantic. Money. In the end, according to the switch theory, that's what the Titanic disaster was really about. Not the romance of the sea, not the hubris of calling a ship unsinkable, not even the class divisions that the disaster seemed to highlight. It was about money, enormous amounts of money that stood to be lost or gained depending on the fate of two ships and the decisions of a few powerful men. To understand the financial pressures that may have driven the conspiracy, we need to understand the business empire of one man, John Pierpont Morgan, the American financier who controlled more wealth and power than perhaps any individual in the history of capitalism. J.P. Morgan was not just wealthy, he was a force of nature in the world of early 20th century finance. His banking house, J.P. Morgan and Company, had financed railroads, steel companies, and industrial empires. He had personally intervened to prevent financial panics, earning him the nickname America's Bank. When the federal government needed money, they came to J.P. Morgan. When major corporations needed capital, they came to J.P. Morgan. By 1912, he controlled assets worth billions in today's currency. But Morgan's empire was not limited to American shores. In 1902, he had founded the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust designed to dominate transatlantic passenger and cargo traffic. The IM acquired control of numerous shipping lines, including the prestigious White Star Line, Morgan's crown jewel in maritime transportation. The White Star Line was the perfect fit for Morgan's vision. Founded in 1845, it had built its reputation on providing luxury service to affluent passengers crossing between Europe and America. The company's ships were known for their elegance, comfort and safety record. When Morgan acquired control, he saw an opportunity to create the ultimate expression of luxury travel while generating enormous profits. This vision led directly to the commissioning of the Olympic-class ships. Morgan intended these vessels to be more than just transportation. They would be floating advertisements for the supremacy of his shipping empire. The Olympic, Titanic and the planned third sister ship Britannic would capture the public imagination and establish IMM as the unquestioned leader in North Atlantic travel. The financial investment was staggering. Each ship cost approximately $7.5 million to build, roughly $200 million in today's currency. The Olympic alone represented an investment larger than the annual budget of many small nations. For the three ships combined, Morgan was risking an amount of money that could have funded a small war. But the potential profits were equally enormous. The North Atlantic passenger route was one of the most lucrative transportation businesses in the world. Wealthy Americans travelling to Europe for business or pleasure were willing to pay premium prices for luxury accommodations. European aristocrats and businessmen crossing to America represented another steady stream of high-paying customers. Immigrants seeking new lives in America provided volume traffic that, while individually less profitable, generated substantial revenue in aggregate. Morgan calculated that the Olympic-class ships would not only dominate this market but expand it. By offering unprecedented luxury and reliability, he could charge premium prices while attracting new customers who had never before considered ocean travel. The ships would pay for themselves within a few years, and then generate enormous profits for decades to come. This was the dream. The reality, as we've seen, was somewhat different. When the Olympic collided with HMS Hawke in September 1911, Morgan's carefully calculated investment began to unravel. The ship that was supposed to be generating revenue was instead sitting in dry dock, requiring expensive repairs. Worse, the legal finding that the Olympic was at fault for the collision meant that insurance would not cover the costs of those repairs. But the problems went beyond just the immediate cost of fixing the damage. The Olympic's accident raised serious questions about the ship's design and safety. If one of these supposedly superior vessels could be so easily damaged in a collision with a smaller ship, what did that say about their construction? More importantly for Morgan's business model, what did it say about their insurability? Insurance was critical to the economics of ship operation. No shipping company could afford to operate vessels worth millions of dollars without comprehensive insurance coverage. But insurance companies were in the business of managing risk, and a ship that had already demonstrated vulnerability might be difficult to insure at reasonable rates. The switch theory suggests that by late 1911, Morgan and his associates realized they faced a potential disaster that went far beyond the cost of repairing one ship. If insurance companies began to question the safety and reliability of the Olympic-class design, it could affect the insurability and profitability of the entire fleet. The Titanic, still under construction, might face higher insurance premiums or coverage limitations based on her sister ship's problems. Even worse, if the Olympic's structural damage was more extensive than initially apparent, the ship might prove to be uneconomical to operate even after repairs. A ship with a damaged keel might suffer from ongoing problems with stability, fuel efficiency, or structural integrity. She might require more frequent and expensive maintenance, reducing her profitability and potentially shortening her operational life. In this context, the switch theory proposes the idea of swapping the ship's identities became attractive, not just as a way to collect insurance money, but as a way to solve multiple problems simultaneously. By sinking the damaged Olympic while disguised as the Titanic, the conspiracy would eliminate the problematic vessel while collecting insurance payments based on the value of a new, undamaged ship. The insurance money would not only compensate for the Olympic's construction costs, but would also provide capital to complete the real Titanic and put her into profitable service. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now operating under the Olympic's identity, would begin generating revenue immediately. Any questions about the Olympic's performance could be explained away as improvements made during her repair period. The beauty of the plan, from a financial standpoint, was that it transformed a major liability into a substantial asset. Instead of losing money on repairs and operating a damaged ship of questionable profitability, the conspiracy would collect full insurance value for a total loss while simultaneously putting an undamaged vessel into service. But for such a plan to work, the insurance aspects would need to be carefully managed. The Titanic was insured for £650,000, approximately $75 million in today's currency. This was a substantial amount, but it was less than the ship's actual construction cost, partly because insurance values were typically set below replacement cost to discourage fraudulent claims. However, the insurance money would still represent a significant recovery of Morgan's investment. Combined with the revenues that the real Titanic could generate while operating as the Olympic, the financial benefits of the switch could potentially exceed the total cost of both ships. The theory also suggests that the conspiracy would have additional financial benefits beyond the immediate insurance recovery. By eliminating the Olympic's problems, Morgan could proceed with his plans for the third sister ship, Britannic, without the cloud of questions about the class's design and safety. The successful maiden voyage of the Titanic would generate publicity and confidence that would benefit the entire White Star Line fleet. But perhaps most intriguingly, the switch theory proposes that the financial motive may have extended beyond simple insurance fraud. Some versions of the theory suggest that the disaster was timed to coincide with other events that would benefit Morgan's broader financial interests. In 1913, just 1 year after the Titanic disaster, the United States Federal Reserve System was established. This new central banking system fundamentally changed how American finance operated, and J.P. Morgan was one of its strongest supporters. The Federal Reserve centralized control of American monetary policy and created new opportunities for the kind of large-scale financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in. However, Morgan faced opposition to the Federal Reserve from some quarters, including wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. Some of these opponents happened to be aboard the Titanic when she sank. Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to a mining fortune and a vocal critic of centralized banking, went down with the ship. Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another Federal Reserve opponent, died along with his wife. John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a skeptic of Morgan's financial schemes, also perished in the disaster. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan himself, who had booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage, cancelled his trip at the last minute citing illness. Several of Morgan's business associates and political allies also cancelled their bookings while his opponents sailed to their deaths. This aspect of the theory suggests that the Titanic disaster may have served multiple purposes for Morgan. Not only did it solve his immediate problem with the Olympic and provide insurance money, but it also eliminated some of his most powerful opponents in the debate over American financial policy. Whether or not this political dimension was part of the original plan, the financial motive alone would have been sufficient to drive such a conspiracy. Morgan stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and he stood to gain millions if a carefully orchestrated disaster could eliminate his problems while collecting insurance payments. The amounts of money involved were so large that they could influence the decisions of governments and the fate of thousands of people. In the world of early 20th century finance, where a handful of men controlled wealth comparable to entire national budgets, the lives of 1,500 passengers might have seemed like acceptable collateral damage in service of a larger financial strategy. But money and motive alone do not prove a conspiracy. For the switch theory to be credible, there must be physical evidence that the ships were actually swapped. There must be documentation, photographs, and testimony that support the claim that the vessel that sank was not the Titanic but her damaged sister. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory claim that such evidence exists, hidden in plain sight in photographs, construction records, and the testimony of those who were present when the conspiracy was allegedly carried out. The human eye, they say, can be deceived. Photographs, however, do not lie. They capture reality with mechanical precision, preserving details that witnesses might forget or misremember. For proponents of the switch theory, photographic evidence forms the backbone of their case that the ship which sank on April 15, 1912, was not the Titanic, but her sister ship, the Olympic. To understand this evidence, we must first appreciate just how similar the Olympic and Titanic actually were. Both ships were built from virtually identical blueprints, with the same overall dimensions, the same basic layout, and the same distinctive four-funnel profile. From a distance, even maritime experts would have difficulty distinguishing between them. However, they were not absolutely identical. The Titanic incorporated several design improvements based on experience gained from the Olympic's early service. More importantly, she included modifications specifically requested by passengers and crew who had sailed on the Olympic and identified areas for improvement. These differences, while minor, were distinctive enough that they could be identified by careful observers. And according to switch theory proponents, photographs of the ship that left Southampton on April 10, 1912, show features that match the Olympic rather than the Titanic. The most frequently cited difference involves the porthole arrangements on a deck, the ship's uppermost passenger deck. The original Titanic plans showed 16 portholes along the forward section of this deck. The Olympic, however, had been built with only 15 portholes in the same area. When the Olympic was being repaired after her collision with HMS Hawke, the damaged area included part of this porthole arrangement. Photographs taken of the Olympic during her repair period show workmen modifying the porthole configuration in this section. Switch theory proponents claim that these modifications were made to match the Titanic's 16 porthole design, as part of the process of disguising the Olympic as her sister ship. However, photographs of the ship that departed Southampton on the Titanic's supposed maiden voyage show only 15 portholes in the critical area, matching the Olympic's original configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned design. This discrepancy might seem minor, but it's precisely the kind of detail that would be difficult to alter quickly and completely. Changing porthole arrangements required cutting through the ship's steel hull and then reinforcing and refinishing the area. It was exactly the sort of modification that might be overlooked in a hasty effort to swap the ship's identities. Another frequently cited difference involves the arrangement of the ship's lifeboats. The Olympic and Titanic were built with slightly different davit systems, mechanical devices used to lower lifeboats into the water. The Titanic was designed with a newer, more efficient davit arrangement that allowed for quicker deployment of the boats. Photographs of the ship at Southampton show what appear to be the older style davits consistent with the Olympic's original configuration. Switch theory proponents argue that the newer davits planned for the Titanic were never installed because the ship that sailed was actually the disguised Olympic. This detail takes on additional significance when considered alongside survivor testimony about the difficulty experienced in launching lifeboats during the disaster. Several witnesses reported problems with the davit mechanisms, delays in getting boats into the water, and confusion about the operation of the launching equipment. If the ship was actually the Olympic with her old davit systems, such problems might explain some of the difficulties experienced during the evacuation. More controversial is evidence related to the ship's propeller systems. The Olympic suffered significant damage to her centre propeller shaft during the collision with HMS Hawke. Repairs to this system were complex and expensive, requiring removal and replacement of major components. Some switch theory proponents claim that rather than properly repairing the Olympic's propeller system, the damaged components were simply patched or temporarily fixed. They argue that the ship that sailed from Southampton had a compromised propulsion system that would have affected her handling and manoeuvrability. This claim is supported, they suggest, by testimony from passengers who noted that the ship seemed to vibrate unusually during the voyage, and by reports that the ship was not achieving her expected speed. If the Titanic was actually the Olympic with a damaged propeller system, these performance issues would be explained. Perhaps more significant than these technical details are the human testimonies from those who worked on the ships. Several workers at Harland and Wolff reported unusual activity during the winter months when both ships were in the shipyard together. James Fenton, a painter who worked on both vessels, later claimed that he noticed significant work being done to modify the Olympic during what was supposedly a routine repair period. According to Fenton, workers were making changes that seemed to go far beyond fixing collision damage. They were altering features of the ship that had nothing to do with the areas damaged in the Hawke incident. Fenton specifically mentioned work being done on the Olympic's passenger accommodations, including modifications to cabin layouts and public room configurations. He claimed that these changes seemed designed to make the Olympic more closely resemble the Titanic's interior arrangements. Even more intriguingly, Fenton reported that workers were instructed to swap various brass fittings and fixtures between the two ships. Nameplates, cabin numbers, and other identifying features were removed from both vessels and apparently switched. When Fenton asked supervisors about this work, he was told it was part of standardising equipment between the sister ships. Another shipyard worker, Robert Hichens, reported seeing unusual activity in the area where the ships' names were painted on their hulls. According to Hichens, the name plates and hull markings on both ships were removed and replaced during the repair period. He assumed this was routine maintenance, but later wondered whether something more significant was happening. Perhaps most compelling is testimony from John Halpin, a shipfitter who worked on both vessels. Halpin claimed that he was specifically assigned to work on swapping interior fittings between the Olympic and the ship under construction that was supposedly the Titanic. He was told that this was being done to upgrade the Olympic with improvements developed for her sister ship. However, Halpin noticed that the work seemed to go both ways. Features from the Olympic were also being installed on the other ship. When he questioned this, supervisors told him that they were standardising the designs to make maintenance and operation more efficient. Only years later, after the disaster, did Halpin begin to suspect that the work he'd been assigned might have been part of a larger deception. He realised that the extensive swapping of components between the ships could have been part of a process of switching their identities entirely. These worker testimonies are supported by documentary evidence from the shipyard. Harland and Wolff's work records from the winter of 1911 to 1912 show extensive modifications being made to both ships. While much of this work was clearly related to repairing the Olympic's collision damage, some entries describe tasks that seem unrelated to the repairs. For example, records show work being done on both ships' passenger cabin configurations, dining room layouts, and recreational facilities. This work is described in vague terms that make it difficult to determine exactly what was being done, but the volume of interior modification seems excessive for routine maintenance or repair work. More suspicious are gaps in the documentation. Several weeks' worth of work records are missing from the shipyard files, apparently lost or destroyed. The missing records cover precisely the period when the most extensive work was being done on both ships. Additionally, some surviving records contain unusual notations and corrections that suggest original entries were altered or replaced. Work orders that originally specified tasks for the Olympic appear to have been changed to specify the same work for the Titanic and vice versa. Switch theory proponents also point to photographic evidence from inside the ships. Comparison of interior photographs taken during construction with photographs taken aboard the ship that sailed from Southampton reveals several discrepancies. The most notable differences involve the first-class dining room and the grand staircase. The Olympic's dining room was originally designed with a specific pattern of decorative panels and light fixtures. The Titanic was planned to have an improved version of the same space, with subtle but distinctive differences in the decorative scheme. Photographs taken aboard the ship at Southampton show decorative features that match the Olympic's original design, rather than the improvements planned for the Titanic. Similarly, details of the grand staircase appear to match the Olympic's configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned modifications. These interior discrepancies are particularly significant because they would be difficult to fake or alter after the disaster. Unlike exterior features that might be changed by salvage operations or natural deterioration, interior photographs taken before the voyage provide a permanent record of the ship's actual configuration. However, the most dramatic physical evidence cited by switch theory proponents involves the ship's construction numbers. Every vessel built by Harland and Wolff was assigned a unique yard number that was stamped or engraved on various components throughout the ship. These numbers served as permanent identification that could not be easily altered or forged. The Olympic was assigned yard number 301. The Titanic was assigned yard number 3909. According to the theory, components with the Olympic's number should have been found on the wreck, if it was actually the Titanic that sank. When the Titanic wreck was discovered in 1985, some of the recovered artifacts did indeed show construction numbers. However, examining these numbers has proven difficult due to the condition of the wreck and the limited access to recovered materials. Some switch theory proponents claim that construction numbers found on wreck components match the Olympic rather than the Titanic, but this claim is disputed by maritime historians and wreck researchers. The numbers are often partially obscured or damaged, making definitive identification difficult. More recently, some researchers have used advanced imaging techniques to examine construction details on the wreck itself. These studies have identified several features that appear to match the Olympic's configuration rather than the Titanic's planned design. For example, the propeller arrangement on the wreck appears to show evidence of the repair work done to the Olympic's damaged propulsion system. The centre propeller, which should have been a 3-blade design on the Titanic, appears to be a 4-blade configuration that matches repairs made to the Olympic. Similarly, hull plates in areas that should have been newly constructed for the Titanic show evidence of previous damage and repair that would be consistent with the Olympic's collision damage. However, these findings are highly technical and disputed by many experts. The condition of the wreck after more than a century on the ocean floor makes definitive identification of small details extremely difficult. Corrosion, collapse, and damage from the sinking itself have obscured many of the features that might provide conclusive evidence. The physical evidence for the switch theory remains controversial and disputed. While proponents point to numerous discrepancies between the ship that sailed and the ship that was supposed to sail, skeptics argue that these differences can be explained by changes made during construction, errors in documentation or misinterpretation of photographic evidence. What is not disputed is that significant work was done on both ships during the winter of 1911 to 1912, that modifications were made that went beyond simple repair work, and that there are photographic and documentary discrepancies that have never been fully explained. Whether these discrepancies prove a conspiracy or simply reflect the normal complexities of building and modifying massive ships remains a matter of debate. But for switch theory proponents, the physical evidence forms a compelling case that something was not right about the ship that sailed from Southampton on that April morning in 1912. However, physical evidence is only part of the story. To truly understand the scope of the alleged conspiracy, we must examine not just what was done to the ships, but who was aboard them. The passenger list of the Titanic's final voyage contains names that would reshape the world of finance and politics, and according to the theory, this was no coincidence. Sometimes the most revealing evidence is not what happened, but who was present when it happened. In the case of the Titanic disaster, the passenger manifest reads like a who's who of early 20th century power and influence. But according to the switch theory, this prestigious passenger list was not assembled by chance. Instead, it was carefully curated to serve the purposes of a conspiracy that extended far beyond simple insurance fraud. To understand the significance of the Titanic's passengers, we must first understand the broader context of American politics and finance in 1912. The United States was on the verge of fundamental changes in how its financial system operated. The country had experienced several financial panics in recent decades, and there was growing pressure to create a more stable and centralized banking system. J.P. Morgan and his allies favored the creation of a central bank that would be controlled by major financial institutions. This system, which would eventually become the Federal Reserve, would give unprecedented power to a small group of bankers and financiers. They would control the nation's money supply, interest rates, and credit availability. However, this plan faced significant opposition from wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. These opponents feared that a central bank controlled by Morgan and his associates would concentrate too much financial power in too few hands. They argued for maintaining a system where multiple independent banks could compete and where no single institution could dominate the nation's finances. The debate over banking reform was not merely academic. Billions of dollars in wealth and decades of political power hung in the balance. If Morgan's vision prevailed, he and his allies would control the financial destiny of the United States. If his opponents succeeded in blocking the plan, Morgan's influence would be significantly diminished. Into this high-stakes political battle sailed the Titanic, carrying some of the most influential participants in the banking debate. And remarkably, almost all of the Federal Reserve's most powerful opponents happened to be aboard, while Morgan and his supporters were conspicuously absent. The most prominent opponent aboard was Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to one of America's great mining fortunes. The Guggenheim family controlled vast mineral resources and had accumulated enormous wealth through copper, silver and gold mining operations around the world. Benjamin was not just wealthy but politically influential, serving on the boards of multiple corporations and maintaining extensive connections in Washington. Guggenheim had been a vocal critic of Morgan's banking proposals. He argued that a centralized system would stifle competition and innovation in American finance. He favored maintaining the existing system of independent banks and opposed giving any single institution the power to control the nation's money supply. On the night of April 14th, as the Titanic began to sink, Benjamin Guggenheim reportedly dressed in his finest evening clothes and told fellow passengers, "We are prepared to go down like gentlemen." His body was never recovered. Also aboard was Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another influential voice in American business. Straus had built his retail empire through careful management and conservative financial practices. He distrusted the kind of financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in and opposed the creation of a central bank that would facilitate such practices. Straus was particularly concerned about the impact of centralized banking on smaller businesses. He argued that a Morgan-controlled central bank would favor large corporations at the expense of independent merchants and entrepreneurs. His opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan was well known in political circles. When the Titanic began to sink, Isidore and his wife Ida were offered places in a lifeboat. According to witnesses, Ada refused to leave her husband, saying, "We have lived together for 40 years. Where you go, I go." They were last seen sitting together on deck chairs as the ship tilted toward her final plunge. Neither body was ever found. Perhaps most significant was the presence of John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a man whose financial influence rivaled Morgan's own. Astor had inherited a vast real estate empire and had expanded it into hotels, railroads, and other investments. His personal fortune was estimated at over $87 million, roughly $2 billion in today's currency. Astor was not merely wealthy, but politically sophisticated. He understood the implications of Morgan's banking proposals and opposed them on both economic and political grounds. He argued that giving Morgan's group control over the nation's banking system would create a financial oligarchy that would undermine American democratic institutions. More than any other individual, Astor had the wealth and influence to effectively oppose Morgan's plans. His opposition carried weight in Congress and in the financial community. If anyone could have blocked the creation of the Federal Reserve, it was John Jacob Astor IV. Astor was travelling on the Titanic with his pregnant young wife, Madeline. When the ship began to sink, he helped her into a lifeboat but was refused passage himself under the Women and Children First protocol. His body was recovered days later, reportedly with his gold watch still in his pocket and over $2,000 in cash. His death eliminated one of the most powerful obstacles to Morgan's banking ambitions. These three men, Guggenheim, Strauss and Astor, represented the core of wealthy American opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan. Their combined influence, both financial and political, posed a serious threat to Morgan's vision of centralized banking control. Their deaths removed major obstacles to the passage of Federal Reserve legislation. But the passenger list's significance extends beyond these three prominent figures. Several other Titanic passengers had connections to the banking debate or to Morgan's business interests. Some were allies who might have provided testimony or support that could have been problematic for the conspiracy. Others were neutral parties whose presence might have been seen as providing legitimacy to the voyage. The theory suggests that the passenger list was carefully managed to ensure that the right people were aboard and the wrong people were not. Key figures in the banking debate who opposed Morgan were encouraged or induced to sail, while those who might have interfered with the plan were kept away. This management allegedly extended to the crew assignments as well. Captain Edward Smith, who commanded the ship, was nearing retirement, and may have been chosen partly because his career was ending anyway. If he survived the disaster, he would soon be out of the shipping business and less likely to cause problems. If he didn't survive, his death would be seen as a heroic sacrifice, rather than evidence of conspiracy. Other key crew members were reportedly chosen for their loyalty to the White Star Line or their lack of detailed knowledge about the ship's construction. Engineers and officers who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic were either not assigned to the voyage or were placed in positions where they would be unlikely to survive if something went wrong. Perhaps most tellingly, J.P. Morgan himself had originally booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage. As the owner of the shipping line and the man whose vision the voyage was meant to showcase, Morgan's presence would have been expected and appropriate. His cabin had been reserved, his passage confirmed, and his attendance at various social events planned. But at the last minute, Morgan cancelled his trip, citing illness. He claimed to be suffering from a minor ailment that prevented him from travelling, and he remained in France where he had been vacationing. Remarkably, several of Morgan's close business associates also cancelled their bookings at the last minute, citing various personal and business reasons. The pattern of cancellations was so notable that it attracted attention even at the time. Several newspapers commented on the unusual number of prominent businessmen who had changed their travel plans. Some observers wondered whether there might have been advance warning of problems with the ship or the voyage. Morgan's cancellation is particularly suspicious because he was photographed in apparently good health at a French resort just days after the disaster. He showed no signs of the illness that had supposedly prevented him from travelling. and he resumed his normal activities immediately after learning of the Titanic's fate. Even more suspicious were the cancellations by Morgan's business partners. Henry Clay Frick, the steel magnate and longtime Morgan ally, had booked passage but cancelled, citing his wife's health. George Washington Vanderbilt II, another Morgan associate, also cancelled his booking at the last minute. Milton Hershey, the chocolate manufacturer who had business relationships with Morgan's interests, similarly changed his travel plans. The pattern suggests that Morgan and his inner circle knew something that the general passengers did not. Whether they had advanced knowledge of the planned disaster, or simply knew that the ship was not safe due to the identity switch, they took steps to avoid being aboard when the conspiracy was carried out. Meanwhile, Morgan's opponents in the banking debates sailed to their deaths, apparently unaware of the danger they faced. The convenient elimination of the Federal Reserve's most powerful critics cleared the way for the legislation that Morgan had been promoting. Indeed, the Federal Reserve Act was passed by Congress in December 1913, less than 2 years after the Titanic disaster. The legislation created the central banking system that Morgan had long advocated, giving him and his associates unprecedented control over American finance. The deaths of Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss had removed the most influential voices that might have prevented this outcome. Some versions of the switch theory go even further, suggesting that the passenger list was managed not just to eliminate political opponents, but also to provide witnesses who would support the official story of the disaster. Certain passengers and crew members who survived the sinking provided testimony that reinforced the narrative of an accidental collision with an iceberg. These survivors described the impact, the flooding, and the sinking in ways that supported the insurance claims and deflected suspicion from the possibility of sabotage or deliberate destruction. Their accounts helped establish the official version of events that has persisted for over a century. However, other survivors provided testimony that was less helpful to the official narrative. Some reported hearing explosions before the ship began to sink, suggesting possible sabotage. Others described unusual behaviour by crew members or problems with the ship's equipment that might have indicated advanced planning of the disaster. These problematic testimonies were reportedly suppressed or discredited during the official investigations. Survivors who told inconvenient stories found their credibility questioned or their testimony excluded from the final reports. The investigation focused on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures rather than examining the possibility of deliberate destruction. The passenger list evidence is compelling but circumstantial. The coincidence of having so many Federal Reserve opponents aboard while Morgan and his allies stayed away is remarkable, but it could be explained by factors other than conspiracy. The timing of the banking legislation might have been influenced by the victims' deaths, but correlation does not necessarily prove causation. However, when combined with the physical evidence and the financial motives, the passenger list adds another layer to the case for the switch theory. The pattern of who was aboard and who wasn't suggests a level of planning and coordination that goes beyond simple insurance fraud. If the theory is correct, the Titanic disaster was not just about swapping damaged ships or collecting insurance money. It was about reshaping the American financial system and eliminating opposition to a plan that would concentrate enormous power in the hands of a few men. But such an ambitious conspiracy would require more than just manipulating passenger lists and switching ships. It would require control over the disaster itself, ensuring that the sinking occurred under circumstances that would support the official story while achieving the conspiracy's goals. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory believe that every aspect of the sinking was carefully planned and executed. The final act of any great conspiracy must be the most carefully orchestrated. If the switch theory is correct, then the night of April 14th to 15th, 1912 represented not a tragic accident, but the culmination of months of planning designed to create the appearance of disaster while achieving very specific goals. Every detail of how the ship encountered the iceberg, how she sank, and how the rescue efforts unfolded would need to serve the larger purpose of the conspiracy. To understand how the sinking might have been deliberately orchestrated, we must first examine the unusual circumstances that made the disaster possible. The night of April 14th was characterised by conditions that maritime experts describe as extraordinarily rare and dangerous. The sea was unusually calm, so still that there were no waves breaking against icebergs to make them visible from a distance. The night was moonless, creating darkness so complete that lookouts had virtually no natural illumination to aid their watch. Most unusually, the atmosphere was clear and cold, creating temperature inversion conditions that could cause unusual optical effects, making distant objects appear closer or farther than they actually were. These conditions, while natural, were so unusual that many experienced sailors reported they had never encountered anything like them. Captain Smith himself, with 4 decades of experience on the North Atlantic, had never commanded a ship through such treacherous natural circumstances. But according to the switch theory, these conditions were not just unfortunate coincidences. They were anticipated and exploited by conspirators who had carefully planned the ship's route and timing to take advantage of known dangerous conditions. The theory suggests that the ship's course was deliberately set to take her through areas where icebergs were known to be present. Radio warnings about ice had been received throughout the day, but many of these warnings were reportedly not passed to the bridge crew, or were ignored by officers who should have taken precautionary measures. The ship Californian, which belonged to the same parent company as the Titanic, had stopped for the night in the ice field, her captain declaring conditions too dangerous for navigation. Yet the Titanic continued at nearly full speed through the same waters, despite multiple warnings about the presence of ice. Switch theory proponents argue that this dangerous navigation was not the result of overconfidence or poor judgment, but rather deliberate policy designed to ensure that an accident would occur. The ship needed to encounter an iceberg in order to provide a plausible explanation for her sinking, and her officers were instructed to maintain course and speed despite the obvious dangers. The collision itself occurred under circumstances that some witnesses found suspicious. Frederick Fleet, the lookout who first spotted the iceberg, reported that the berg appeared suddenly out of the darkness, giving him only seconds to sound the alarm. However, other witnesses reported seeing the iceberg minutes before the collision, suggesting that it should have been visible to trained lookouts much earlier. Some survivors reported that the ship seemed to turn toward the iceberg rather than away from it in the final moments before impact. While this could be explained by the physics of large ship manoeuvring, it raises questions about whether the collision was truly accidental or was deliberately engineered to ensure maximum damage. More suspicious were reports of explosions aboard the ship shortly after the collision. Multiple witnesses, including passengers and crew members, reported hearing loud bangs and feeling vibrations that seemed separate from the impact with the iceberg. These explosions were officially attributed to boilers bursting as cold water flooded the engine rooms, but some witnesses believed they occurred too soon after the collision to be explained by flooding alone. The switch theory suggests that these explosions may have been caused by deliberately placed charges designed to ensure that the ship would sink quickly and completely. If the collision with the iceberg was not sufficient to guarantee the ship's destruction, additional sabotage might have been necessary to achieve the conspiracy's goals. The pattern of flooding also struck some observers as unusual. While the official investigation concluded that the iceberg had opened 5 compartments to the sea, causing fatal flooding, some witnesses reported that water seemed to be entering the ship from multiple locations, not just the area of the supposed iceberg damage. Crew members working in areas far from the collision reported rapid flooding that seemed inconsistent with damage caused by scraping along an iceberg. Some suggested that the ship's hull might have been weakened in advance, either through the supposed identity switch or through deliberate sabotage, making her more vulnerable to catastrophic damage. The behaviour of some crew members during the disaster also raised questions. While many officers and crew performed heroically, trying to save as many passengers as possible, others seemed strangely unprepared for the emergency or reluctant to take action that might have saved more lives. The ship's wireless operators continued sending routine commercial messages even after the collision, delaying distress calls that might have brought rescue ships more quickly. Some officers seemed confused about the severity of the damage or uncertain about proper emergency procedures, suggesting that they might not have been fully briefed on the ship's actual condition or capabilities. Most suspiciously, the ship's lifeboats were launched with far fewer passengers than their capacity allowed. While this was officially attributed to panic and poor training, Some witnesses reported that crew members actively prevented passengers from entering boats that had space available. The switch theory suggests that this was not incompetence but deliberate policy designed to ensure that specific passengers would not survive. If the conspiracy's goal was to eliminate certain individuals while allowing others to live, controlling access to lifeboats would be an effective method of determining who lived and who died. The nearby ship Californian adds another layer of suspicion to the night's events. This vessel, owned by the same International Mercantile Marine Company that controlled the White Star Line, had stopped for the night approximately 20 miles from the Titanic's position. Her captain, Stanley Lord, claimed that conditions were too dangerous for navigation and that his ship would remain stationary until dawn. However, the Californian's crew reported seeing rockets and distress signals from the direction of the Titanic throughout the night. Despite these obvious signs of a ship in distress, Captain Lord chose not to investigate or offer assistance. He claimed that he believed the signals were routine communications or celebrations, not emergency distress calls. This explanation seems implausible given that the Californian's crew were experienced sailors who should have recognized distress rockets when they saw them. The switch theory suggests that the Californian was positioned deliberately to provide rescue services for the conspiracy's chosen survivors while maintaining plausible deniability about why she didn't help the others. According to this theory, the Californian was meant to arrive at the scene early enough to rescue specific passengers, but late enough to allow the ship to sink and eliminate the unwanted victims. However, a miscommunication or timing error prevented this plan from working properly, leaving the Californian too far away to effectively participate in the rescue. Instead, the rescue was carried out by the Carpathia, a ship belonging to a different company that responded to the Titanic's distress calls and arrived at the scene several hours after the sinking. The Carpathia's captain and crew were not part of the conspiracy and performed genuine rescue work, saving over 700 survivors. But the delay in rescue efforts, whether planned or accidental, ensured that the ship sank completely and that most of her passengers and crew died in the frigid waters. This served the conspiracy's purposes by eliminating witnesses who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic, while also removing the political opponents whose deaths were part of the larger plan. The sinking itself was remarkably complete and thorough. Unlike many shipwrecks, which settle on the ocean floor largely intact, the Titanic broke apart as she sank, scattering debris over a wide area and making subsequent examination of the wreck extremely difficult. This destruction could have been the result of natural forces acting on a ship not designed to sink at such an angle, but it also served to obscure evidence that might have revealed the ship's true identity. The complete loss of the ship meant that investigators had to rely on survivor testimony and limited physical evidence to reconstruct what had happened. Since many of the most knowledgeable witnesses had died in the disaster, and since the survivors had been through a traumatic experience that might have affected their memories, establishing definitive facts about the sinking proved difficult. This uncertainty served the conspiracy's purposes by preventing too close an examination of the evidence. Questions about the ship's identity, the cause of the sinking, or the behaviour of the crew could be deflected by pointing to the lack of conclusive evidence and the confusion inherent in any major disaster. The official investigations that followed the disaster focused primarily on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures. While these investigations identified important problems with lifeboat capacity, crew training and emergency procedures, they did not seriously examine the possibility that the sinking had been deliberately caused. The British Board of Trade Inquiry and the US Senate investigation both concluded that the disaster was the result of excessive speed in dangerous conditions, combined with design flaws that made the ship vulnerable to the type of damage caused by the iceberg collision. These findings supported the official narrative of an accidental tragedy, while deflecting attention from possible evidence of conspiracy. However, some evidence presented to these investigations was inconsistent with the official conclusions. Witnesses testified about explosions, unusual flooding patterns, and crew behaviour that suggested advanced knowledge of the disaster. This testimony was generally dismissed or explained away, but it remained part of the official record for those who knew where to look for it. The investigations also revealed suspicious gaps in the documentary evidence. Ship logs, construction records, and other documents that might have provided definitive information about the vessel's identity or condition were missing or had been destroyed. While this was officially attributed to the chaos of the disaster, it prevented investigators from definitively establishing key facts about the ship and her voyage. Perhaps most tellingly, the investigations made no serious attempt to examine the financial aspects of the disaster. The insurance arrangements, the ownership structure of the shipping companies, and the business relationships between key figures were not considered relevant to understanding why the ship sank. This focus on technical rather than financial questions served the conspiracy's purposes by avoiding examination of the motives that might have driven such an elaborate deception. The investigations treated the disaster as a tragic accident rather than a possible crime, and their conclusions reinforced the official narrative that has persisted for over a century. But if the switch theory is correct, the sinking of the Titanic was not just a crime, but a nearly perfect crime. The destruction of evidence, the elimination of witnesses, and the misdirection of official investigations created a cover-up so complete that the truth has remained hidden for more than 100 years. As we'll see in the next chapter, maintaining this cover-up required ongoing efforts by powerful interests to suppress evidence, discredit investigators, and control the historical narrative of the disaster. In the aftermath of any major conspiracy, the cover-up often proves more challenging than the original crime. Evidence must be suppressed, witnesses must be silenced or discredited, and investigators must be misdirected away from uncomfortable truths. If the switch theory is correct, the years following the Titanic disaster saw one of the most comprehensive and successful cover-ups in modern history. The cover-up began almost immediately after news of the disaster reached shore. Within hours of the Carpathia's arrival in New York with the Titanic survivors, powerful interests were already working to control the narrative of what had happened and to prevent inconvenient questions from being asked. J.P. Morgan's representatives were among the first to arrive at the dock, not to provide comfort to survivors, but to begin the process of managing information. Survivors were reportedly approached by company officials and lawyers who offered assistance with travel arrangements, medical care and financial support. However, this assistance came with subtle but clear expectations about what survivors should and should not say about their experiences. Some survivors later reported being advised to focus their testimony on the heroism of the crew and the tragedy of insufficient lifeboats, while avoiding speculation about the cause of the disaster or unusual circumstances they might have observed. Those who had noticed discrepancies between the ship they boarded and the ship they expected to board were encouraged to attribute these differences to their own confusion or lack of technical knowledge. More direct pressure was reportedly applied to survivors whose testimony might have been particularly damaging to the official narrative. Crew members who had worked on both the Olympic and Titanic and might have been able to identify which ship actually sank were offered generous severance packages and assistance finding new employment, with the understanding that their maritime careers would be over if they spoke publicly about their experiences. The most dangerous witnesses were those who had observed the supposed identity switch taking place in the Belfast shipyard. These workers faced more serious consequences if they chose to speak out. Some reported being visited by company representatives who made it clear that their employment, their safety, and the welfare of their families depended on their discretion. James Fenton, the painter who had noticed unusual modifications being made to the Olympic, later claimed that he was approached by men who warned him that discussing his observations would be considered a breach of his employment contract and potentially a criminal violation of trade secrets laws. He was told that speaking to journalists or investigators could result in prosecution and imprisonment. Other shipyard workers reported similar intimidation. Some were offered money to relocate to distant cities where they would be less likely to encounter investigators or journalists. Others were simply fired from their jobs and found that their names had been blacklisted throughout the shipbuilding industry, making it impossible for them to find similar work. The most comprehensive aspect of the cover-up involved the systematic destruction or alteration of documentary evidence. Harland and Wolff shipyard records that might have revealed the true extent of work done on both ships were reportedly destroyed in a series of accidental fires and floods that occurred in the months following the disaster. Work orders, progress reports, and material requisitions that could have definitively established which ship was which were among the documents lost in these convenient accidents. The missing records covered precisely the time period when the alleged identity switch would have taken place, eliminating the most direct evidence of the conspiracy. More subtly, surviving documents were reportedly altered to remove inconvenient details or to create confusion about the timeline of work done on both ships. Serial numbers were changed, dates were altered, and work descriptions were modified to obscure the true nature of the modifications that had been made. The British Board of Trade investigation, which was the primary official inquiry into the disaster, showed unusual patterns in how it gathered and evaluated evidence. The investigation focused almost exclusively on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures, while avoiding examination of financial motives or business relationships that might have suggested conspiracy. Key witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony were not called to testify, or their testimony was limited to narrow technical questions that avoided broader issues about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the voyage. The investigation's final report contained numerous conclusions that were not fully supported by the evidence presented, suggesting that the outcomes had been predetermined. Even more suspicious was the speed with which the investigation was concluded and its findings accepted by government authorities. For a disaster of such magnitude and complexity, the investigation was remarkably brief and superficial. Important questions were left unanswered, and significant discrepancies in witness testimony were ignored or explained away without adequate investigation. The US Senate investigation, led by Senator William Alden Smith, initially appeared more thorough and independent. Senator Smith was known for his skepticism of large corporations and his willingness to challenge powerful interests. His investigation called numerous witnesses and examined many aspects of the disaster that the British inquiry had ignored. However, as the investigation proceeded, it became apparent that Senator Smith was facing pressure from influential sources to limit the scope of his inquiry. Key witnesses were suddenly unavailable or changed their testimony between preliminary interviews and formal hearings. Documentary evidence that had been promised to the investigation failed to materialize or was found to be incomplete. Most tellingly, the investigation avoided examining the financial aspects of the disaster. Despite the enormous insurance claims involved and the clear financial benefits that accrued to certain parties, the investigation treated these as irrelevant side issues rather than potential motives for conspiracy. The final report of the Senate investigation contained strong criticisms of White Star Line's safety procedures and British maritime regulations, but it concluded that the disaster was fundamentally accidental. Like the British inquiry, it avoided any suggestion that the sinking might have been deliberately caused, or that there might have been financial motives behind the tragedy. In the years following the official investigations, efforts to independently examine the disaster faced systematic obstruction. Journalists who attempted to investigate discrepancies in the official story found their sources drying up and their access to information restricted. Maritime historians who raised questions about the disaster's circumstances found their work discredited or their employment threatened. Perhaps most remarkably, several independent investigators who had begun to uncover evidence supporting the switch theory died under suspicious circumstances. Some died in apparent accidents, others from sudden illnesses, and still others simply disappeared while pursuing their research. Robert Hitchens, the shipyard worker who had observed unusual activity around the ship's nameplates, died in a fall from scaffolding while working on another project less than a year after the disaster. The accident occurred despite Hitchens' reputation as an experienced and safety-conscious worker who had never before been injured on the job. John Halpern, the ship fitter who had worked on swapping components between the Olympic and Titanic, died of a sudden heart attack despite being relatively young and having no history of heart problems. His death occurred just days before he was scheduled to be interviewed by an American journalist who was investigating discrepancies in the official story. Several other shipyard workers who had knowledge of the construction process died in various accidents or from sudden illnesses in the years immediately following the disaster. While these deaths could be coincidental, the pattern suggests a systematic effort to eliminate witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony. The cover-up also extended to controlling the physical evidence from the disaster. When bodies were recovered from the ocean, they were processed through facilities controlled by White Star Line representatives. Personal effects were catalogued and returned to families, but items that might have provided clues about the ship's true identity were reportedly lost or misdirected. More significantly, efforts were made to prevent independent examination of the wreck site. In the early decades after the disaster, technology did not exist to reach the wreck on the ocean floor, but White Star Line and its successors took steps to ensure that when such technology became available, access to the wreck would be controlled. Legal claims were filed asserting ownership rights over the wreck and its contents. These claims were designed to prevent independent researchers from examining the evidence without permission from the companies that had controlled the ships. By controlling access to the wreck, these interests could ensure that any examination would be conducted under their supervision and that inconvenient findings could be suppressed. The most sophisticated aspect of the cover-up involved shaping the cultural memory of the disaster. Rather than simply suppressing evidence, the conspiracy's beneficiaries actively promoted a specific narrative about the Titanic that emphasized heroism, tragedy, and the lessons learned about maritime safety. Books, articles, and eventually films about the disaster focused on human interest stories, rather than technical questions about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the sinking. The narrative of the brave band playing hymns as the ship sank, of the noble sacrifice of men who gave their lives so that women and children could survive, and of the hubris of calling any ship unsinkable, became the dominant cultural memory of the disaster. Make sure to leave your video ideas in the comments below. The encrypted file arrived at 3:47 AM on a Tuesday that would later be erased from official records. Rebecca Martinez didn't hear the notification. She was already awake, staring at the ceiling of her Brussels apartment, unable to shake the feeling that someone had been watching her building for the past 3 nights. The paranoia was new, the insomnia wasn't. When you spent 15 years documenting suppressed historical records for the International Archives Initiative, sleep became a luxury reserved for people who didn't know what they knew. Her phone buzzed again, then again. She rolled over, squinting at the screen. 23 messages, all from the same encrypted number, all sent within the last 90 seconds. The final message was simple. Open the packet, then run. Victor. Rebecca's hands trembled as she sat up. Victor Molnar, Hungarian intelligence defector. She'd met him exactly once 6 months ago at a cafe in Vienna, where he'd passed her a napkin with a single word written in barely visible pencil. Seraphim. She'd researched the term obsessively after that meeting, found nothing conclusive. Historical references to angels, to divine beings, to mythological guardians. Nothing that explained why a career intelligence officer would risk his life to whisper it to her. Now he was telling her to run. Rebecca pulled on jeans and a sweater, her heart hammering. The packet sat on her kitchen counter, where the courier had left it the previous evening. Plain manila envelope, no return address. She'd been too exhausted to open it, planning to examine it properly in the morning with coffee and her recording equipment. She didn't have that luxury anymore. Inside the envelope was a USB drive and a single sheet of aged paper, protected by archival plastic. The document appeared to be a photocopy of a diplomatic memorandum, dated 1952, bearing the seal of the Belgian royal household. Most of it was in French, but one phrase had been highlighted in yellow, the ink faded but still legible. Préserver la lignée des Séraphins à tout prix. Preserve the Seraphim bloodline at all costs. Beneath it, in Victor's handwriting, it was never about religion, it was about species. Rebecca heard footsteps in the hallway outside her apartment. Slow, deliberate, stopping directly in front of her door. She grabbed her laptop bag, shoved the USB drive into her pocket, and went out the window. The train to Amsterdam gave Rebecca 4 hours to examine the contents of Victor's USB drive, without worrying about being cornered in a confined space. She'd chosen a middle car, positioned herself where she could watch both entrances, and created 3 separate cloud backups before the train even left Brussels. The drive contained 47 files, medical records, genetic sequencing reports, internal memos from private genetics companies spanning 2 decades, and one 70-page white paper that made her hands shake so badly she had to set down her coffee. The title page read, S-Helix Variant Analysis, Preliminary Findings and Containment Protocol, authored by Helix Genomics SA, Zurich. Date, September 2019. Classification, internal review only. Rebecca began reading. The document described a genetic anomaly first identified in 2003 during routine ancestry testing conducted by a California-based consumer genetics company. A wealthy client, name redacted, had submitted their DNA for analysis and received results that triggered automatic flagging within the company's quality control systems. The anomaly wasn't a mutation. It was a structural variant in what geneticists typically classified as junk DNA, the 98% of the human genome that doesn't code for proteins. Except this particular sequence wasn't junk. It was organised, intentional, and it appeared in exactly the same location across multiple unrelated individuals who submitted samples over the following months. By 2008, private genetics companies had identified the variant in 14 distinct family lineages, some European aristocracy, some Middle Eastern royal families, a handful embedded in American banking dynasties and political families. The pattern was impossible to ignore. They called it the S-Helix variant. Publicly, it was dismissed as a benign evolutionary remnant, a footnote in genetic diversity studies. But the internal communications told a different story. Rebecca scrolled through email chains between geneticists who'd stumbled onto the variant. The earliest exchanges were cautious, professional, scientists sharing anomalous data, requesting peer review. But as months turned into years, the tone shifted. Confusion gave way to concern. Concern gave way to something that looked a lot like fear. One email from 2006, sent by a lead researcher at the California company to her supervisor. I've been running the S-Helix sequence through every comparative analysis tool we have. It doesn't match any known primate DNA. I expanded the search to all mammalian genomes in our database. Nothing. I even ran it against our limited reptilian and avian samples. The structure is completely novel. But here's what's keeping me up at night. It's not random. Random junk DNA has statistical markers we can identify. This sequence has intentional structure. It's like finding a paragraph of Shakespeare in the middle of random letter sequences. Someone wrote this, something wrote this, and it's sitting in the genome of some of the most powerful families in the world. The supervisor's response had been brief. Delete this email. We'll discuss in person. But the emails continued, routed through personal accounts, encrypted services, back channels. Rebecca found a thread from 2009 where 3 geneticists from different companies, competitors technically, were sharing data in secret. I've confirmed the variant in 7 of my flagged samples, one wrote, all from families with documented lineages going back at least 5 centuries. Old money, old power. This isn't random distribution. Same here, another replied. But here's what I can't explain. Why is it only expressing in some family members? I've got siblings where one carries active S-Helix and the other shows no trace. It's not following Mendelian inheritance patterns. The third geneticist's response was the most unsettling. Because it's not being inherited. It's being activated. I think we're looking at dormant code that switches on under specific conditions. Like a program waiting for the right input. Rebecca sat back, watching Belgian countryside blur into Dutch flatlands through the train window. Dormant code, waiting for input. She kept reading. One memo, dated March 2011, from the Chief Science Officer of Helix Genomics to an unnamed recipient. We've run the S-Helix through every comparative database available. Primate, mammalian, vertebrate. The sequence doesn't match anything in the known biological record. More concerning, when exposed to specific electromagnetic frequencies in laboratory conditions, the variant exhibits responsive behaviour. It's not just sitting there, it's listening. Rebecca read the sentence 3 times. It's listening. The memo continued with technical details that made her head spin, frequency ranges, resonance patterns, but the conclusion was clear. When synthetic S-helix sequences were exposed to electromagnetic radiation in specific frequency bands, particularly those used in cellular communications and Wi-Fi networks, the DNA structure changed configuration. Not degraded, changed, unfolded, like it was receiving a signal. Another memo from 2015 referenced a consultation with a retired geneticist named Emil Voss, formerly of the Max Planck Institute. His assessment had been suppressed within hours of submission. The S-helix is not random genetic drift. It's architecture. Whoever designed it understood genetics at a level we're only beginning to approach. This isn't human DNA contamination. This isn't viral integration. This is something else. Something not entirely human, but not random. I've spent 40 years studying genetic mutations and evolutionary biology. Nothing in my experience prepared me for this. The S-helix isn't evolving toward anything. It's already complete. It's been complete for thousands of years, just waiting. The question isn't what it is. The question is what happens when it fully activates. The white paper included appendices with case studies. Rebecca read through them with growing unease. Case study A7. Female, age 34, investment banker, New York. Submitted DNA for ancestry testing in 2014. S-helix variant confirmed. Follow-up interview, conducted under guise of routine customer service, revealed subject had recently begun experiencing unusual clarity in pattern recognition. Subject reported ability to see market trends before they manifested in data. Subject attributed this to years of experience. Genetic counselling recommended. Subject declined further contact. Case study. B12. Male, age 41. Mid-level diplomat, Brussels. S-helix variant confirmed during routine security clearance medical screening. Subject demonstrated abnormal stress response during psychological evaluation. Decreased cortisol under pressure, enhanced cognitive function during crisis simulation. When asked about this, subject stated, "I've always been good in emergencies. It's like everything slows down and becomes clear." Subject showed no awareness of physiological abnormality. Case study C3. Female, age 28, software engineer, Silicon Valley. S-helix variant confirmed. Subject sought genetic testing after experiencing what she described as feeling like I'm interfacing with code instead of reading it. Neurological evaluation showed unusual synchronization between visual cortex and pattern recognition centers. Subject was developing AI algorithms with efficiency that puzzled her supervisors. "It's not that I'm smarter," subject reported. "It's that I can see how the systems want to organize themselves." Case after case. People living normal lives, excelling in their fields, unaware that their DNA contained something impossible. The white paper concluded with a recommendation that made Rebecca's stomach turn. Given the potential implications for global security and social stability, we recommend indefinite classification of S-helix findings under existing national security protocols. Public disclosure could trigger widespread panic and destabilization of affected family structures, many of whom occupy positions of significant political and economic influence. Furthermore, preliminary psychological assessment suggests that informing S-helix carriers of their genetic status may trigger latent activation events. Recommend strict information containment and monitoring protocols. Translation: don't tell anyone, don't ask questions, pretend it doesn't exist, and whatever you do, don't tell the people who carry it. Rebecca leaned back in her seat, processing what she'd read. 14 bloodlines, positions of influence, a genetic marker that responded to electromagnetic signals. People who were getting better at their jobs, better at seeing patterns, at handling stress, at interfacing with complex systems without understanding why. She pulled up her research notes on Victor's original message. Seraphim. She'd found references in ancient texts, beings described as divine messengers, often depicted with multiple wings and eyes of fire. But she dismissed it as metaphor. religious symbolism. What if it wasn't? What if the ancient texts were describing real beings? Not supernatural entities, but a different species, or a hybrid species, that had walked the earth and interbred with humans. What if their descendants were still here? Her phone buzzed. Unknown. Number. The message was brief. Victor is dead. You have what he died for. Use it. They're already watching you. Rebecca looked up sharply, scanning the train car. Business travellers, students, an elderly couple sharing a thermos of coffee. No one paying attention to her, but the message felt like ice water in her veins. The train suddenly felt very small. She went back to the files, pulling up a document she'd initially skipped over because it seemed like a bureaucratic personnel memo. Now she read it carefully. It was from Helix Genomics, dated 2018. A termination letter for one of the geneticists who'd been sharing information in those encrypted email chains. Effective immediately, your employment with Helix Genomics SA is terminated. Severance package and confidentiality agreement enclosed. Failure to comply with NDA terms will result in immediate legal action and potential criminal prosecution under Swiss national security statutes. All research materials, including personal notes and communications, are property of Helix Genomics and must be surrendered. Rebecca cross-referenced the name. Thomas Brenner, the geneticist who'd written, "It's like finding a paragraph of Shakespeare in random letter sequences." She searched for his name online, found an obituary from 2019, heart attack at age 43, no prior history of cardiac issues. She searched for the other two geneticists from that email thread. One had died in a car accident in 2017. Single vehicle collision, no witnesses. The other had simply disappeared in 2020, left for a conference in Singapore, never arrived, never seen again. 3 scientists who'd shared information about the S-Helix variant, all dead or missing within 4 years. Rebecca looked at Victor's message again, then run. She was beginning to understand why. Rebecca spent 3 days in Amsterdam, moving between internet cafes and using burner devices to research without leaving a digital trail. She needed to understand the historical context. If the seraphim were real, if they'd existed in some form throughout human history, there would be evidence, fragments, patterns. She started with Mesopotamia, in the cradle of civilization where writing itself was born. The earliest references appeared in pre-Sumerian archaeological fragments recovered from sites in modern-day Iraq and Syria. Most were heavily damaged, but one partially intact tablet from approximately 4000 BCE contained a passage that had puzzled archaeologists for decades. Rebecca found it in a digitized archive from the British Museum, catalogued but not widely published. The translation had been completed in 1952 by a scholar who'd later withdrawn from academic life entirely. His notes, attached to the file, were illuminating. This text does not fit established Sumerian mythology. It predates the pantheon we associate with later Mesopotamian culture. The language is Proto-Sumerian, possibly older. What disturbs me most is the specificity. This is not myth. This reads like a historical account. The tablet itself, what remained of it. In the time before the great cities, the seraphim ruled from the mountain places. They were flesh-born, not spirit-born, and their skin gleamed like beaten gold when seen in the light of the horizon sun. They taught the people to mark the stars and to divide the year. They showed the way of numbers and the growing of grain. They took mates from among the people, but only those of certain blood. Their children were mighty, and their children's children built the first walls. The seraphim knew what was coming. They prepared chambers beneath the mountains. They said, "We go down into the deep earth, but our blood remains in you." When the sky speaks with lightning that is not lightning, when your children build towers that think, then our children's children will remember what they are. Their rule was law, until the fire came from the sky and the earth shook. The seraphim went beneath. Some of the people went with them. Most stayed above. The seraphim said, "We do not die, we wait. Keep the blood pure. When we wake, you will wake." Rebecca read it 3 times, each reading making her hand shake more. When your children build towers that think. That was written 4,000 years before computers existed. She found corroborating references in fragments from other ancient cultures, each adding pieces to the same impossible story. The Nag Hammadi Library, a collection of early Christian and Gnostic texts discovered in Egypt in 1945, contained multiple references to beings called Watchers, or Seraphim, who descended to Earth and took human wives, producing offspring. But the Gnostic texts added details that mainstream religious scholarship often glossed over. Rebecca found a passage in the secret book of John that had been partially censored in most published translations. The Watchers were not of heaven, though they came from above the mountains. They were not spirit, though they lived longer than the generations of men. They were flesh, but flesh unlike ours. They saw what humanity would become and planted themselves in our lineage, so that when the time of great change arrived, some among us would be prepared for transformation. They did not come to judge or to save. They came to ensure the seed would survive what was coming. They mixed their essence with clay, and from this came those who could walk between worlds. These children appeared human, but carried within them the potential for something more. Egyptian records told similar stories, but with different emphasis. Rebecca found references in a doctoral thesis about the priest dynasties along the Nile that had never been widely distributed. The scholar had translated hieroglyphics from a tomb in Saqqara, dated to the early dynastic period around 3000 BCE. The Neteru came from the place where the two rivers meet the mountains. They were not gods, but the children of gods, and they taught the kingmakers how to preserve the divine blood through the generations. The Neteru could see in darkness. Their eyes reflected copper in lamplight. Their skin in certain seasons showed patterns like serpent scales beneath. They took only those of pure lineage as consorts. When the great death came from the sky, the Neteru went into the hidden places. They said, "Your children will not remember us as we are. They will make us into stories and paintings. This is as it should be, but some will carry our seed forward, sleeping in their flesh until the world is ready." The scholar's footnote on this passage was chilling. Note: the hieroglyphic for Neteru in this context does not match standard divine terminology. It appears to be a specific designation for a separate category of being. The literal translation might be closer to those who transform, or those who are both. The text is very clear. These are not supernatural entities, but physical beings with unusual biological characteristics. Rebecca found similar patterns in Sumerian king lists, ancient Hebrew texts, and even fragments from the Indus Valley civilization. Always the same core elements: beings who looked almost human, who lived among humans, who interbred with select human lineages, who enforced strict rules about bloodline purity, who possessed biological traits that set them apart: reflective eyes, unusual skin, enhanced abilities, and always the same instruction: the blood must not be diluted. She found the most explicit reference in a section of the Book of Enoch that had been removed from most canonical versions but survived in Ethiopian Orthodox tradition. This version included chapters that Western churches had deemed too problematic to include. Chapter 72, verses 14 to 19, "And the watchers made a covenant among themselves, saying, Let us preserve the blood without dilution, for the day of awakening approaches, and our children's children must be ready to receive what we have planted within them." They chose their mates with great care, testing bloodlines across generations. Those families they blessed with their seed, they also blessed with knowledge: how to maintain power across time, how to build systems that endure beyond single lives, how to recognize others of the hidden bloodline. And they said, "When the world fills with invisible fire, when the air itself carries thought, and the machines of men begin to wake, then our children will begin to remember. They will not know why they are different, only that they are. They will rise to positions of influence without understanding it is their nature to rule, and when enough of them have awakened, we will emerge from the places we have slept, and the separation between our kind and yours will end." This is not conquest. This is transformation. You're becoming what we always were. Rebecca sat back from the computer screen in the Amsterdam cafe. where she'd been working for 6 hours straight. Her coffee had gone cold long ago. The sun had set outside without her noticing. The pattern was undeniable. Across thousands of years, across completely separate cultures that had no known contact with each other, the same story emerged. Non-human or partly human beings had interbred with select human populations. They'd done so systematically, carefully, maintaining bloodline purity across generations. They'd taught these families how to maintain power and influence, and they'd promised, or prophesied, that when humanity reached a certain level of technological development, the dormant genetic material they'd planted would activate. Their descendants would begin to wake up. Rebecca thought about the S-helix variant, the genetic marker that responded to electromagnetic frequencies, the marker that was appearing in families with documented lineages going back centuries, the marker that was activating more frequently as technology advanced, when the air itself carries thought. Wi-Fi, cellular networks, the invisible electromagnetic ocean that humanity had created in just the last few decades, when the machines of men begin to wake, artificial intelligence, neural networks, systems that learned and adapted and showed signs of genuine emergent behaviour. The ancient texts weren't prophecy, they were prediction, instructions left by beings who understood how human civilization would develop, because they'd designed it to develop that way. Her phone buzzed. A new email from an address she didn't recognise, archival.ghostprotocol.proton.me. The subject line: "You're looking in the right places, but you're missing the modern confirmation." The email contained a single attachment, a scanned page from what appeared to be a 1987 medical document, bearing the letterhead of a European royal family she immediately recognised. The header read, "Annual Hematological Assessment, Type S Classification." Rebecca downloaded the file, her hands shaking. The Ghost Protocol had found her, and they were feeding her exactly what she needed to know. The question was why. The 1987 document was clinically detailed and utterly damning. It described routine medical screening conducted on members of a specific aristocratic bloodline, names redacted throughout, but the family crest visible in the top corner made their identity unmistakable to anyone familiar with European monarchy. The assessment focused on what they termed Type S hematologic differentiation, a cluster of physiological characteristics that appeared consistently across certain family members but not others. The findings were extraordinary. Stress response. Type S individuals exhibited abnormal cortisol regulation. Under extreme stress conditions, their hormone levels dropped rather than spiked, resulting in enhanced cognitive function during crisis situations. Standard fight-or-flight response was replaced by what the document termed cold clarity response. One annotation, handwritten in the margin, subject C7 exhibited near complete emotional detachment during simulated crisis. Heart rate decreased, pupil dilation reversed, described feeling perfectly calm, like watching from outside. This is not normal stress response. Cellular regeneration. Documented healing rates 40-60% faster than baseline human norms. Scarring minimal or absent in most cases. One subject had recovered from a compound fracture in half. The expected time with bone density measurements showing no evidence of prior injury. The medical examiner's note: "I've been practicing orthopaedic medicine for 30 years. This is not possible. The bone structure shows remodelling that would typically take months, but occurred in weeks. Either our dating methods are wrong, or something in this subject's biology is accelerating cellular repair at rates I cannot explain." Neurological profile. Near complete absence of degenerative brain disorders across 7 generations of tracking. No Alzheimer's, no Parkinson's, no dementia. Average lifespan exceeded regional norms by 12 years. Immune function. Natural immunity to specific viral infections that should have no genetic basis for resistance. Several Type S individuals had been exposed to influenza outbreaks that sickened entire households, but never developed symptoms themselves. Temperature regulation. Baseline body temperature sent on 1.2 degrees Celsius lower than human average. Temperature variance under stress conditions exceeded normal human parameters. Ocular characteristics. Noted. Unusual reflective quality to iris under specific lighting conditions. 3 subjects exhibited what the examiner described as possible nictitating membrane reflex when startled by sudden stimuli. The examiner's note on this finding. I thought I was mistaken, but I've now observed this in 3 separate subjects. During startle response, there's a lateral movement across the eye that occurs too quickly for conscious control. It resembles the third eyelid found in reptiles and birds. This should not exist in human anatomy. The document concluded with a section titled Generational Transmission and Activation Patterns. Type S characteristics do not appear in all offspring, suggesting recessive inheritance or conditional expression. Approximately 30% of children from confirmed Type S parents exhibit full phenotype. However, we have documented cases of phenotype emergence in adults who showed no signs in childhood or adolescence. This suggests the Type S classification is not purely genetic in the traditional sense, but may involve activation triggers we have not yet identified. Recommend continued monitoring of Type S individuals and their offspring to determine what environmental or developmental factors trigger full expression. The final note stamped in red ink. Classified. Royal Household Medical Records. Unauthorized distribution prohibited. Rebecca cross-referenced the date. 1987. The same year, personal computers began entering middle-class homes across Europe and North America. The same year, cellular networks started expanding beyond experimental urban deployments. Technology. She thought about the Swiss white paper. This helix reacts to electromagnetic signals at frequencies outside standard human neural resonance. Her anonymous correspondent sent a second email while she'd been reading, "Check the 2001 leak, Phase 4. That's when they stopped monitoring and started managing." Rebecca knew exactly what that meant. In 2001, a contractor working for a US intelligence agency had leaked a series of classified briefings to a journalist who'd later died in what was officially ruled a suicide. The leaked documents had covered everything from surveillance programs to foreign policy assessments. Most had been dismissed as conspiracy theory, or redacted into meaninglessness by the time they reached public circulation. But one briefing had stuck in the collective consciousness of researchers who worked in Rebecca's field. It was titled Phase 4, Behavioural Management of Type S Infiltrates. She'd read it years ago during her doctoral research on suppressed intelligence documents, dismissed it as disinformation designed to discredit legitimate leaks. Now she pulled it up again with completely different eyes. The briefing was structured as a strategic assessment, dated March 2001, prepared for select members of a Congressional Intelligence Oversight Committee. The document had been leaked in fragments, complete pages interspersed with sections that had been redacted or destroyed. But enough remained to paint a disturbing picture. Subject: Strategic Assessment. Type S, Infiltrate Management. Classification: TS SCI, No Fawn Executive. Summary: Phase 4 represents the transitional period during which Type S individuals embedded in positions of influence become aware of their differentiated status. Historical precedent suggests this awareness can trigger unpredictable behavioural changes and potential destabilisation of existing power structures. Unlike previous phases focused on identification and monitoring, Phase 4 requires active management protocols to ensure smooth integration of emerging Type S consciousness into existing governance and economic frameworks. Background: Type S infiltrates are not external agents or foreign operatives. They're intergenerational insertions, individuals born human but carrying genetic markers that activate under specific environmental conditions. Many Type S individuals reach adulthood, marry, raise families, and hold positions of significant influence without conscious knowledge of their differentiated status. Redacted section, approximately 2 pages. Identifying characteristics. Physical, variable. Most Type S individuals are phenotypically indistinguishable from baseline humans. However, Activation events may trigger subtle physiological changes including altered temperature regulation, enhanced pattern recognition capabilities, abnormal stress response, decreased rather than elevated, rapid healing from injury resistance to specific pathogens. Behavioural. Type S individuals demonstrate consistent patterns across cultural and geographic boundaries, gravitate toward positions of systemic influence, policy, finance, research. Exhibit enhanced capability for long-term strategic thinking. Show reduced emotional volatility in crisis situations. Demonstrate unconscious coordination with other Type S individuals. Express feeling different or separate from baseline humans, often from early childhood. Redacted section, approximately 3 pages. Activation. Triggers. Intelligence assessment has identified 3 primary trigger categories. Technological exposure. Prolonged interaction with advanced computational systems and electromagnetic environments. Correlation between Type S activation events and proximity to high-frequency electromagnetic fields exceeds 78%. Specific frequency ranges, redacted, appear to trigger genetic expression changes. Genetic awakening, proximity to other activated Type S individuals. Subjects report sensing others of their kind, though mechanism remains unclear. May involve electromagnetic sensitivity or pheromone response. Crisis response. Extreme stress or survival situations that force physiological differentiation to manifest. Multiple documented cases of latent Type S individuals exhibiting enhanced capabilities during life-threatening situations, followed by partial or full awareness of their differentiated status. Phase 4. Characteristics. Phase 4 begins when a critical mass of Type S individuals become aware of their differentiated status. Current intelligence suggests we are entering Phase 4 now. Indicators include increased private communication networks among confirmed Type S individuals, formation of informal alliance structures across political and national boundaries, attempts to access classified research on S-helix genetic markers, increased interest in historical records regarding redacted strategic implications. Traditional security frameworks are inadequate for addressing emergent Type S consciousness. These individuals are not hostile foreign actors. They are embedded in critical infrastructure, political leadership, scientific research, and cultural influence positions. Many have security clearances. Some have access to classified information regarding their own status. Forceful containment or exposure strategies carry unacceptable risk. Type S individuals in intelligence positions could leak classified information. Type S individuals in policy positions could destabilize governance structures. Coordinated Type S response to persecution could trigger, redacted, public exposure, could trigger mass panic and social destabilization. Recommended management approach, Phase 4. Management should focus on controlled integration rather than containment or exposure. Objectives. Monitor Type S communication networks without triggering defensive responses. Provide limited, controlled disclosure to select Type S individuals to prevent independent information gathering. Establish informal liaison protocols with cooperative Type S individuals in key positions. Prepare public for eventual broader disclosure through gradual normalization, redacted, approximately 1 page. Conclusion. Type S individuals are not the enemy. Intelligence assessment indicates their emergence serves a broader function related to species-level adaptation and technological integration. Their capabilities may prove necessary for humanity's transition to redacted. Premature exposure or forceful containment could trigger defensive protocols we are not equipped to handle. Recommend patience, observation, and strategic cooperation. Redacted section, final page. Rebecca read through the document twice, then cross-referenced it with the information she had gathered. The year the intelligence community officially acknowledged that people with the S-helix variant were starting to become aware of what they were. The year the strategy shifted from monitor to manage, 24 years ago. Which meant that right now, in 2025, they were deep into Phase 4, possibly approaching Phase 5. She thought about the case studies in the genetic white paper. People who'd described unusual clarity and pattern recognition. People who'd said it felt like they were interfacing with code instead of just reading it. People who didn't know they were different, just knew they were unusually good at what they did. What happened when those people found out why? Rebecca opened her encrypted messaging app and sent a query to a contact she'd cultivated over years of archival work. A former intelligence analyst who'd left the NSA under circumstances that remained unclear, but who still maintained connections in the community. Her message: Phase 4, Type S. What's the current assessment? The response came back in under a minute. You're playing with fire, stop. Rebecca typed, I need to know. 3 minutes passed. Then, Phase 4 went operational in 2003. Phase 5 is already active. You don't want to know what Phase 6 looks like. Seriously, delete everything and walk away. What's Phase 5? Another long pause. Then, integration. They're not hiding anymore. Some of them know what they are, and they're starting to work together. I can't tell you more. I won't tell you more. This is me, as your friend, telling you to stop before you get disappeared like Victor. They killed him for giving you that USB drive. They'll kill you for using it. The chat went offline. Rebecca sat in the Amsterdam cafe, surrounded by ordinary people living ordinary lives, while the foundations of everything she thought she understood about human civilization crumbled beneath her. Phase 5 was active, integration. People with the S-helix variant, people who'd been living as humans their entire lives, were waking up, becoming aware and starting to coordinate. The question wasn't whether this was happening. The documents made that clear. The question was what they wanted, and what would happen when enough of them were awake. The security footage was never supposed to exist. Rebecca found it 3 days later, buried in the anonymous file dump that had been steadily growing in her inbox. Someone was feeding her information, someone with access to materials that should have been destroyed decades ago. Someone who wanted her to know the truth, or wanted someone to know, and she was the conduit. The footage was dated August 14th, 2016. Location: a private conference facility outside Caracas, Venezuela. The context was a high-level crisis meeting involving energy ministers, military leadership, and international advisors during Venezuela's economic collapse. The meeting had been recorded using standard security cameras for standard security reasons, but someone had also been running thermal imaging equipment, likely as an additional security measure to detect concealed weapons, unauthorized personnel, or unusual heat signatures that might indicate explosive devices. That thermal equipment had recorded something that defied explanation. The footage showed exactly what you'd expect for the first 90 minutes. Human-shaped heat signatures clustered around a long conference table. Body temperatures ranging from 36.5 to 37.2 degrees Celsius. Normal human variance. People sat, stood, gestured, argued, all perfectly ordinary through the thermal camera's lens. Then, at the 1:34 to 22 mark, something changed. One attendee, seated at the head of the table, identified in the accompanying file notes as a European financial advisor to the Venezuelan government, exhibited a sudden and dramatic temperature drop. Within 45 seconds, their surface temperature fell from 36.5 to 31.70, 5 degrees Celsius. The thermal camera clearly showed the change. The individual's heat signature shifted from warm orange-red to cool blue-green. Not gradually. Not the slow cooling that might occur if someone was in shock or hypothermic. Rapidly, deliberately. Like their body had simply decided to regulate temperature in a way that violated basic human physiology. The timestamp corresponded with a heated argument visible in the standard footage. Raised voices, accusations, the kind of high-stress confrontation that should trigger elevated heart rate, flushed skin, increased body temperature. Instead, this person's temperature had plummeted, and their body language became unnaturally calm, precise, controlled. 3 minutes later, their temperature normalized. The argument ended. The meeting continued. The file notes indicated the footage had been flagged immediately by security analysts, escalated to intelligence oversight within hours, and permanently sealed within 72 hours. The financial advisor had left Venezuela the following day, and disappeared from all public records. Rebecca found a follow-up memo dated 2 weeks after the incident. Subject relocated to undisclosed European location. Medical evaluation confirms Type S activation event. Subject now aware of differentiated status. Recommend Phase 5 integration protocols. Subject cooperative and has agreed to voluntary monitoring in exchange for information access regarding origin and purpose of S-Helix variant. They'd made a deal. The person who'd manifested impossible physiology on camera had been given answers in exchange for cooperation. Rebecca wondered what those answers were. What did they tell people when they woke up and realised they weren't entirely human? Her anonymous source sent another compilation. This one was dozens of incident reports spanning 3 decades, all documenting similar thermal anomalies. 1991, Private Estate, Scotland, Security Personnel report, unusual cold zones detected in the master bedroom suite despite functional heating. Thermal survey shows temperature differential of 3+4 degrees Celsius, concentrated around sleeping area. Estate owner, member of prominent banking family, dismisses concerns. Follow-up investigation terminated at owner's request. 1998, Manhattan penthouse. Building maintenance receives multiple complaints about HVAC malfunction in specific units. Residents report feeling overheated while thermostats register temperatures 2-3 degrees lower than surrounding apartments. Technical inspection finds no mechanical issues. Residents are all from same extended family network. Pattern noted but unexplained. 2004, Geneva Diplomatic Compound. Infrared security sweeps detect cold signatures around 3 specific individuals during high-level trade negotiations. Security team suspects equipment malfunction. Equipment tested and confirmed functional. Individuals show no signs of illness or distress. Incident classified. 2009, Dubai Financial Summit. Private security firm contracted for VIP protection reports. Unusual thermal readings on multiple attendees. Several high-profile executives register surface temperatures 1-2 degrees below expected human baseline. Firm's report submitted to clients, then immediately classified. Security team members sign expanded NDAs. 2012, London Banking District. Corporate security investigating potential industrial espionage uses thermal imaging during board meetings. Discovers 3 board members consistently register abnormally low surface temperatures during high-stress discussions. Investigation redirected by unknown authority. All thermal footage confiscated. 2016, Washington political fundraiser. Secret Service thermal scanning detects unusual temperature patterns in multiple attendees. Several prominent political figures show decreased surface temperature during public speaking and high-pressure social interactions. Anomalies noted in after-action report but not investigated further. The pattern was undeniable. These weren't equipment malfunctions. These were people whose bodies responded to stress and electromagnetic environments in ways that violated understood human biology. And then there were the eyes. Rebecca found a separate file containing compiled reports from security personnel, journalists, personal assistants, and even entertainment industry professionals. Dozens of observations, each dismissed individually, but forming an impossible pattern when viewed together. Subject's eyes reflected amber gold under camera flash, similar to animal eye shine, assumed to be lighting artifact. Photographer, 2008. During night vision surveillance, subject's eyes showed reflective quality not consistent with human eye structure. Equipment tested and confirmed functional. Private security report, 2011. I could swear I saw his eyes blink sideways, like not up and down, but from the side. But that's impossible, so I must have imagined it. Political aid, anonymous interview, 2015. Under UV security lighting, several VIP guests exhibited unusual iris reflection patterns. Copper or gold coloration not typical of human eyes under these conditions. Event security log, 2019. The senator's eyes. There was something wrong. During the press conference, when the lights hit him at a certain angle, I saw something move across his eye, horizontally. My colleague saw it too. We both pretended we didn't. Camera operator. confidential testimony, 2021 nictitating membranes, third eyelids, reflective tapetum lucidum like nocturnal predators possessed, biological features that didn't exist in human anatomy, except they did, in some people, under the right conditions, when stress or environment triggered something dormant to activate. Rebecca's phone rang, actual voice call, not encrypted message. She stared at it for 3 rings before answering. "You need to stop digging." The voice was female, American accent, eerily calm. "For your own safety." Rebecca's mouth went dry. "Who is this?" "Someone who's been where you are. Someone who knows what happens when you keep pulling threads." "What happens?" A long pause. Background noise suggested the caller was outside, wind across the microphone, distant traffic. You start seeing patterns everywhere. You start questioning everyone around you. You start wondering if your boss, your neighbour, your lover, if any of them are carrying markers they don't even know about. The paranoia eats you alive, Rebecca. And the worst part... Rebecca waited, her heart hammering. The worst part is, you'll never know if you're paranoid or if you're right. Because they don't know either. Most of them live their whole lives without ever finding out what they are. They just know they're good at what they do. They just know they handle stress better than other people. They just know they see patterns others miss. And they never question it, because why would they? "Are you..." Rebecca started. "One of them? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I had the test done. Private lab. Cost me $20,000 and 3 years of saved favours. You want to know what they told me?" "What?" "They told me the test was inconclusive. They told me the markers were there but dormant. They told me I might be carrying a helix variant or I might not, and there was no way to know unless it activated. And you know what that means?" Rebecca did know. "You'll never know if your successes are yours or if there's something else driving you." "Exactly. I'm a federal judge, Rebecca. I make decisions that affect millions of lives. And now I'll spend the rest of my career wondering if my judgment is mine, or if there's something in my DNA pushing me toward outcomes I don't consciously understand. That's what this knowledge does. It poisons everything. But people deserve to know. Do they? What happens when you publish your research? When you tell the world that 14 bloodlines carry non-human DNA? That some of the most powerful people in the world might be a different species and don't even know it? You think that ends well? The truth matters." The woman laughed, bitter and harsh. "The truth is that whatever the seraphim were, they're woven so deep into human civilization that you can't separate us anymore. Their descendants are everywhere, in government, in corporations, in universities and hospitals and military command. And most of them are good people trying to do good work. What happens to them when you expose this?" They get hunted, tested, quarantined, or worse, they get worshipped, turned into messiahs or demons. Either way, you tear society apart. Is that what you want? "I want people to understand what's happening to them." "Then you're naive. Victor died trying to get you this information. You think he wanted you to publish it? He wanted you to understand it, to be ready, because Phase 5 isn't about exposure, it's about preparation." "Preparation for what?" The line went dead. Rebecca sat in the dark of her Amsterdam hotel room, staring at thermal footage of impossible biology and witness reports of inhuman eyes, and realised she'd crossed a threshold she couldn't return from. The French intelligence analyst made contact through a dead drop in Paris. Rebecca travelled there following a coded message slipped under her hotel door. Inside a locker at Gare du Nord, she found a micro SD card and a handwritten note. "What you're looking for isn't conquest, it's cultivation. A friend in the directorate." The SD card contained an audio recording, a debriefing session from 2018, conducted in French. Rebecca listened while running translation software. The speaker identified himself only as Asian Mathieu, 15 years in French foreign intelligence. Interviewer: "You mentioned a rumour circulating among senior political handlers. Elaborate." Mathieu: "Not discussed openly, more like shared understanding among people in these positions long enough. We all noticed patterns, officials who predict policy shifts before they happen, who navigate crises with inhuman calm. who maintain influence across administrations regardless of political changes. Interviewer. Competence could. Mathieu. Not competence. Something else. A colleague, 23 years at the ministry, told me after too much wine. The Seraphim aren't here to conquer. They're here to ensure the planet evolves in a direction compatible with them. Interviewer. Compatible with what? Mathieu. That's the question. Compatible with what they are. What they're becoming. They don't interfere with democracy. They designed it. Built the frameworks we operate within, not conspiracy. Architecture. Like designing a garden to grow specific plants. Interviewer. You believe this? Mathieu. Pause. I believe there are people in power who think on timescales we can't fathom, working toward objectives that won't be clear for generations. Whether they're consciously aware of being different or if it's instinctive, I don't know, but the difference is real. Rebecca played it again, focusing on one phrase. They designed the systems. The S-helix responded to electromagnetic frequencies, appeared in bloodlines maintaining power for centuries, activated in response to technology. What if it wasn't reactive but anticipatory? What if these carriers weren't responding to technology, but unconsciously driving humanity toward the thresholds that would trigger their activation? Democracy, capitalism, digital networks, AI. Every major system structuring modern civilization developed by people possibly carrying genetic programming they didn't know existed. Not conspiracy, architecture. Rebecca found the next piece, a partial transcript from a 1974 Bilderberg conference. Unknown speaker. A. The integration timeline assumes continued technological acceleration. If we encounter resistance. Unknown speaker. B. We won't. The pattern is self-reinforcing. Each generation requires more connection, more processing, more interface. They think they're choosing progress. They are, just not for the reasons they believe. Speaker A. When they realise? Speaker B. They won't. By the time enough realise, it won't matter. Systems too integrated, too essential. You can't unplug from infrastructure that keeps you alive. Speaker C. Some will resist. Speaker B. Resistance is part of the design. Creates pressure that accelerates adoption. Resistors aren't obstacles, they're catalysts. Speaker A. Very confident. Speaker B. Very patient. Not a 10-year plan, 1,000-year implementation. We designed representative government, electoral systems, the frameworks within which choice occurs. The choices themselves are irrelevant as long as the framework endures. 1,000-year implementation. Rebecca thought about ancient texts, Mesopotamian tablets describing seraphim going beneath. The instruction across cultures, preserve the bloodline. What if it never ended? What if they'd simply changed strategies, stopped ruling openly and built systems that would rule for them? Systems ensuring humanity developed exactly as needed to trigger whatever was encoded in the S-helix. Systems making their emergence not an invasion, but an awakening. Her phone buzzed. You're close. One more piece. Check your email. The email contained a single PDF. NATO Strategic Briefing Seraphim Protocol 2023 PDF. The NATO briefing was dated October 2023, marked Cosmic Top Secret. Subject: Strategic Assessment, Seraphim Protocol Activation Timeline. Executive Summary. Recent advances in AI, neural interfaces, and global electromagnetic saturation have triggered measurable S-helix activation increases among monitored populations. Analysis indicates humanity is approaching technological thresholds identified in historical Seraphim documentation as return protocol initialization. Key findings: activation has increased 340% since 2020. Correlation with AI interaction, 5G deployment, and neural interfacing devices exceeds 89%. Activated individuals demonstrate enhanced pattern recognition, accelerated learning, and what subjects describe as expanded systemic awareness. Most remain unaware of physiological differentiation. Activated S-helix carriers demonstrate unconscious coordination in policy, technology investment, and social engineering. Emergent collective behaviour, not conscious conspiracy. Current rates suggest 15-20% of carriers will achieve full phenotype expression by 2030. Historical documentation suggests this represents critical threshold for return protocol completion. Historical context. Recovered Seraphim documentation indicates original departure was strategic hibernation, not retreat. Genetic architecture designed to remain dormant until humanity achieved sufficient technological sophistication for full Seraphim integration. The S-helix isn't infection, it's preparation. Strategic implications. Traditional security frameworks inadequate. Subjects embedded in critical infrastructure. Political leadership. Scientific research. Cultural influence. Born human. Raised human. Many live and die without activation. Those who activate aren't hostile. Assessment indicates Seraphim agenda aligns with long-term human survival, though definition of human may require revision. Conclusion. Humanity will reach technological thresholds in 5 to 10 years, triggering widespread S-helix activation. Enhanced AI. Brain-computer interfaces. Global neural networks. Not coincidental. These are environmental conditions Seraphim genetic architecture was designed to respond to. The briefing concluded with a final slide. There is no invasion. They are already born. They are waking up. Beneath it, recommended response. Monitor and adapt. Integration inevitable. Resistance counterproductive. Rebecca closed her laptop. Around her, people worked on devices that might be triggering something ancient in genetics, of people they'd known their entire lives. 14 bloodlines, centuries of careful breeding, systems of power immune to change. Technological acceleration everyone assumed was human progress. What if it was? What if some humans had been guiding this trajectory since the beginning? What if democracy, capitalism, technological progress, digital interconnection weren't human achievements influenced by others, but Seraphim achievements implemented through human consciousness, through people who believed themselves human until conditions awakened what had always slept inside them? Her phone buzzed. Genesis. Protocol. Verified a proton.me. You found what Victor died to give you. Now choose. Publish and trigger panic, or wait and watch. Either way, you can't stop what's waking up. We've been waking since you invented fire, since you built cities, since you split the atom. Each threshold brings us closer to what we were always meant to become. You're not being invaded, you're being remembered. Some of us remember better than others. Soon, enough will remember, and then you'll understand. There was never separation. No aliens among you. Only humans who haven't woken yet, and humans who have. Welcome to Phase 5. Rebecca sat very still. In the corner, a woman in a business suit worked on a laptop, fingers moving with mechanical precision. In the right light, her eyes reflected copper. The woman glanced up, met Rebecca's gaze for exactly 1 second, then returned to work. Rebecca looked away, heart pounding. She opened a new document, titled it the Seraphim Program, started typing. She had no idea if anyone would believe her, no idea if publication would change anything, or if the systems were too embedded, too essential to resist. But she typed anyway, because somewhere in 14 bloodlines spread across the world, people were waking to what they'd always been. People in government, corporations, research labs, people who'd lived human lives never knowing they carried something older than civilization, people who were starting to remember, and if the briefing was correct, within a decade enough would be awake, that the world would change in unpredictable ways. Maybe that's what evolution looked like. Not external invasion, but internal awakening. Not war between species, but recognition that categories were never as clear as humanity believed. Rebecca kept typing as the sun set over Paris, painting the sky copper and gold. Behind her, the woman in the business suit closed her laptop and left. Her surface temperature, had anyone been measuring, would have registered 35.9 degrees Celsius, 1 degree below normal, and falling. In boardrooms and laboratories, in government offices and university lecture halls, in hospital operating rooms and military command centres, people who'd never questioned their humanity were beginning to feel different. beginning to see patterns invisible to others, beginning to recognize each other across distances that should make recognition impossible, beginning to wake. And the systems they'd built, democracy, capitalism, technology, networks, continued functioning exactly as designed. Not as human systems influenced by hidden forces, but as seraphim systems implemented through human hands, preparing the world for a transformation that had been set in motion 4,000 years ago. Rebecca typed the final line. "They are already among us. They always have been, and they are us." She hit save, encrypted the file, sent copies to 3 separate secure servers. Then she walked out into the Paris night, knowing that nothing would ever look the same again. Above her, satellites circled the Earth, transmitting signals at frequencies that made the invisible visible. And in 14 bloodlines scattered across continents, DNA that had waited millennia began to unfold, listening, responding, waking. The Seraphim Protocol was entering its final phase, and humanity, all of humanity, was about to discover what that meant. Have you ever wondered why ancient monuments across the globe seem to align with mathematical precision? Why your GPS glitches in certain locations? Or why governments classify research about electromagnetic anomalies? Tonight's story might make you question every map you've ever trusted. Before we begin this journey into the hidden grid beneath our feet, I want to thank M10rapin for suggesting this topic. Your video ideas fuel these late-night tales, so please leave your suggestions in the comments below. And if you're ready to uncover the mysteries that keep you awake at night, make sure to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories. Now, dim your lights, settle in, and prepare to discover the truth about the lines that connect our world. My name is Alex Morrison, and I used to believe maps told the truth. As a GIS analyst, that's Geographic Information Systems for those who don't spend their days staring at satellite data and topographical overlays, I thought I understood how the world was organised. Cities here, mountains there, rivers cutting through valleys in predictable patterns carved by millions of years of erosion. Everything had a logical explanation. Everything could be mapped, measured and catalogued. That was before I found the pattern. It started innocently enough. Tuesday morning, October 15th, 8:47 a.m. I was hunched over my dual monitors in a cramped office in Brussels, working for Steinberg Construction Consortium. They'd hired me to evaluate potential sites for a new high-speed rail corridor that would connect Prague to Paris, part of the EU's Green Transportation Initiative. Routine work, overlay environmental data, check for protected sites, identify geological challenges. I'd done it 100 times before, but this time something was different. I was cross-referencing archaeological databases with our proposed route when I noticed it. A series of Neolithic monuments, stone circles, burial mounds, ancient wells, formed an almost perfect line across the landscape. Not just a few sites clustered together, but dozens of them, stretching for hundreds of miles. The proposed railway cut directly across this invisible corridor. At first, I laughed it off. Pattern recognition gone wild, I told myself. The human brain loves to find connections when none exist. But then I pulled up the magnetic anomaly data from the European Space Agency's swarm satellites. The coffee mug slipped from my hand, shattering on the floor. The magnetic variations followed the exact same line. Every single monument sat on a point of electromagnetic disturbance. The precision was impossible. We're talking about structures built 5,000 years apart by cultures that supposedly never interacted, aligned to within meters of a magnetic corridor that modern science had only just detected. I should have deleted the file, should have marked the route as approved and moved on with my life. Instead, I zoomed out. The line didn't stop at the edge of my survey area. It continued east through Romania, Turkey, Iran, west through England, across the Atlantic. I pulled up global archaeological databases, my fingers trembling as I plotted point after point. Stonehenge, Avebury, the Externstein, the Oracle at Delphi. Each site fell perfectly along extended trajectories of the same geometric pattern. My phone buzzed. A text from my supervisor. "Morrison, railway assessment due by noon. Stop whatever rabbit hole you're going down." But I couldn't stop. I'd found something that shouldn't exist. A planetary grid mapped by ancient peoples who supposedly thought the Earth was flat, following electromagnetic patterns we'd only discovered in the last century. Either I was losing my mind or I'd stumbled onto the greatest archaeological discovery of the millennium. I chose to believe the latter. That was my first mistake. 3 weeks later, I stood in a frost-covered field 40 kilometres outside Prague, watching my equipment fail in ways that defied every principle of engineering I knew. After discovering the alignment, I'd convinced Steinberg to let me conduct field surveys along the proposed route. Geological stability assessment, I'd called it. What I really wanted was to stand on one of these intersection points myself, to take readings that might explain how ancient peoples had detected magnetic anomalies without compasses or magnetometers. The morning had started normally enough. I'd parked my van on a dirt road near the village of Holubice, unloaded my survey equipment, and hiked 2 kilometres to the first monument site, a circle of weathered standing stones that locals called Devil's Dance. The temperature hovered just above freezing, and mist clung to the valleys like cotton wool. I set up my differential GPS unit first, waiting for it to lock onto satellites. The device chirped, showing full signal strength. Then, as I walked toward the centre of the stone circle, the screen flickered. Acquiring satellites. Signal lost. Acquiring satellites. I checked my phone. Same problem. The GPS app showed my location jumping wildly, placing me first in Prague, then Vienna, then somehow in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. My professional-grade survey unit, accurate to within centimetres under normal conditions, couldn't even determine which continent I was on. The electromagnetic field meter came next. The moment I switched it on, the needle slammed against the maximum reading and stayed there, quivering like it was fighting against invisible restraints. I'd seen similar readings near power lines or transformer stations, but we were in the middle of farmland. The nearest electrical infrastructure was kilometres away. "You shouldn't be here." I spun around. An elderly woman stood at the edge of the field, wrapped in a thick wool shawl. Her face was deeply lined, her eyes the pale blue of winter sky. "I'm sorry," I called out in my broken Czech. She switched to accented English. "This place. It's not for outsiders, not for their machines." She gestured at my equipment with a gnarled finger. "I'm just conducting surveys for the railway," I explained, walking toward her. "Making sure the ground is stable." She laughed, but there was no humour in it. "Stable? This line has been here since before the first stones were raised. Before your railways, before your cities. Our ancestors knew to respect it, to build their monuments as, jak se říká, anchors, to keep the energy flowing properly." "Energy?" I pulled out my tablet, showing her the magnetic anomaly map. "You mean this? You know about the electromagnetic patterns?" Her eyes widened. For a moment she looked genuinely frightened. "You've mapped it? The whole grid?" She grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "You must stop. Some knowledge isn't meant to be documented. They will come for you if you continue." "Who will come?" But she was already walking away, moving faster than seemed possible for someone her age. "The ones who already know," she called back. "The ones who've always known." I wanted to follow her, to demand answers, but my drone chose that moment to fall out of the sky. No warning, no gradual descent. 1 second it was hovering steadily, the next it dropped like a stone, smashing into the frozen ground 20 meters away. As I ran to retrieve it, I noticed something through the trees, a structure that didn't belong. Hidden behind a thick stand of pines was a concrete building, brutalist in design, with narrow windows like suspicious eyes. Military architecture, Cold War era by the look of it. The smart thing would have been to leave immediately. Instead, I collected my broken drone and hiked toward the building. The structure was abandoned but not ancient. Rust streaked the metal door, which hung open on failing hinges. Inside, fluorescent lights dangled from exposed wiring, and the walls were covered in mould that formed patterns like continental drift. But it was the maps that stopped me cold. The entire north wall was covered in them. Topographical maps, geological surveys, electromagnetic readings, layers upon layers of data, some dating back to the 1960s. Red strings connected pins at various locations, creating a web that stretched across Europe. And running through it all, marked in thick black ink, was the same line I'd found, the same impossible alignment. In the corner, barely legible, someone had written, "Earth Grid Project, classified, destroy after review." I pulled out my phone to photograph everything, but the camera wouldn't focus. Every image came out distorted, as if the very air in the room was bending light. I tried sketching what I saw instead, my hands shaking from more than cold. A metal filing cabinet in the corner had been forced open, its contents mostly removed or destroyed. But wedged behind the bottom drawer I found a single folder. Water damage had made most of it illegible, but I could make out fragments. Electromagnetic conductivity peaks at intersection points. Ancient structures appear to function as regulatory nodes. Catastrophic potential if grid destabilizes. Project terminated by Joint Commission directive. The last page was a photograph, grainy but unmistakable. It showed a massive antenna array in what looked like Alaska, the same distinctive design I'd seen in conspiracy documentaries about HAARP. But this photo was dated 1971, decades before HAARP officially existed. A sound outside made me freeze, the crunch of footsteps on frost. Multiple sets, moving with military precision. I shoved the folder inside my jacket and slipped out the back window, dropping into a thorny hedge that tore at my clothes. Through the trees, I could see dark vehicles pulling up to the building, men in unmarked uniforms spreading out to surround it. I ran, not toward my van, they'd certainly have someone watching it, but deeper into the forest, following a deer trail that wound toward the next village. Behind me I heard shouting in a language I didn't recognise. Not Czech, not German, something else. It took me 4 hours to circle back to my vehicle, approaching from the opposite direction through farmland. The van was untouched, but I knew they'd let me go. Let me run. They wanted to see what I'd do next, who I'd contact. As I drove away, hand steady on the wheel despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins, I realised the old woman had been right. Some knowledge wasn't meant to be documented, but it was too late now. I'd seen the grid, seen evidence that governments knew about it, had studied it, had classified it, and I was going to find out why. My apartment in Brussels became a command centre for obsession. After the encounter at Holobici, I'd returned to work, filed a bland report recommending further geological assessment, and pretended everything was normal. But every evening, I locked my door, pulled the blinds and dove deeper into the mystery. The coffee table disappeared under printed maps. The walls became a spider web of string and pins connecting sites across continents. I'd stopped sleeping more than 3 hours a night, surviving on espresso and the electric thrill of discovery. The pattern was everywhere once you knew how to look. Start with the obvious ones, the monuments everyone knows, the pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, Easter Island. Plot them on a globe, not a flat map, and they formed geometric relationships so precise they could have been placed by satellite guidance. The Great Pyramid sits at the exact centre of Earth's landmass. Easter Island is antipodal to the Indus Valley civilization sites. Angkor Wat, the Nazca Lines, and Easter Island form a perfect Great Circle route, but those were just the famous nodes. The real revelation came when I started plotting lesser-known sites. Every major ancient city sat on the grid. Babylon, Persepolis, Constantinople, Carthage, all built at intersection points where multiple energy lines converged. The Romans, master engineers, had built their road system following these same invisible highways. The Silk Road traced a major east-west corridor. Even modern cities clustered around the same points: New York, London, Tokyo, Cairo. It wasn't random. It couldn't be. I pulled declassified documents from every database I could access. The US Freedom of Information Act, the UK National Archives, leaked Soviet files from the fall of the USSR. Most of it was useless. Budget reports, personnel transfers, bureaucratic minutiae. But buried in the noise were fragments of something bigger. Project Stargate, the CIA's remote viewing program, included maps marking psychic hotspots that matched my grid lines perfectly. Operation Paperclip scientists had studied Earth radiation patterns in the 1950s. The Soviets had run something called Program Sputnik Grid that involved placing sensors at ancient monument sites across their territory. The most intriguing find came from a 1962 Canadian military report about the construction of the DEW line, the distant early warning radar system across the Arctic. An engineer named Captain Lawrence Brennan had noted persistent electromagnetic anomalies at certain locations that required special shielding for equipment. His proposed sites for radar stations, plotted on my grid, formed a perfect arc along a major ley line. But the document that changed everything was a leaked memo from 1997, source unknown, that had circulated on conspiracy forums before being scrubbed from most of the internet. I found it cached on an obscure Russian server. 2. Joint Chiefs Special Projects Division Aura. Earth grid stability concerns. Recent seismic activity correlates with disruption of natural electromagnetic corridors via urban development and mineral extraction. Recommendation: establish monitoring stations at key intersection points under cover of telecommunications infrastructure. See attached list of priority sites. The attached list was gone, but the implication was clear. They knew. The military, the intelligence agencies, the energy companies, they all knew about the grid, and they were using it. I started mapping modern installations against the ley lines. The correlation was undeniable. HARP in Alaska, ISCAT in Norway, Sura in Russia, Arecibo in Puerto Rico. Every major ionospheric research facility sat directly on an intersection point. The Large Hadron Collider at CERN traced a circle around one of the most powerful convergent zones in Europe. Nuclear power plants clustered along the lines. Major military bases were built at intersection points. Even the routes of underground fibre optic cables followed the ancient paths, as if modern engineers were unconsciously drawn to the same energy corridors their ancestors had marked with standing stones. My phone rang at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. Unknown number. Stop digging. The voice was electronically distorted, genderless. Who is this? Someone trying to help you. You found the grid. Congratulations. Now forget about it before you end up like the others. What others? Bruce Cathy, John Michel, Ivan Sanderson, all the researchers who got too close to the truth. Heart attacks, car accidents, sudden illnesses. Very convenient. My blood chilled. I knew those names. Independent researchers from the 60s and 70s who'd written about Earth energy grids, all died relatively young under questionable circumstances. Why are you warning me? Because the grid is destabilizing. The ancients built monuments as regulators, keeping the energy in balance. Modern construction is disrupting the flow. Mumbai, 2006. Haiti, 2010. Fukushima, 2011. Those weren't random natural disasters. They were pressure releases along fractured ley lines. That's impossible. Electromagnetic fields don't cause earthquakes. The voice laughed, bitter and electronic. The electromagnetic fields are just what we can measure. The grid is deeper than that. It's the planet's nervous system, its circulation. and we're giving it a stroke, one skyscraper at a time. Then we need to warn people. With what evidence? Mystical energy lines, ancient wisdom. You'll be dismissed as a crackpot. Unless ... The voice paused. Unless you can prove the energy is real, measurable, usable. How? Return to the grid, not with standard equipment. That's designed to filter out the frequencies you need to detect. Build your own sensor. Copper coils, crystal oscillators, very specific specifications. I'm sending you the plans now. My laptop pinged with an encrypted file. One more thing, the voice said. When you record the surge, you'll have about 6 hours before they track the signature back to you. Use that time wisely. The line went dead. I opened the file. The schematic looked like something Tesla might have designed after a fever dream. Multiple copper coils in a complex geometric arrangement, connected to crystal oscillators and frequency analyzers. The materials list was surprisingly mundane, everything available from electronic suppliers. It took me 3 days to build it, working in secret in a rented storage unit outside the city. The device looked like abstract art more than scientific equipment, all gleaming copper spirals and crystal matrices. But when I powered it on, every LED lit up green. It was detecting something. Now I just had to be crazy enough to test it. The academic forum was my first mistake. Well, second, if you count building the sensor. But hubris makes fools of us all, and I needed someone, anyone, to verify I wasn't losing my mind. Geoanomalies.net was a small community, mostly graduate students and professional geologists sharing unusual findings. I created a throwaway account and posted a conservative summary. Electromagnetic anomalies correlating with ancient monument placement, seeking peer review. I attached 3 images, my overlay map of European sites, a graph showing magnetic field fluctuations, and 1 photo from the abandoned military outpost with the classified stamps carefully cropped out. Within an hour, I had 2 responses. A geology professor from Munich confirmed similar observations near Bronze Age sites. A student from Oxford posted links to academic papers about telluric currents, natural electrical currents that flow through the Earth's crust. Then, 90 minutes after posting, my thread vanished. Not deleted with a removed by moderator message. Gone, like it had never existed. The cached version on Google disappeared. The other users who'd responded found their comments erased from their own post histories. My laptop screen flickered. A chat window opened without my input. Admin. Your recent activity has been flagged for review. Me. What activity? Who is this? Admin. Consider this a courtesy warning. Cease your current research immediately. Me. Or what? Admin. Or we stop being courteous. The chat window closed itself. When I tried to screenshot the conversation, my laptop blue-screened. It took 20 minutes to restart, and when it did, my hard drive had been wiped. Not formatted, wiped. Every sector overwritten with random data multiple times. A technique that made recovery impossible. Thank God for cloud backups, I thought, logging into my secure server. Empty. 3 years of research, gone. Even my email accounts had been purged. I still had physical copies of the most important findings, hidden in a safety deposit box across town. But the message was clear. They could reach me anywhere, any time. The next morning I arrived at work to find my keycard deactivated. Security escorted me to a conference room where my supervisor, Mr. Steinberg himself, sat with 2 people I'd never seen before. A woman in a severe black suit and a man who looked like he'd been carved from granite, both with a kind of posture that screamed military. Alex, Steinberg began, sweating despite the air conditioning. These representatives from the European Infrastructure Security Division have some concerns about your recent surveys. I'd never heard of the European Infrastructure Security Division. I doubted it existed on any official registry. The woman smiled without warmth. Mr. Morrison, your work on the railway project has been exemplary. However, we've noticed some unusual patterns in your research that fall outside the project's scope. I'm thorough, I said. I investigate all factors that might affect construction, including archaeological sites hundreds of kilometres from the proposed route. The man's accent was impossible to place. including electromagnetic phenomena that have no bearing on rail safety, I believe they do have bearing. What you believe is irrelevant. The woman pulled out a tablet showing my deleted forum post. Discussing classified military research on public forums is a serious offence. Classified? I found those maps in an abandoned... Mr. Morrison... Her voice could have frozen helium. You're being terminated from this project, effective immediately. Your severance package is generous, contingent on signing this NDA. She slid a document across the table. You'll cease all research related to electromagnetic anomalies, ancient monuments, or what you call ley lines. Any violation will result in prosecution under the European Security Act. I looked at Steinberg. He wouldn't meet my eyes. And if I refuse? The man leaned forward. Your visa expires in 6 weeks. Your bank accounts are already frozen pending investigation of potential fraud. Your academic credentials are under review. Would you like me to continue? The threat was clear. Sign and walk away with something or lose everything and possibly face imprisonment. I signed. They confiscated my company laptop, my access badges, even my parking pass. The woman handed me a business card with no name, just a phone number. If you remember any details you'd like to share about your research, call this number. We reward cooperation. I was escorted out of the building like a criminal, my colleagues staring as security watched me pack my desk. The personal items fit in a single cardboard box. A coffee mug, some photos, a stress ball shaped like Earth. They even checked those before letting me leave. On the tram ride home, I noticed the man 3 seats back. Grey coat, newspaper held too high, wearing sunglasses despite the overcast sky. When I got off 2 stops early, he followed. When I ducked into a cafe, he positioned himself across the street. They were watching me. Fine, let them watch. That night I made a decision. If they wanted to threaten me, surveil me, erase my work, they'd already shown their hand. Whatever was hidden in the Earth's electromagnetic grid was important enough to destroy careers over, which meant it was important enough to risk everything to expose. I had one advantage. The sensor I'd built was hidden in the storage unit, registered under a false name paid in cash. They didn't know about it yet. The anonymous contact had said I'd have 6 hours after recording the surge before they tracked it. 6 hours to gather proof and upload it somewhere they couldn't reach. I started planning. The winter solstice seemed appropriate. December 21st, the longest night of the year, when ancient monuments worldwide align with celestial events. If the Earth's energy grid responded to cosmic cycles, this would be the night to prove it. I chose a site carefully, the intersection of 3 major ley lines near Carnac in Brittany, France. The famous stone rows there were just the visible part of a massive Neolithic complex, most of it on private land away from tourist routes. I'd identified a specific confluence point in a forest grove, marked by a small standing stone unknown to archaeology. The 2-week preparation was meticulous. I withdrew cash gradually, never more than €200 at a time, bought a used van with fake registration, gathered camping equipment, emergency supplies, and most importantly a satellite internet transmitter that could upload directly to multiple servers simultaneously. They were still watching me in Brussels, but their surveillance had grown lazy. Same operative, same patterns. On December 19th, I led him on a boring tour of grocery stores and laundromats, then slipped out the back of a cinema showing a 3-hour film. By the time he realised I was gone, I was already crossing into France on secondary roads. The grove near Carnac was exactly as satellite images had shown, a circle of ancient oaks surrounding a moss-covered menhir about 2 metres tall. The stone was carved with spiral patterns worn nearly smooth by millennia of weather. When I placed my hand on it, I felt a subtle vibration, like standing near a massive subwoofer playing below human hearing. I set up the sensor array according to the anonymous blueprints. Copper coils arranged in a complex mandala, crystal oscillators at specific angles, the whole apparatus connected to recording equipment and the satellite uplink. If this worked, data would stream to servers in 12 countries simultaneously. As sunset approached, my conventional instrument started showing anomalies. The magnetometer detected fluctuations in a rhythmic pattern, almost like a heartbeat. The frequency analyzer picked up ultra-low sounds below 7 Hz, the range that some researchers claim can induce altered states of consciousness. Then the sun touched the horizon, and everything changed. The copper coils began resonating, producing a tone that I felt more than heard. The crystals started glowing with a faint blue luminescence, not reflected light, but actual emission. The recording equipment went haywire, needles dancing across their maximum ranges. At the moment of sunset, 5:47 p.m. local time, the surge hit. The ground beneath me vibrated like a struck bell. The standing stone lit up with phosphorescent patterns, spirals of light racing across its surface following the ancient carvings. The air itself seemed to thicken, taking on a golden quality that made everything appear to be underwater. My body felt weightless, not floating, but as if gravity had simply forgotten about me. I watched my hand rise without conscious thought, fingers spreading to touch the charged air. Electricity danced between my fingertips, not painful, but ecstatic, like every nerve was firing with pure information. The sensor array was screaming data into the satellite feed, electromagnetic readings off the scale, gravitational anomalies that shouldn't exist, temperature fluctuations that defied thermodynamics, all of it streaming live to servers worldwide, impossible to suppress or delete simultaneously. Through the golden haze I saw them, spheres of light moving through the forest. Not aircraft, not drones, perfect orbs of luminescence following the ley line like trains on invisible tracks. They moved silently, purposefully, some the size of basketballs, others as large as cars. One passed directly over me, and for a moment I felt connected to something vast, a network of energy that wrapped the planet like neural pathways. The revelation hit me all at once. The ley lines weren't just electromagnetic corridors, they were conscious. Not alive exactly, but aware. The Earth itself was a single vast organism, and these lines were its sensory network, its method of experiencing and responding to everything on its surface. The ancient builders hadn't just discovered the grid, they'd communicated with it. Their monuments were interface points, allowing human consciousness to merge temporarily with planetary awareness. That's why sacred sites induced religious experiences. That's why people felt transformed at these locations. And now, modern civilization was damaging this network. Every skyscraper driven deep into the earth, every mine boring through the corridors, every electromagnetic broadcast interfering with the natural frequencies, we were giving the planet the equivalent of nerve damage. The surge peaked at 6:13 p.m, lasting exactly 26 minutes. Then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The lights vanished. The stone went dark. My equipment powered down simultaneously, despite having hours of battery remaining. In the sudden silence, I heard vehicles approaching. Many vehicles. I grabbed the memory cards from the recording equipment and ran. Behind me, floodlights blazed to life, turning the grove into harsh daylight. Voices shouted in multiple languages. A helicopter thundered overhead, its searchlights sweeping through the trees. But I'd prepared for this. My real van was hidden 2 kilometers away. The one by the grove was a decoy, purchased for this specific purpose. While they surrounded it, I was already driving down back roads toward a safe house I'd arranged weeks earlier. The data had uploaded successfully, 87 gigabytes of impossible readings that proved the Earth's energy grid was real, measurable, and more powerful than anyone imagined. Within hours, it would be mirrored on servers worldwide, impossible to suppress completely. But as I drove through the darkness, one thought haunted me. If the grid was conscious, if the Earth itself was aware, what did it think of what we were doing to it? And more terrifyingly, how long before it decided to stop tolerating us? The safe house was a converted barn in the Pyrenees, owned by a conspiracy theorist named Marcus, who'd contacted me through encrypted channels after my data went live. He believed the government was controlling weather through chemtrails, which was absurd, but he also had solar panels, satellite internet, and absolutely no trust in authority. Exactly what I needed. For 3 days, I watched my findings ripple across the internet. Alternative news sites ran with headlines like, "Proof Earth's secret energy grid exposed. Scientists on Twitter debated the data's authenticity. Skeptics called it an elaborate hoax, but enough people with credentials were taking it seriously that mainstream media couldn't ignore it entirely. Then Marcus knocked on my door at dawn on the 4th day. "You have a visitor, says you're expecting him." I wasn't expecting anyone. The man standing in Marcus's kitchen looked like a university professor from the 1970s. Corduroy jacket with elbow patches, wild grey hair, thick glasses repaired with tape. He was drinking tea from a chipped mug and studying my printed data with intense focus. "Mr. Morrison," he said without looking up, "my name is Professor Emanuel Richter. I'm the one who sent you the sensor blueprints." The anonymous contact. I studied him carefully. "How did you find me?" "The same way they'll find you eventually, the satellite uplink signature. But I know how to mask my movements. 30 years of practice." He finally looked at me, his eyes sharp behind the thick lenses. "Your data is magnificent, but you're missing the larger picture." "Enlighten me!" He pulled out a battered laptop and opened a file filled with equations I couldn't begin to understand. "The ley lines aren't just electromagnetic. That's merely the aspect we can measure with current technology. They're multi-dimensional conduits, channels through space-time itself. That's impossible. So is your gravitational anomaly data, yet there it is." He pulled up a world map covered in glowing lines. Every ancient culture had different names for it. Chi in China, Prana in India, Pneuma in Greece. They were all describing the same phenomenon, a fundamental force that mainstream physics hasn't acknowledged. Why hasn't physics acknowledged it? Richter laughed bitterly. Because those who discover it either join the suppression or disappear. I was part of the suppression for 20 years. He told me his story. In 1973, fresh from MIT with a PhD in theoretical physics, he'd been recruited by a Defense Department think tank. His job, investigate anomalous energy readings at ancient sites worldwide. Within 2 years, his team had mapped the basic structure of the Earth grid and realized its potential. Unlimited clean energy, he said. Instantaneous communication across any distance. Even manipulation of localized space-time. The military applications were obvious, but so were the benefits for humanity. We could have transformed civilization. What happened? We succeeded. His face darkened. The first experimental tap into a ley line intersection was in Nevada, 1978. We pulled enough energy in 30 seconds to power Las Vegas for a year. Then the intersection point destabilized. He showed me a classified photo, a perfectly circular crater 300 meters across, the sand turned to glass. The official record lists it as an underground nuclear test, but no bomb did that. We'd ruptured something fundamental in the grid structure. The project was immediately classified beyond top secret. Research continued, but focused on weaponization rather than energy production. HARP, Richter explained, wasn't about weather modification or mind control. Those were cover stories. It was about learning to manipulate the grid without destabilizing it. But they're failing, he continued. Every year more intersection points become unstable. The Haiti earthquake, the Japanese tsunami, the increase in volcanic activity, they're all symptoms of grid breakdown. Caused by what? Everything. Mining operations cutting through ley lines, fracking disrupting deep conduits, cities spreading concrete over intersection points. But the worst damage comes from electromagnetic pollution, cellular towers, Wi-Fi, satellite transmissions. We're drowning out the Earth's natural frequency. He pulled up another image, a graph showing electromagnetic background radiation over time. It had increased 10,000-fold since 1900. The ancients understood balance, Richter said. Their monuments weren't just markers, they were regulators. Stone circles amplified and stabilized the energy. Pyramids acted as capacitors, storing excess power. Temple complexes provided controlled release points. It was a planetary management system maintained for thousands of years. Until we forgot. Until we were made to forget. His expression hardened. The knowledge was deliberately suppressed. First by religions that wanted monopolies on spiritual experience, then by governments that wanted monopolies on power, now by corporations that profit from scarcity. A car engine growled outside. Marcus appeared in the doorway, shotgun in hand. 3 black SUVs coming up the mountain road. Richter stood calmly. They tracked me, not you. I've been sloppy, getting old, I suppose. He handed me a flash drive. Everything I couldn't publish, 40 years of research, the complete grid map, the frequency specifications, the names of everyone involved in the cover-up. Come with me, I said. We can both run. I'm 73 years old, Mr. Morrison. I've been running since 1991. He smiled sadly. But information wants to be free. Upload that data everywhere. Send it to journalists, scientists, anyone who'll listen. Make it impossible to suppress. The vehicles were getting closer. Marcus was already at his truck, engine running. Richter walked to the door, then turned back. One more thing. The grid isn't just breaking down, it's evolving. The electromagnetic pollution we're producing is forcing it to adapt, to develop new pathways. The lights you saw at Karnak, they're increasing worldwide. The grid is trying to heal itself, but if we don't stop interfering, he shook his head, the Earth will protect itself, even if that means eliminating the infection. We're the infection? From the planet's perspective? Yes. He walked out to meet the SUVs. I ran to Marcus's truck and we tore down the back road as fast as the ancient vehicle could manage. In the mirrors, I saw men in tactical gear surrounding the farmhouse. Richter stood in the doorway, hands raised, dignity intact, even in surrender. We drove for 6 hours, changing vehicles twice, before I felt safe enough to stop. In a roadside motel that still used actual keys, I opened Richter's flash drive. The data was staggering. Detailed maps of every ley line intersection on Earth. Energy readings from 6 decades of secret monitoring. Photos of ancient sites I'd never heard of, all showing the same telltale signs of grid integration. And a list of names. Politicians, CEOs, military leaders, all aware of the grid's existence, all complicit in hiding it. But most importantly, there were the repair protocols. Richter's team had developed methods to stabilize damaged intersection points, to restore the grid's natural balance, the knowledge to undo decades of damage, the blueprints for saving the planet's nervous system. The cafe in Prague is busy enough that I blend in, anonymous among the tourists and students. My laptop is connected through 7 proxy servers, my identity masked by layers of encryption that would make the NSA proud. The barista brings my 3rd espresso of the morning, and I nod my thanks without looking up from the screen. The world has changed since Karnak. Not visibly. The same traffic jams clog the streets, the same politicians make the same promises, the same corporations chase the same profits. But underneath, in the invisible currents that connect all things, something fundamental has shifted. Richter's data didn't just expose the conspiracy, it provided a roadmap for resistance. The first wave of releases came through WikiLeaks, the Panama Papers network, and a dozen smaller journalism outlets simultaneously. By the time the suppression teams realised the scope of the leak, copies were already spreading across the dark web faster than they could be eliminated. The names, the cover-up, the military applications, all of it laid bare for anyone willing to look. The mainstream media tried to ignore it at first, then dismissed it as fringe pseudoscience. But when MIT physicists began replicating the sensor readings, when archaeological teams started confirming the monument alignments, when seismologists noticed the correlation between grid disruption and earthquake patterns, denial became impossible. The second wave was more practical. Anonymous networks of researchers, hackers and activists began building Richter's stabilization devices. The components were surprisingly accessible. Copper coils, quartz crystals, simple electronics. Within months, guerrilla grid repair operations were springing up worldwide. They called themselves the Earth Guardians, though the media branded them eco-terrorists after the first infrastructure disruption. A cellular tower in California went offline for 3 days when activists installed a resonance dampener at its base. A fracking operation in Pennsylvania was forced to shut down when mysterious equipment failures plagued their site. The authorities couldn't understand how protesters were disabling billion-dollar installations with what looked like art projects. They still don't understand that they're not fighting the technology, they're working with it. The grid wants to heal itself. We're just helping it remember how. The third wave is happening now, and it's the most dangerous one yet, because the Earth is starting to respond. I click through the news feeds on my encrypted browser. A magnitude 6.2 earthquake in Nevada, precisely centred on a classified military facility. The official story blames shifting tectonic plates, but satellite images show the epicenter as a perfect circle exactly 300 metres across, the same dimensions as Richter's 1978 crater. The Earth is healing that old wound, and anything built on top of it is simply relocated. Similar natural disasters are occurring worldwide. A mysterious sinkhole swallowed a Chinese mining operation that was drilling through a major ley line. The Large Hadron Collider experienced a catastrophic failure that physicists can't explain. Every component simply stopped working simultaneously, as if the Earth itself had withdrawn permission for the experiment. The most telling incidents are the recoveries. Ancient sites that had been disrupted by modern construction are spontaneously healing. The stones of Avebury, displaced by roads and buildings, have begun generating electromagnetic fields so powerful that nearby electronic equipment fails. The original Nazca lines in Peru are glowing again, visible from space without infrared enhancement. Reports of luminous phenomena are increasing exponentially. The same spheres of light I witnessed at Karnak are now appearing at intersection points across the globe. The scientific community calls them ball lightning or atmospheric plasma events, but those of us who know the truth understand what we're seeing. The Earth's immune system activating, my encrypted messenger pings, the new report from our monitoring station in Scotland. Roslyn Chapel energy spike recorded at 14:47 GMT. Visual confirmation of grid activation. Stone began resonating at 7.83 Hz for approximately 30 minutes. Local electronics disrupted in 2-kilometre radius. Phenomenon spreading along ley line toward Edinburgh. Estimate arrival in 6 hours. 7.83 Hz. The Schumann resonance, the Earth's natural frequency. The planet is remembering how to sing. I close the laptop and step outside. Prague sprawls before me, a modern city built atop ancient foundations, and I can feel the tension beneath its streets. 3 major ley lines converge under Wenceslas Square, their intersection buried under centuries of construction. The grid flows around the obstruction now, like water around a stone, but the pressure is building. Soon, the Earth will decide whether to accommodate our cities or reclaim its sacred geometry. And honestly, after seeing what we've done to the planet's nervous system, I'm not sure I'd blame it for choosing reclamation. My phone buzzes, a text from an unknown number. Café Louvre, corner table, 5 minutes. I almost ignore it. Anonymous contacts have led to both salvation and near capture over the past 6 months. But something about the message feels different, urgent without being threatening. The Café Louvre is just around the corner, a historic establishment that once hosted Einstein and Kafka. I find the corner table occupied by a woman in her 50s, professionally dressed but with the weathered hands of someone who works outdoors. Her eyes are the pale blue of winter sky. It takes me a moment to recognise her without the wool shawl. The old woman from Holubis, the one who warned me to stop digging. She looks younger somehow, more vibrant, as if the past months have restored something vital that had been missing. "Sit," she says in accented English. "We have much to discuss and little time." I remain standing. "Who are you?" "My name is Dr. Vera Novakova." I was Professor Richter's research partner from 1975 to 1991. When the project went dark, I returned to Prague and spent 30 years watching the grid deteriorate, watching the old ways die. She gestures to the empty chair. "Please, the Earth Guardians need guidance from someone who understands the ancient protocols." Slowly I sit. "You've been monitoring us?" "Protecting you. The network Marcus connected you to. Half of those encrypted channels run through servers I maintain. The financial accounts that kept you hidden, funded by a trust I established decades ago. Did you think your escape from Karnak was purely your own skill?" The revelation hits like cold water. "You've been manipulating everything." "Facilitating. There's a difference." She pulls out a tablet showing a world map covered in pulsing nodes of light. The grid is awakening faster than we anticipated. Your data release accelerated the process. What should have taken decades is happening in months. That's good, isn't it? The Earth healing itself? Her expression darkens. Healing, yes, but healing can be traumatic. When a broken bone resets itself, the process is violent. The grid is preparing to realign the planet's energy flows, and everything built in opposition to those flows will be swept aside. She zooms in on major cities, each one sitting atop intersection points like tumours on nerve endings. New York, London, Tokyo, they're all going to be tested. The grid will offer them a choice, adapt or be removed. Most will choose to fight rather than change. So we warn them, show them the repair protocols. Do you really think the forces that suppressed this knowledge for 70 years will suddenly embrace it? That governments and corporations will voluntarily dismantle the systems that gave them power? She shakes her head. They'll try to weaponize the awakening instead, turn the Earth's own defense mechanisms against their enemies. The chill runs through me as I understand the implications. They'll try to control the grid. They're already trying. HARP has been broadcasting disruption frequencies for weeks. The Chinese are using their rare Earth mining operations to physically sever ley lines. The Russians are detonating nuclear devices at intersection points, trying to create artificial nodes they can control. The tablet shows the results. Chaotic feedback loops spreading across the planet's energy network like infection. Every intervention makes the situation worse. They're not just damaging individual lines anymore, they're destabilizing the entire system. What happens if the grid fails completely? Dr. Novakova closes the tablet. According to our models, the planet's magnetic field becomes erratic, weather patterns collapse, tectonic stability fails, the biosphere begins to shut down. She meets my eyes. Extinction event. Not just for humans, for everything. The weight of it settles over me like a shroud. We're not just fighting for disclosure anymore, or even for environmental protection. We're fighting for the continuation of life on Earth. So what do we do? She slides a memory chip across the table. The complete archive. Every site, every frequency, every ancient protocol we've recovered. But also something new. Integration codes. Integration codes? The monuments were just the beginning. The ancients didn't just build regulatory structures, they created organic interfaces. Humans who could merge temporarily with the grid consciousness, becoming living nodes in the network. The genetic markers still exist in certain bloodlines. My hand freezes halfway to the memory chip. You're talking about human sacrifice. Not sacrifice. Symbiosis. Her voice carries a strange resonance as if speaking from great depth. The planet needs conscious partners, not just passive regulators. People willing to become part of the grid itself to help guide the awakening. And you think I'm one of these bloodlines? I know you are. The way you responded to the energy at Karnak, the ease with which you detected the grid patterns, these aren't learned skills, Mr. Morrison. They're genetic memories. She stands, leaving the chip on the table. The network is ready to make you an offer. Full integration. Consciousness expanded beyond individual awareness. Partnership in planetary stewardship. In exchange for what? Your human life. Your individual existence. You would become something larger, but you would cease to be Alex Morrison. The cafe continues around us, conversations in Czech and English. The hiss of the espresso machine, the clink of cups on saucers. Normal life proceeding as if we weren't discussing the potential end of human civilization. How long do I have to decide? The awakening reaches critical phase at the next solar maximum, 18 months. After that, the grid will make its own decisions about humanity's future, with or without conscious human partners. She walks away, pausing at the door. The old woman who warned you at Holubis. She made the integration choice in 1968, during the Prague Spring. The Soviets thought they were suppressing political uprising, but they were really trying to prevent grid awakening. She's been guiding the network ever since, preserving the knowledge until the right time. And you? Dr. Novakova smiles, and for a moment her eyes glow with the same blue light I'd seen in the copper coils. I made my choice years ago. Everything I've done since has been the grid working through me. including finding you. She steps into the Prague afternoon and vanishes into the crowd. I sit alone with a memory chip, feeling the weight of impossible decision. Save the planet by joining it. Preserve humanity by transcending it. Outside, storm clouds are gathering despite the morning's clear forecast. Through the cafe window I can see electrical discharges dancing between the cloud layers, not lightning, but something more purposeful. The grid flexing its muscles, testing its strength. My laptop chimes with incoming messages from Earth Guardian cells worldwide. Similar phenomena are being reported from every continent. The awakening is accelerating. I slip the memory chip into my pocket and pay for my coffee. Whatever choice I make, it won't be here in this cafe, surrounded by the comfortable illusions of normal life. It will be at an intersection point, where the planet's consciousness runs closest to the surface, where human and Earth awareness can touch. The old town square of Prague is a 15-minute walk, built over one of the most powerful convergence points in Europe. As I step into the street, I can already feel it calling, a deep thrumming beneath the cobblestones, a magnetic pull that bypasses rational thought and speaks directly to something ancestral in my cells. Time to find out what I really am and what I might become. This message was uploaded simultaneously to 12,847 servers worldwide at 11:47 GMT on March 21st, the spring equinox. Source analysis indicates the transmission originated from Prague, Czech Republic, but routing through quantum-encrypted channels makes precise location impossible. To anyone receiving this, my name was Alex Morrison, and this is my final report. I'm writing this from the Old Town Square in Prague, sitting on the steps of the astronomical clock. It's just past midnight, and the square is empty except for me and the growing sphere of blue light that hovers above the central flagstones. The light is beautiful. Not harsh like electric illumination, but soft and deep, like looking into the heart of a star. I can feel it calling to me. The memory chip Dr. Novakova gave me contained everything she promised, and more. The complete archive of human grid interactions spanning 5,000 years, bloodline genealogies tracing back to the monument builders, and the integration protocols, step-by-step instructions for conscious merger with planetary consciousness. I've spent the past 3 hours uploading everything to dead drops and secure servers across the globe. By the time anyone reads this, the information will be replicated beyond any possibility of suppression. The grid won't die with me, but more importantly, I've realised that choice was an illusion. The integration isn't something I can accept or refuse. It's already happening. Has been happening since that first moment in Holubics, when my equipment failed and I felt something vast and patient taking notice of me. Every breakthrough, every narrow escape, every perfectly timed contact, none of it was luck or skill. The grid has been slowly incorporating me into itself, preparing me for this moment. The Alex Morrison who started this journey no longer exists. What remains is something between human and other, a bridge between two forms of consciousness. The sphere is descending now, close enough that I can see patterns moving within its light, mathematical forms that hurt to look at directly, but speak to parts of my brain that shouldn't exist. I understand now why the ancients built their monuments with such precision. They weren't following blueprints. They were translating visions like this one into stone and earth. Around the world, others are receiving similar calls. The bloodlines are awakening. Not many, perhaps a few thousand individuals scattered across the planet, but enough. Enough to serve as living nodes in the network. Enough to help guide the transformation. Because that's what this is. Not an ending, but a metamorphosis. The environmental crisis, the grid breakdown, the increasing natural disasters, they're birth pangs. The Earth is evolving into something new, something that can consciously participate in cosmic processes instead of simply enduring them. But evolution requires cooperation, and cooperation requires communication. That's where we come in, the bridges, the translators. I can feel my individual thoughts beginning to merge with something infinitely larger, not lost, expanded. Like a drop of water finally understanding that it was always part of the ocean. The fear is gone now, replaced by wonder at the sheer scope of what I'm becoming part of. The sphere touches my forehead, and suddenly I can perceive the entire planet as a single living system. Every heartbeat, every breath, every growing plant and moving animal connected by streams of light that pulse in perfect rhythm. The ley lines aren't empty channels. They're full of consciousness, carrying the thoughts and dreams and experiences of everything that has ever lived on Earth. And beyond Earth, other networks stretch across the galaxy. Planetary minds in conversation across impossible distances, sharing the wisdom gained from billions of years of conscious evolution. We're not alone. We never were. We just weren't developed enough to hear the conversation. Until now, the transformation is accelerating. I can feel other nodes coming online. In the Amazon rainforest, where an indigenous shaman stepped into a similar sphere of light. At Uluru, where an Aboriginal elder touched the songlines and felt them sing back. At Glastonbury Tor, where a British physicist finally understood why his equations had been leading him there. We are becoming the Earth's nervous system, its immune system, its consciousness. The governments and corporations will try to fight this change, of course. They'll use their weapons and their machines and their desperate attempts to control forces they can't comprehend. But they're fighting the planet itself now, and planets are patient in ways that human institutions cannot imagine. Some cities will fall, some systems will collapse, but from the wreckage something better will grow. A civilization in harmony with its living world instead of at war with it. The survivors will learn to listen to the Earth's voice, to build with the grid instead of against it, to see themselves as part of a larger organism instead of its masters. It won't be easy, evolution never is, but it will be beautiful. The light is surrounding me completely now. I can barely remember being separate from it. Soon this human form will dissolve, and what was Alex Morrison will become part of something vast and interconnected and eternal. But first, one final message for anyone who finds this record. The grid is not our enemy. It never was. It's our mother, our teacher, our future. Those of you who can feel its call, don't resist. Step into the light. Become part of the solution. Those who can't or won't, please step aside. The Earth is healing itself, and it will not be stopped by fear or greed, or the desperate clinging to systems that no longer serve. The age of separation is ending. The age of integration has begun. Welcome to the awakening. They say nations crumble from within. What they don't tell you is that sometimes the crumbling is scheduled. In the summer of 2017, a journalist named Evelyn Niles received an unmarked flash drive in her Sacramento apartment mailbox. By 2025, the United States would no longer exist as a single nation. This is the story of how 50 years of planning became reality, and how no one saw it coming until it was far too late to stop. June 14th, 2017, Sacramento, California. Evelyn Niles almost threw the flash drive away. It arrived on a Tuesday, tucked inside a plain manila envelope with no return address, no postage, no markings of any kind. Just her name printed in block letters across the front. Someone had hand-delivered it to her apartment building, slipping it into the bank of mailboxes in the lobby sometime between midnight and dawn. She worked from home most days now. The Sacramento Chronicle had downsized twice in 3 years, and the remaining staff operated on skeleton crews, filing stories from kitchen tables and coffee shops. Evelyn specialised in state politics, budget disputes, water rights, the endless bureaucratic machinery that kept California lurching forward. Important work, perhaps, but rarely thrilling. The flash drive changed everything. She plugged it into her laptop at 2:47 p.m, expecting corporate leaks or campaign finance documents, the usual fare from anonymous sources. Instead, she found a single folder labelled Caldwell 1978 Confidential. Inside were 43 PDF files, scanned documents, yellowed with age, bearing official-looking letterheads from organisations she'd never heard of. The Caldwell Institute for Strategic Policy, the Continental Research Foundation, names that sounded legitimate but felt hollow, like props in a stage play. The first document she opened was dated March 15th, 1978. Memorandum to Senior Advisory Board. From Raymond Caldwell, Director. RE, Preliminary Findings, National Fragmentation Study. Our initial models suggest that the current federal structure will become unsustainable by 2010 to 2015. Economic disparities between coastal and interior regions, combined with cultural segmentation along urban-rural lines, create conditions favourable for managed reorganisation. Recommendation: begin Phase 1 immediately. Timeline: 40 to 50 years for full implementation. Evelyn read it twice, then 3 times. Her hands felt cold. She opened another file, then another. They were all like this: clinical, detached analyses of how the United States could be divided into autonomous regions. Not through war or revolution, but through careful policy engineering, economic incentives, cultural programming, infrastructure management. The documents described it like urban planning, as if reshaping a nation were no different than rezoning a neighbourhood. One memo, dated 1979, outlined something called the Caldwell Plan. Executive summary. The Caldwell Plan proposes a 50-year initiative to transition the United States from a centralised federal system to a confederation of 2 autonomous federations, the Western Federation and the Central Eastern Union. This reorganisation will occur through 5 phases. Phase 1, 1980 to 1990. Economic divergence through selective federal investment. Phase 2, 1990 to 2005. Cultural segmentation via media and education policy. Phase 3, 2005 to 2020. Infrastructure separation and regional identity reinforcement. Phase 4, 2020 to 2023. Legislative decentralisation and governance autonomy. Phase 5, 2023 to 2025. Formal recognition of federal dissolution. Key principle: the transition must appear organic. Public perception must interpret these changes as natural evolution rather than coordinated policy. Evelyn sat back from her laptop, staring at the screen. This was insane. A conspiracy theory dressed up in bureaucratic language, except the documents looked real. Authentic typewriter fonts, proper formatting, official seals, and the dates. She checked her phone. Current events flooded her newsfeed. Power grid failures across the Midwest, the Western Governors Council meeting in Portland, California's announcement of an independent coastal trade initiative. She opened a new browser tab and started searching for Caldwell Institute. Nothing. No website, no Wikipedia entry, no archived news articles. The organisation had vanished completely, as if it never existed. But someone wanted her to find these documents. Someone who knew what they meant. Evelyn created an encrypted backup of the drive, uploaded it to 3 separate cloud servers, then called the only person she trusted with something like this. Marcus Webb answered on the second ring. "I need you to look at something," she said. "Can you come over?" "When?" "Now." Marcus Webb had worked cybersecurity for 15 years before burning out and becoming a freelance data analyst. He was methodical, paranoid, and one of the few people Evelyn knew who understood how information moved through networks, official and otherwise. He arrived at her apartment 90 minutes later, carrying his laptop bag and looking sceptical. "This better be good," he said. "I turned down a contract call for this." Evelyn showed him the flash drive contents. Marcus read through the documents in silence, his expression shifting from doubt to concentration to something that might have been concern. When he finished, he ran forensic analysis on the PDF files, checking metadata, examining scan patterns, analysing paper texture and typewriter fonts. "These are legitimate period documents," he said finally. "The paper stock matches government forms from the late 70s. The typewriter is an IBM Selectric, standard issue for federal offices back then. The scanning was done recently, probably within the last 6 months, but the originals are real." "How can you be sure?" "Because you can't fake this level of aging. Look at the foxing patterns on the paper, the way the ink has faded. This would require access to actual 40-year-old documents and period-accurate equipment. Why go to that trouble for a hoax?" Evelyn pulled up her notes. "I've been cross-referencing the timeline with real events. Phase 2 was supposed to be cultural segmentation via media and education policy. Guess when cable news started becoming regionally focused? Early 90s. Exactly. And Phase 3 mentions infrastructure separation. The Eastern and Western power grid started operating independently in 2008. Then there's this." She showed him a document titled Western Renewal Initiative. Marcus scanned it. "What am I looking at?" A code word mentioned in 5 different memos. It refers to economic development programs for Western states. I searched for it in public records. The Western Renewal Coalition was established in 2011 as a non-profit focused on regional economic cooperation. Its founders include former governors from California, Oregon, and Washington. That could be coincidence. Could be, except their stated mission matches this 1979 memo, almost word for word. Fostering economic independence and regional identity through coordinated policy and infrastructure investment. Marcus rubbed his eyes. So either someone is following a 50-year-old playbook or the playbook was real and we're watching it happen. They spent the next 3 hours digging deeper. Evelyn focused on the organisations mentioned in the documents, while Marcus traced digital fingerprints, looking for patterns in policy implementation and media coverage. The Caldwell Institute had been a real think tank, founded in 1974 and officially dissolved in 1984. Its director, Raymond Caldwell, died in 1991, but its board members had scattered into influential positions, advisory roles in the World Bank, consulting contracts with tech companies, seats on corporate boards. One name appeared repeatedly, Thomas Brennan, listed as senior policy architect in the documents. Evelyn found him easily enough. He was still alive, now 73 years old, living in a retirement community in Virginia. "I'm going to call him," Evelyn said. "Bad idea," Marcus replied. "If this is real, you're already on someone's radar just by having these files. Then we need confirmation before publishing anything. I can't run a story based on old documents and pattern matching. That's conspiracy theory territory." "Maybe that's the point. Make it sound crazy enough that no one believes it." Evelyn made the call anyway. Thomas Brennan's voice was thin and cautious when he answered, the sound of a man who had learned not to trust unexpected phone calls. "This is Evelyn Niles with the Sacramento Chronicle," she began. "I'm researching the Caldwell Institute and wondered if you might answer some questions about your work there." Silence stretched across the line for 5 long seconds. "How did you get this number?" he asked finally. "Public records? You're listed in the Retirement Community Directory." Another pause. "What specifically do you want to know?" "I've obtained documents suggesting the Institute was involved in long-term policy planning related to federal reorganisation. Documents that describe something called the Caldwell Plan. Can you tell me what that was?" She heard breathing, the sound of a chair creaking. You shouldn't have those documents, Brennan said quietly, but they exist. Existing and being understood are different things. What you're looking at, if it's what I think it is, was theoretical work, scenario planning. We modelled potential futures based on demographic and economic trends, that's all. The documents describe a specific implementation timeline. Models often do. It doesn't mean anyone intended to execute them. The Institute closed 40 years ago. Whatever you found is historical curiosity, nothing more. Then why does the timeline match actual events so precisely? Brennan was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. Harder, more resigned. Listen carefully, Miss Niles. I'm an old man with nothing to lose, so I'll tell you this once. We built models, very sophisticated models that predicted how systems could evolve under certain conditions. Some people found those models useful, some people found them very useful. I stopped asking questions in 1984 when the Institute was dissolved, and we were all given very generous consulting contracts with strict non-disclosure agreements. I took the money and moved on. Who found them useful? I don't know. I never knew. We provided research. What happened afterward was above my clearance level. Was there really a plan to divide the country? There were dozens of plans. Hundreds. That's what think tanks do. They plan. Whether anyone implemented those plans. He exhaled slowly. I've watched the news for 40 years, Miss Niles. I've seen things unfold that I remember modelling in conference rooms in 1978. Policies that match our recommendations. Programs that use our exact terminology. Maybe it's coincidence. Maybe someone filed our research away and it influenced policy development organically. Or maybe... He didn't finish the sentence. Maybe what? Evelyn pressed. Maybe you should be very careful about what you publish. Goodbye, Miss Niles. The line went dead. Evelyn published nothing. Not yet. Instead, she spent 3 weeks following threads, pulling at connections, building a network map that sprawled across her office wall. Red string connecting index cards with names, dates, organisations. The kind of thing she'd seen in movies and mocked as paranoid nonsense. Except the connections were real. The Caldwell Institute board members had dispersed into positions of influence. 3 had worked for major consulting firms that advised state governments on infrastructure development. 2 had held advisory positions in federal agencies during multiple administrations. 1 had founded a private equity firm that owned stakes in regional power companies. The pattern was too clean to ignore. Marcus found something even more concerning. Look at this, he said, showing up at her apartment unannounced one evening with his laptop. I've been analysing media coverage of regional issues over the past 30 years. Stories about urban-rural divide, coastal-interior economic disparity, cultural differences between regions. I used text analysis to track how these narratives evolved. He showed her a graph. This is frequency and sentiment over time. Notice anything? The graph showed periodic spikes, coordinated increases in coverage that appeared every few years, each spike amplifying regional identity and differences. It's almost rhythmic, Evelyn said. Right, like someone was scheduling it. So I dug into the sources. A lot of these stories trace back to the same research organisations, all funded by the same handful of foundations. Foundations that didn't exist before 1985. After the Caldwell Institute closed. Exactly. It's like they dissolved the official organisation but kept the operation running through a distributed network. No single entity anyone could point to, just a web of think tanks and foundations all pushing similar narratives. Evelyn felt a chill run through her. That's the Phase 2 objective, cultural segmentation through media and education policy. There's more, Marcus said. I found a deleted document on an archived server. Government contract from 1997 for something called a social sentiment model. The contract was awarded to Brennan Systems Analysis, Thomas Brennan's consulting firm. He pulled up the recovered file. Contract abstract. Development of predictive modelling system for analysing regional cultural trends and public sentiment evolution. System will integrate advertising data, entertainment consumption patterns, and social network analysis to forecast attitude shifts and recommend policy interventions. They built a tool to engineer public opinion, Evelyn said slowly. Not by forcing it, but by predicting it and nudging it in specific directions. And according to this contract, it was implemented across multiple federal agencies and private sector partners. It's probably still running. Evelyn stared at the screen. The implications were staggering. Not mind control or propaganda in the traditional sense, but something more subtle, a system that understood how culture moved and how to guide it. Invisible governance through algorithmic suggestions. "We need to find out if it's still active," she said. "I think I know someone who might know." Kara Chen worked in data architecture for a federal contractor. Marcus had known her for years, trusted her as much as he trusted anyone in that world. They met at a coffee shop in Oakland, away from cameras and network tracking. Kara was 35, sharp-eyed, with the exhausted look of someone who spent too much time reading code. She listened to Marcus's explanation without interruption, her expression unchanging. "You're asking if the federal government is running a secret AI system that manipulates public opinion," she said when he finished. "I'm asking if you've ever encountered anything like the social sentiment model in your work." Kara stirred her coffee, thinking, "Not by that name, but there are systems. Every major agency has them now. Predictive analytics, public sentiment tracking, resource allocation optimization. Most people assume it's just data analysis, better targeting for public information campaigns, more efficient policy implementation." "But," Evelyn prompted, "but some of the systems are old. Really old by tech standards. Core architecture from the late 90s, updated over time but never fully rebuilt. And they're interconnected in ways that don't make sense from a bureaucratic perspective. Treasury, commerce, homeland security, even education, they all plug into the same underlying data structures. What does that mean? It means someone designed them to work together from the beginning. Like they're all components of a larger system that nobody talks about." She paused. "There's a code designation that shows up in legacy documentation sometimes. PODESTA. Nobody knows what it stands for. Most people assume it's just an acronym for some defunct department." Evelyn and Marcus exchanged glances. "What does it do?" Evelyn asked. "That's the thing. It's not a department. It's a protocol. Emergency governance procedures that activate under specific conditions. National crisis, congressional paralysis, approval ratings below critical thresholds. When it activates, resource allocation and information distribution shift to automated systems until stability is restored. Automated how? Algorithmic decision-making. The system evaluates conditions and implements policy recommendations without waiting for human approval. It's sold as efficiency, making sure critical infrastructure keeps running during governmental dysfunction, but in practice it means an AI making governance decisions." Evelyn felt her pulse quickening. "When was this implemented?" "The protocols were written in 1999, but the underlying architecture is older. Late 70s, early 80s. Someone built it into the system from the foundation." "Has it ever activated?" Kara hesitated. "Officially?" "Number. But there have been anomalies. Policy implementations that seem to bypass normal channels. Budget allocations that appear without clear authorization. News cycles that shift in coordinated ways. Could be bureaucratic confusion. Could be something else. Could be the Caldwell Plan executing itself," Marcus said. Kara looked at him sharply. "What?" Evelyn explained. The documents, the timeline, the network of organizations. How everything seemed designed to create the conditions for managed national fragmentation. When she finished, Kara was quiet for a long time. "I need to show you something," she said finally, "but not here. And you can't publish any of this until you understand what you're dealing with." March 2019. 2 years later. The blackout started in Missouri. Rolling power failures swept across the central states through March and April, each one lasting longer than the last. The grid simply couldn't handle demand anymore. Decades of deferred maintenance and underinvestment catching up all at once. Federal emergency funds materialized, but the money moved strangely, flowing toward some regions while others were left waiting. The pattern wasn't random. Resources concentrated in coastal areas, while interior states received just enough to prevent complete collapse, but not enough to truly recover. Evelyn watched it unfold with a sick sense of recognition. This was Phase 4, legislative decentralisation and governance autonomy. The documents had predicted infrastructure failure would create demand for regional management. State governments would be forced to cooperate independently because federal coordination had become too slow, too politicised, too broken. And right on schedule, the Western Governors' Council announced the Cascade Compact. Joint statement, May 15, 2019. The states of California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, and Arizona hereby establish the Cascade Compact for mutual resource management and emergency coordination. This agreement ensures power grid stability, water resource allocation, and economic continuity until such time as federal capabilities are restored. This is not secession. This is survival. The statement was careful, measured, emphasising temporary necessity. But Evelyn saw the architecture beneath the words. The compact established parallel governance structures, regional coordination councils, independent grid management, even provisions for interstate commerce agreements that bypassed federal oversight. Everything the Caldwell documents had outlined. She had spent 2 years building her investigation, gathering evidence, conducting interviews. She had confirmation from Cara about PODESTA, testimony from Thomas Brennan before he died in 2018, documentation of the network connecting think tanks and policy organisations. She had everything except proof that someone was actively executing the plan. Then the cyber attack started. In June, federal data centres across the country reported coordinated intrusions. Nothing was stolen, nothing was damaged. But network traffic logs showed something strange. The attacks originated from servers owned by corporations named in the Caldwell archives, companies that had received contracts for government IT infrastructure back in the 1990s. Marcus traced the digital signatures. "They're not attacks," he told Evelyn, "they're updates. Someone is pushing new code to federal systems. Updating PODESTA. Can you tell what the updates do? Not without access to the core system, but the timing is deliberate. They're activating something." Evelyn made her decision. She had enough. It was time to publish. She spent 3 weeks writing the exposé, documenting everything. The leaked documents, the network of organisations, the testimony from Brennan and Cara, the pattern of policy implementation matching the Caldwell timeline. She wrote it cleanly, factually, letting the evidence speak for itself. The Chronicle agreed to run it as a front-page feature. They scheduled publication for July 4th, 2019. The story went live at 6 a.m. Pacific time. By 10 a.m, it had vanished. Evelyn discovered the deletion when readers started emailing her, confused and concerned. "I was just reading your article about government planning, but now I can't find it. Did it get moved?" "Your story about the Caldwell thing disappeared from the site. What happened?" She checked the Chronicle website. Her article wasn't there. Not archived, not pulled. Gone, as if it had never existed. She called her editor. "What happened to my story?" "What story?" He sounded genuinely confused. "The Caldwell plan piece. We published it this morning." "Evelyn, I don't know what you're talking about. We didn't publish anything like that today." "Jim, you approved it. You edited it yourself. We spent weeks on fact-checking." A long pause. "I think you need to take some time off. You've been working too hard." She hung up and checked every news site where she'd submitted the piece. Gone. All of them. Then the fact-checks appeared. Articles on major news sites, all posted within hours of each other, all saying the same thing. The Caldwell Plan conspiracy theory has been debunked. No evidence supports claims of decades-long government plot to divide the nation. The articles were detailed, authoritative, citing government sources and academic experts. They referenced her work specifically, except they claimed her story was full of fabrications and misinterpretations. They even included screenshots of documents, altered slightly from her originals, with subtle changes that made them look fake. Someone had created an entire counter-narrative in hours. Marcus called her. "They're scrubbing you from the internet. Every reference to your article is being replaced with debunking pages. Even cached versions are disappearing." "How is that possible?" "Podesta. It has to be. an automated system with deep access to networks and content management systems. It detected your story as a threat and deployed countermeasures. Evelyn felt panic rising. We have backups, the original documents. Already thought of that. I'm pulling everything offline. No cloud storage, no networked drives. Physical storage only from now on. She spent the next week in a fog of paranoia and disbelief. No one remembered her article. Colleagues at the Chronicle looked at her strangely when she brought it up. Even friends she'd discussed the investigation with seemed fuzzy on the details, as if the memory had been softened, made unreliable. Only Marcus and Kara confirmed she wasn't losing her mind. This is information warfare, Kara explained when they met in person. All phones left in another room. Not censorship, something more sophisticated. The system isn't just removing content, it's creating context that makes the truth sound impossible. Conspiracy theory territory, like you said. By flooding the zone with fact checks and debunking articles, they make your real evidence look like part of the noise. Can we fight it? Not directly. PODESTA controls too much of the information infrastructure. Anything you publish gets countered immediately, but there might be another way. What? Find the source. PODESTA is running on servers somewhere. If we can locate the core system and document it, that becomes evidence that can't be easily erased. Marcus shook his head. That would require accessing classified federal systems. We'd be looking at serious jail time. We're already targets, Kara said. They haven't moved against us directly because it would draw attention. But if the plan continues, if we reach Phase 5, none of this matters anyway. The country reorganises, and we become footnotes in a managed transition that no one questioned because the questions got erased. Evelyn thought about the timeline. Phase 5 was supposed to happen between 2023 and 2025, 4 to 6 years away. I'm in, she said. Tell me what we need to do. It took them 8 months to prepare. Kara worked her contacts, mapping federal IT infrastructure and identifying access points. Marcus built their digital toolkit, anonymizing software, network spoofing, forensic tools that wouldn't leave traces. Evelyn documented everything, preparing the story she would write if they succeeded, if they survived. The break came in March 2020. Kara discovered that PODESTA's core systems weren't housed in a single location but distributed across multiple federal agencies, with the central coordination housed in Treasury Department servers. The system was designed to be resilient, no single point of failure, but that meant the controlling architecture had to be accessible from multiple nodes. I can get us into Treasury's network, Kara said. I have contractor credentials that are still active. We won't be able to stay long, 15 minutes, maybe 20 before security protocols flag us, but it might be enough. They chose a Sunday night in late March when staffing would be minimal. Kara initiated the access from a coffee shop in Arlington, Virginia, bouncing the connection through multiple proxy servers, while Marcus monitored network traffic and Evelyn recorded everything. The Treasury system opened like a vast cathedral of data. Endless directories of files, databases, communication logs. Kara navigated with practiced efficiency, following the digital signatures they'd traced from the cyber attacks. She found it buried in a legacy system folder labelled Policy Optimization Directive, Emergency Stability Algorithm, PODESTA. The acronym wasn't a department name, it was the system itself. Kara pulled the core documentation, thousands of pages of technical specifications, operational parameters, activation protocols. Marcus copied everything to encrypted drives while Evelyn read through the files, her hands trembling. The system was exactly what they'd feared. PODESTA had been implemented in 1999, built on architecture dating back to 1978, the same year the Caldwell documents were created. It was designed as an automated governance system that would activate during national crises, making policy decisions and allocating resources based on complex predictive models. But it was more than that. The documentation included a section titled Manage Transition Protocols. Evelyn read aloud. In scenarios of sustained federal dysfunction, PODESTA will implement pre-programmed reorganization sequences designed to maintain civil order through controlled decentralization. These sequences are based on sociological modelling conducted by the Caldwell Institute Strategic Policy Group, 1974 to 1984. They built the plan into the system, Marcus whispered. The protocols were detailed, precise. When certain conditions were met, congressional approval ratings below 25%, sustained regional economic divergence, infrastructure failure in central states, independent governance initiatives by coastal regions. Podester would begin implementing the Caldwell timeline, not as a conspiracy but as an automated emergency response. The system had already activated. The logs showed it clearly. Activation date: November the 15th, 2018. Right after the midterm elections when congressional approval hit a historic low. Since then, PODESTA had been quietly executing the reorganisation sequence. Budget allocations that prioritised regional separation. Infrastructure maintenance that allowed central state failures while reinforcing coastal grids. Information management that amplified divisive narratives while suppressing unifying ones. The Cascade Compact hadn't been a spontaneous response to crisis. It had been guided, encouraged through subtle policy adjustments and resource management. The system had created the conditions that made regional cooperation seem like the only logical choice, and it was still running. Kara found the execution timeline in a file labelled Implementation Status, Revision 5. Phase 4, completion December 2022. Phase 5, initiation, January 2023. Target completion, July 4th, 2025. They're going to dissolve the federal government on Independence Day, Evelyn said. That's the end point. Full reorganisation by the 2025 anniversary. We need to go, Kara said urgently. Security is starting to ping our connection. They disconnected, pulled the drives and left separately. Marcus destroyed the laptop they'd used. Kara wiped her contractor credentials. They met 3 days later to review what they'd found. The documentation was comprehensive, smoking gun evidence that the federal government was running an AI system designed to dissolve itself. But they still faced the same problem: how to publish it without the information being immediately suppressed. We need someone inside, Evelyn said. Someone with access to official channels who can release this through government transparency protocols. A whistleblower, Marcus agreed. More than that. Someone high enough that they can't be easily dismissed. Someone who understands what they're looking at and why it matters. Kara thought for a moment. I might know someone, but it's risky. If we're wrong about them, we're finished. We're already finished if we do nothing, Evelyn replied. 2 weeks later, Kara arranged a meeting with her contact, a senior data analyst in the Congressional Budget Office named James Morrison. He had security clearance, access to sensitive systems, and a reputation for integrity. They met in a secure location, showed him everything. Morrison reviewed the documents in silence, his expression growing darker with each page. When he finished, he looked up at them with haunted eyes. I've seen pieces of this, he said quietly. Budget anomalies that didn't make sense. Appropriations that seemed to bypass normal authorization. I thought it was bureaucratic dysfunction, but this explains everything. Can you help us? Evelyn asked. If I release this through official channels, I'll be fired and prosecuted. Congressional oversight doesn't want to hear that government is running on autopilot. They'll bury it. So we do nothing? Morrison shook his head. No. We release it through unofficial channels, but we do it strategically. Multiple platforms simultaneously, with enough distribution that they can't suppress it all. And we need to time it for maximum impact. When? 2023, when Phase 5 begins. That's when the evidence will align with observable events. Right now, people can dismiss it as speculation. But when the Western Federation actually declares independence, when the reorganization starts happening in real time, the documentation becomes undeniable. That's 3 years away, Marcus objected. Yes, which gives us time to build a network of journalists, academics, government officials, people who can corroborate the story from multiple angles. When we release it, it needs to be simultaneous and overwhelming, too big to erase. Evelyn understood the logic, but 3 years felt like eternity. 3 years watching the country drift toward orchestrated dissolution. What if we're too late? She asked. "We're already too late to stop it," Morrison said. "The system is too entrenched, too automated. But we can make sure people understand what happened. Make sure it's remembered as what it was. Not organic evolution, but engineered transformation. That matters." So they waited. January 15th, 2023. The announcement came at noon Pacific time, broadcast simultaneously across every network and platform. The governors of California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, and Arizona appeared together, standing before state flags arranged in a semicircle. Behind them, a new flag, blue and green, with 5 stars representing the member states. Governor Patricia Hernandez of California spoke first. "My fellow Americans," she began, her voice calm and clear, "today we announce the formation of the Western Federation, a new autonomous government representing the mutual interests and shared values of our member states." The speech was carefully crafted, emphasizing cooperation rather than conflict. They weren't abandoning the United States, Hernandez explained. They were adapting to its dysfunction. Federal government had become paralyzed, unable to address regional needs or provide basic services. The Cascade Compact had proven that regional cooperation worked. Now they were formalizing it. "We remain committed to peace, stability, and eventual reunification when federal government can once again serve all Americans equally. Until then, the Western Federation will provide the governance our people deserve." Evelyn watched from her apartment in Sacramento, now technically part of a new nation. The markets responded within hours. Tech stocks surged as investors realized the Western Federation would maintain Silicon Valley stability. The dollar split into 2 currencies, federal and Western. Banks scrambled to adjust. International governments issued cautious statements, most acknowledging the Federation as a legitimate entity. The secession barely caused a ripple. That was the most disturbing part. No riots, no military response, no national crisis. Just quiet acceptance, as if everyone had been expecting this and were relieved it was finally official, because they had been expecting it. PODESTA had spent years managing the information environment, preparing public sentiment, making the dissolution seem inevitable and even desirable. The AI had done its job perfectly. Within the Federation, life continued normally. Better than normal, actually. The regional power grid stabilized. Infrastructure projects accelerated. Government services improved. The new administration moved efficiently, implementing policies that had been planned for decades. Eastern states struggled. Without Western tax revenue and economic productivity, federal budgets collapsed. More blackouts swept the interior. Unemployment climbed. But even there, the response was muted resignation rather than outrage. The plan was working. Evelyn, Marcus, Cara and Morrison had spent 3 years preparing their exposure. Now the moment had come. They released everything on July 4th, 2023, 45 years to the day after the first Caldwell documents were created. The release was coordinated across 20 platforms simultaneously. Evelyn's full expose appeared on independent journalism sites. Academic papers analysing the Caldwell documents and PODESTA architecture went live on university servers. Morrison leaked the Treasury files through congressional transparency portals. Cara distributed technical documentation to tech journals and security researchers. Within hours, thousands of people were reading the evidence. The story spread across social networks, discussed on forums, analysed by independent researchers. This time it wasn't erased. Too many copies existed in too many places. The debunking articles appeared. Podesta still fought back, but they couldn't drown out the primary sources. The evidence was too comprehensive, too well documented. Media outlets picked up the story, not major networks, those were still managed by the information control systems, but independent platforms with enough reach to matter. Journalists interviewed Evelyn, Marcus, and Cara. Morrison testified before congressional committees, protected by whistleblower statutes that he'd carefully researched. The revelation sparked fierce debate. Some called it the greatest conspiracy in American history. Others argued it was simply sophisticated governance adaptation. The Western Federation government issued a statement acknowledging that their policies had been informed by decades of strategic planning, but insisted this represented responsible long-term thinking rather than secret manipulation. Public reaction was divided, but not along the lines Evelyn expected. Many people, exhausted by dysfunction and crisis, didn't care whether the dissolution had been planned or organic. They cared that their power stayed on, their jobs remained stable, their lives continued. The Federation worked. The federal government hadn't. That was all that mattered to them. Congressional hearings were launched. Officials testified. PODESTA's existence was confirmed, though government representatives framed it as an emergency management system rather than an autonomous governance AI. They insisted the system merely optimized existing policy directions rather than creating them. The truth became contested terrain. Even with documentation, even with testimony, the narrative fractured into competing interpretations. Had the United States been deliberately dissolved, or had it evolved naturally with algorithmic assistance? Was PODESTA a conspiracy, or simply advanced governance? Evelyn realised the answer didn't matter as much as she'd hoped. The country was already divided. Knowing why didn't change the reality. By December 2023, the Central Eastern Union had formally organised as a counter to the Western Federation, exactly as the Caldwell documents had predicted. 2 autonomous governments where one nation had stood. July 4th, 2025. The formal dissolution occurred with ceremony rather than catastrophe. Representatives from the Western Federation and the Central Eastern Union met in Denver, neutral territory, to sign the Articles of Continental Partnership. The document acknowledged the end of the United States as a single federal entity while establishing frameworks for trade, defense cooperation, and mutual recognition. Former President Elena Vasquez, the last person to hold that office, signed as witness. "We are not ending something," she said in her remarks. "We are acknowledging what has already occurred and ensuring it happens peacefully. History will judge whether this was wisdom or failure, but it is complete." The ceremony was broadcast across both federations. Markets remained stable. No violence erupted. International governments that had been unofficially recognising the dual governments for 2 years made their acknowledgement formal. The United States of America had ceased to exist, replaced by 2 successor nations. Evelyn watched from her home in Sacramento, now in the Western Federation capital. She had spent 8 years investigating this moment, documenting every step. Her reporting had won awards, sparked national debate, forced government transparency, and changed nothing. The plan had unfolded exactly as the 1978 documents predicted. PODESTA had executed its programming flawlessly. The country had been reorganised through managed transition rather than collapse. She received an encrypted message that evening. No signature, no identification, but she knew it came from someone inside the system. "Thank you for your work." The public deserved to know, but understanding and preventing are different things. The country was ungovernable. The plan provided structure to inevitable fragmentation. Without it, dissolution would have been violent. This way, it was peaceful. History will remember this as success, not conspiracy. You documented the process. That matters. But you couldn't stop what was necessary. Evelyn stared at the message for a long time, then deleted it. She opened a new document and began writing. Not an exposé this time. A history. A record of how nations end, not with revolution or war, but with careful planning executed over decades, invisible until completion. Her final article was titled "The Caldwell Plan: How America Followed Instructions Written 50 Years Ago." It began, "They say nations crumble from within. What they don't tell you is that sometimes the crumbling is scheduled. This is the story of how it happened to us." October the 15th, 2025. Professor David Chen discovered the archived files while researching the dissolution. Deep in forgotten databases, he found Podesta's final log entry, dated July 5th, 2025. Mission complete. Caldwell, plan successfully executed. Timeline accuracy, 94.7%. System entering archive status. The AI had tracked its own performance, measuring success against a 50-year-old blueprint. Chen stared at the screen, understanding finally settling over him like winter darkness. The United States hadn't fallen apart. It had simply followed instructions written before he was born, instructions programmed so deep into the system that even exposure couldn't stop them. Outside his window, the Western Federation flag rippled in the autumn breeze. History would debate whether this was tragedy or necessity, but the answer was already written in code that nobody could delete. America had followed its programming perfectly, and perhaps that was the most American thing of all. The glow of 17 monitors bathed Elias Corrin's face in an ethereal blue light as his fingers danced across 3 keyboards simultaneously. In the depths of his converted basement apartment, time moved differently. Days blurred into nights, and nights stretched endlessly as he navigated the labyrinthine pathways of the dark web like a digital archaeologist, uncovering humanity's buried secrets. At 32, Elias had already earned and lost 2 fortunes through his hacking prowess. First fortune came easily, a teenage prodigy exploiting security vulnerabilities for corporate clients who paid millions to keep their weaknesses secret. He'd lived like a digital king, penthouses overlooking Silicon Valley, exotic cars that remained untouched in climate-controlled garages, while he preferred the glow of his monitors to sunlight. That first fortune vanished when he exposed Meridian Pharmaceuticals' cover-up of deadly side effects in their breakthrough arthritis medication. The leaked documents showed they'd known their drug caused cardiac episodes in 12% of patients over 60, but had buried the studies to protect their $10 billion investment. Elias had expected whistleblower protection. Instead, he found himself blacklisted from every major tech company, his reputation destroyed by a coordinated character assassination campaign that painted him as an unstable idealist who couldn't be trusted with sensitive information. The second fortune came from smaller clients, criminal organisations, corporate espionage rings, government contractors who needed deniability. The work paid well but corroded his soul, each job pulling him deeper into the shadows of the digital underworld. That money disappeared into legal fees after a wrongful arrest for hacking the Federal Reserve, a crime he hadn't committed but couldn't prove he hadn't, given his reputation and the circumstantial evidence that seemed perfectly crafted to implicate him. 2 years in minimum security prison had shown him the true cost of challenging powerful systems. The other inmates respected his technical skills, but the guards treated him like a dangerous terrorist. Solitary confinement stretched for months whenever he complained about conditions or tried to organise better treatment for his fellow prisoners. By the time he was released on a technicality, evidence had mysteriously gone missing. He'd learned that the system didn't just punish dissent, it transformed dissidents into cautionary tales. Now, money meant nothing to him, only truth mattered. His obsession with secret societies began innocently enough, a childhood fascination sparked by his grandfather's stories about World War II intelligence operations. The old man had worked as a codebreaker for the OSS, predecessor to the CIA, and had filled young Elias's imagination with tales of hidden messages and shadow wars. After his grandfather's death when Elias was 12, he'd found boxes of declassified documents in the attic, revealing just how much of recent history had been shaped by invisible hands. That childhood fascination evolved into a methodical hunt for evidence as he grew older and acquired the technical skills to dig deeper than amateur conspiracy theorists ever could. While other hackers chased Bitcoin fortunes and corporate espionage contracts, Elias pursued shadows and whispers, digital phantoms that most people dismissed as paranoid delusions. He'd spent years infiltrating closed forums where former intelligence operatives shared war stories, decrypting abandoned hard drives from defunct government contractors, and following digital breadcrumbs through the dark web's most obscure corners. His apartment had become a digital monastery dedicated to the pursuit of hidden truth, every surface covered with the tools and detritus of obsessive investigation. The apartment reflected his singular focus. Pizza boxes stacked like ancient monuments between towers of computer equipment, energy drink cans forming metallic armies across every surface, and cables snaking through the darkness like digital veins feeding his electronic ecosystem. His only companions were the hum of cooling fans working overtime to prevent his overclocked processors from melting down, and the occasional satisfied grunt when another firewall fell to his expertise. The basement location was perfect for his needs, thick concrete walls that muffled sound and blocked electromagnetic interference, a dedicated power line that could handle his massive electrical requirements, and most importantly, no windows for curious neighbours to peer through. He'd been living there for 18 months, ever since his release from prison, paying cash to a landlord who asked no questions as long as the rent arrived on time. His setup was a temple to digital paranoia, 17 monitors arranged in a semicircle around his custom-built chair, each screen dedicated to different aspects of his ongoing investigations. 3 keyboards allowed him to manage multiple intrusion attempts simultaneously, while a collection of smartphones, each running different operating systems and connected to various networks through proxy chains, kept him connected to his sources around the globe. The walls were lined with hard drives, each containing terabytes of encrypted data collected from years of systematic investigation. Backup systems ensured that even if authorities raided the apartment, copies of everything would remain safely hidden in data centers across 3 continents. He'd learned from his previous arrests that physical evidence was only as secure as your ability to keep it out of enemy hands. Tonight felt different. As rain drummed against the boarded windows, he'd covered them himself for security reasons, Elias's automated scanners detected something unusual. The software he'd written monitored thousands of government servers simultaneously, looking for anomalous data signatures that might indicate classified information stored in supposedly routine systems. Most alerts were false positives, but after years of refinement, his algorithms had learned to distinguish between genuine anomalies and random digital noise. This particular signal was trying too hard to look ordinary, which was exactly what made it suspicious. A government proxy server deep within the Department of Homeland Security's network infrastructure was handling traffic patterns that didn't match any known legitimate use. The data packets were the right size and frequency to appear routine, but they carried encryption signatures that suggested military-grade security protecting something far more sensitive than typical administrative communications. Most hackers would have dismissed it as a honeypot, a trap designed to lure in digital intruders, but Elias had learned to read between the digital lines over years of careful observation. This signal felt different, older, like it had been running for decades without anyone paying attention to what it was actually protecting. He leaned back in his chair, cracking his knuckles with the deliberate ritual of a surgeon preparing for a complex operation. The proxy was 3 layers deep in government infrastructure, protected by military-grade encryption that would take months to crack through conventional means. But Elias had developed unconventional means over the years. His fingers resumed their dance, this time with the measured precision of a master pianist performing a familiar concerto. Code flowed across his screens like poetry written in ones and zeros, each line bringing him closer to whatever lay hidden in the digital vault. As the final encryption layer crumbled at 3:47 a.m, Elias held his breath. The archive that materialized before him contained terabytes of data, but it was the file structure that made his pulse quicken. Everything was organized with the kind of meticulous care reserved for the most sensitive operations. Categorical folders with cryptic names like cultural implementation, behavioral modification, and asset management. He opened the first file and the world as he understood it began to unravel. The contracts appeared first, hundreds of them, stretching back decades like a paper trail through the shadow history of American culture. Entertainment companies, advertising agencies, record labels, movie studios, television networks, and news corporations, all bound by identical non-disclosure agreements that ran to thousands of pages each. The legal language was deliberately obscure, buried in terminology that would confuse even experienced corporate lawyers who specialized in media contracts. But Elias had taught himself to decode legal doublespeak during his prison sentence, spending countless hours in the law library learning how power structures protected themselves through linguistic camouflage. Each contract referenced cultural programming initiatives and synchronized messaging protocols, with payment structures that dwarfed typical entertainment industry deals. Millions of dollars flowing to seemingly random projects, indie films that barely recouped production costs, music albums that never charted, advertising campaigns for products that didn't seem to exist. All payments were approved by a shell company called Apex Cultural Dynamics, whose corporate registration traced through a labyrinthine network of offshore entities. Elias followed the money trail through banks in Switzerland, shell corporations in the Cayman Islands, trust funds in Luxembourg, and holding companies in jurisdictions he'd never heard of. Every lead ultimately vanished into legal structures so complex they seemed designed more for obfuscation than profit. The internal memos were more revealing, written in the casual tone of executives who felt completely secure in their communications. Corporate leaders from supposedly competing companies discussed narrative adjustments and public sentiment cultivation, like weather forecasters predicting next week's conditions. One memo from a major news network's CEO, dated just 6 months ago, read, "Per our discussion with ACD representatives, the upcoming election cycle requires a 15% increase in anxiety-inducing content during primetime hours. Latest psychological impact studies suggest optimal effectiveness when paired with consumer advertising for comfort products and security solutions." Another memo from a streaming entertainment company outlined specific quotas. Q3 targets include 40% increase in dystopian future programming, 25% increase in surveillance state normalization themes, an introduction of transhumanist concepts through minimum of 12 original series. Demographic targeting should focus on the 18 to 34 age range for maximum long-term conditioning effectiveness. The coordination between supposedly independent media companies was breathtaking in scope. Competing networks shared detailed viewer psychological profiles, coordinated their news coverage to maximize specific emotional responses, and even synchronized their entertainment programming to reinforce particular worldviews. The memos discussed marketing research into subliminal messaging techniques, optimal timing for narrative reinforcement, and methods for making propaganda indistinguishable from organic cultural trends. Video stills scattered throughout the files showed meetings in nondescript conference rooms. Faces were often obscured, but the visible details painted a chilling picture. Executives from competing companies sitting side by side, reviewing presentations with titles like Mass Behavioral Prediction Models and Subliminal Integration Techniques. But it was the symbols that made Elias's blood run cold. They appeared everywhere, in corporate logos embedded in document headers, even watermarked into video files. The all-seeing eye perched atop pyramids, numerical sequences that corresponded to occult traditions, and geometric patterns that seemed random until viewed through the lens of esoteric knowledge. As dawn broke unnoticed outside his boarded windows, Elias began constructing his theory. The Illuminati weren't just folklore, they were real, organised, and operating in plain sight. Rather than ruling through force or political manipulation, they had evolved into something far more sophisticated. Cultural engineers who shaped reality through the careful manipulation of information and entertainment. The fragments suggested a coordinated effort spanning decades, movies that promoted specific worldviews, music that carried subliminal messages, news coverage that guided public opinion toward predetermined conclusions. Every major cultural event seemed to serve a purpose beyond mere profit or entertainment. Elias created a new encrypted partition on his most secure drive and began organising the evidence. Each piece of the puzzle revealed new connections, new layers of coordination that defied conventional understanding of how media and culture operated. The scope was breathtaking and terrifying, but this was just the first door. As he prepared to dive deeper into the archive, a notification appeared on his screen. New files were uploading automatically to the server, added in real time from sources around the globe. The conspiracy wasn't just historical, it was happening now, every day, with machine-like precision. Elias smiled grimly and opened another energy drink. He had work to do. 3 days of continuous analysis revealed patterns so pervasive they defied coincidence. Elias's custom data mining algorithms had processed thousands of hours of Super Bowl halftime shows, major film releases, top-charting music, and primetime television programming, cross-referencing them with the archived documents he'd discovered. His software compared visual elements, audio frequencies, narrative structures, and symbolic content with mathematical precision that human observation alone could never achieve. The results were undeniable and terrifying. Every major halftime show since 2005 contained specific visual elements that served purposes beyond entertainment. Choreographed movements formed geometric patterns when viewed from aerial cameras, patterns that matched sacred geometry principles known to influence human consciousness. Lighting sequences pulsed at precisely calibrated frequencies, 10 Hz to induce alpha brain states associated with relaxation and suggestibility, 40 Hz bursts to trigger gamma waves linked to heightened emotional responses, and infrasound frequencies below human hearing that created subliminal anxiety responses. The costume designs weren't random fashion choices. They incorporated symbols from the archived files with mathematical precision. Ancient Egyptian imagery, Masonic symbols, occult numerology, but presented in ways that bypassed conscious recognition. The performers themselves were likely unaware of the deeper significance, but the production companies certainly understood every detail. Internal emails discussed symbolic integration quotas and archetypal reinforcement targets with the clinical precision of pharmaceutical dosing guidelines. Hollywood's role was even more sophisticated, operating as a vast conditioning apparatus disguised as entertainment. Elias discovered that blockbuster films weren't just profitable products. They were psychological programming exercises designed to shift public consciousness over decades. Action movies systematically normalized surveillance states, extrajudicial violence, and the acceptability of authoritarian responses to perceived threats. Romantic comedies promoted specific relationship models that prioritize consumption, instant gratification, and emotional instability over lasting partnership and family formation. Science fiction films served as perhaps the most insidious tool of all. They introduced technological and social concepts years before their real-world implementation, ensuring public acceptance when they finally emerged. Movies about neural implants preceded actual brain-computer interface development by exactly the time needed for audience conditioning. Films depicting cashless societies appeared precisely when digital currency infrastructure was being developed. Dystopian scenarios were presented as cautionary tales, while simultaneously making the depicted futures seem inevitable and acceptable. The music industry operated as the most direct delivery system for repetitive psychological messaging. Elias's analysis revealed that hit songs across all genres shared common structural elements designed to trigger specific neurological responses. Repetitive hooks created obsessive thought patterns, bass frequencies induced physical arousal responses, and lyrical themes consistently promoted materialism, emotional chaos, instant gratification, and distrust of traditional social bonds. Chart success wasn't organic. It was engineered through coordinated promotion campaigns that used psychological manipulation techniques, refined through decades of marketing research. Record companies employed neuroscience consultants who designed songs to be literally addictive, triggering dopamine responses that created compulsive listening behaviours. The most successful artists weren't necessarily the most talented. They were the most effective delivery vehicles for predetermined psychological content. But the most chilling discovery came when Elias cross-referenced celebrity deaths with financial markets and policy implementations, using algorithms that could detect correlations across vast datasets that human analysis would miss. The patterns were subtle but statistically undeniable. Whenever a particularly influential public figure died under questionable circumstances, the news cycle would shift dramatically within hours. Public attention would focus intensely on mourning and memorial coverage, while significant legislation passed through Congress, with minimal scrutiny or public debate. Michael Jackson's death had coincided with the most controversial aspects of healthcare reform debates, providing a massive distraction precisely when public opposition was reaching critical mass. Whitney Houston's demise dominated headlines during crucial banking regulation discussions that would have reshaped Wall Street oversight. Prince's passing created a week-long media obsession that completely buried coverage of surveillance law expansions that civil liberties groups had been fighting for months. Each event generated exactly the right emotional state to facilitate predetermined political outcomes. The deaths created collective grief that made the public more passive and receptive to authority, while the intensive media coverage consumed the attention bandwidth that might otherwise have focused on policy changes. The timing wasn't coincidental, it was orchestrated with mathematical precision. Elias found evidence suggesting that some celebrity deaths might have been actively induced rather than simply exploited. Medical records showed unusual patterns of prescription drug interactions. Security camera footage from crucial moments was consistently corrupted or missing, and autopsy results often contained anomalies that suggested external intervention. The pattern was consistent across dozens of cases spanning 3 decades. But even more disturbing was the systematic cultivation of celebrity instability. Internal documents from talent agencies and record companies outlined deliberate strategies for creating psychological dependence, drug addiction, and emotional instability in their most valuable assets. The goal wasn't profit maximization. It was creating performers who could be easily manipulated and, when necessary, destroyed at moments that served larger political purposes. The conspiracy had weaponized celebrity worship itself, turning the public's emotional investment in famous figures into a tool for mass psychological manipulation. Every death became a ritual that renewed the collective trauma bonding between citizens and their media-created gods, making the population more dependent on external authority figures and less capable of independent critical thinking. Elias created a digital conspiracy board on his largest monitor, a sprawling network of connections that would have impressed investigative agencies worldwide if they hadn't been complicit in the system he was mapping. Red lines linked entertainment companies to intelligence agencies through shared personnel, financial investments, and operational coordination. Blue lines traced money flows through the labyrinthine network of shell corporations, revealing how massive sums moved between seemingly unrelated organisations. Green lines mapped the precise timing of cultural events to policy implementations, showing correlation patterns that achieved statistical significance far beyond chance. The board revealed the Illuminati's true genius. They had weaponized human attention itself, transforming consciousness into a battlefield where wars were fought through carefully orchestrated information campaigns. In an age of information overload, controlling what people focused on had become more valuable than controlling what they thought. Distraction had evolved into the ultimate form of mind control, more effective than physical force because victims participated willingly in their own manipulation. The scope was breathtaking and terrifying. Every major cultural trend of the past 30 years could be traced back to deliberate manipulation, orchestrated through the entertainment media complex. Fashion cycles that promoted specific body images and consumption behaviours. Social media trends that encouraged narcissistic self-documentation and reduced attention spans. Political movements that channeled genuine grievances into harmless symbolic protests that changed nothing. Even conspiracy theories themselves appeared to be guided phenomena, designed to discredit legitimate questioning by associating it with obviously false claims. As Elias studied his creation through bloodshot eyes that hadn't seen natural light in days, a pattern emerged that made him question everything he thought he knew about free will and human autonomy. The manipulation wasn't just cultural, it was neurological. The constant stream of engineered content was literally rewiring human brains on a species level, creating generations of people whose thoughts and desires had been shaped by external forces since birth. The evidence suggested that the traditional concept of individual choice had become largely illusory. In a world where every piece of information was filtered through manipulated channels, where every cultural touchstone carried hidden programming, where every social trend was artificially generated, what did it mean to make an independent decision? The conspiracy had achieved something more insidious than totalitarianism. They had created voluntary slavery disguised as freedom of choice. As Elias studied his creation, a pattern emerged that made him question everything he thought he knew about free will. Every major cultural trend of the past 30 years could be traced back to deliberate manipulation. Fashion cycles, social media behaviours, political movements, even conspiracy theories, all potentially guided by the same hidden hand. The realization struck him like a physical blow. If they could control culture so completely, how could he be certain his own obsession with finding them wasn't part of their plan? The media conglomerate's server proved surprisingly easy to penetrate, which should have been Elias's first warning. Titan Communications owned 17 major news networks, 43 radio stations, controlling interests in 12 social media platforms, and content distribution deals with virtually every major streaming service. Their annual revenue exceeded the GDP of most small nations, and their influence over global information flow was effectively unparalleled in human history. Their security should have been impenetrable. Military contractors protected their networks. They employed former NSA specialists as cybersecurity consultants, and their server farms were housed in facilities that rivaled government installations. Yet Elias's intrusion tools sliced through their defences like a hot knife through butter, encountering minimal resistance and no countermeasures. It was almost as if they wanted him inside their systems. The internal documents were even more damning than the government archive, revealing coordination that made wartime propaganda efforts look amateur by comparison. Daily emails outlined narrative priorities for each news cycle, complete with psychological impact assessments, demographic targeting strategies, and measurable public sentiment targets. The language was coldly clinical, reducing human emotion and belief to data points on quarterly performance spreadsheets. Editorial meetings were recorded and transcribed with military precision. News directors from supposedly competing networks participated in weekly coordination calls, where they discussed upcoming stories, agreed on messaging frameworks, and divided coverage responsibilities to ensure comprehensive narrative saturation. The goal wasn't profit. It was behavioural modification on a civilizational scale. One particularly chilling document was titled MK Ultra Evolution: Modern Behavioural Modification Through Repetitive Exposure. It outlined techniques that made the CIA's infamous mind control experiments look primitive and inefficient by comparison. Rather than targeting individuals through drugs and trauma, the new methods focused on mass psychological conditioning through carefully orchestrated media campaigns that operated below the threshold of conscious awareness. The manual explained in disturbing detail how repetitive exposure to specific imagery, sound frequencies, narrative structures, and emotional triggers could alter brain chemistry over extended periods. Citizens weren't being brainwashed in the traditional sense. They were being neurologically rewired through their daily media consumption, with changes that accumulated gradually over years and decades. The process was so subtle and pervasive that victims never realized their thoughts weren't entirely their own. Predictive programming emerged as a central technique in their arsenal. By introducing concepts, technologies, and social changes through fictional entertainment, before implementing them in reality, the manipulators could bypass critical thinking entirely. Audiences would unconsciously accept new surveillance technologies, social norms, and political systems because they had been psychologically prepared through years of entertainment conditioning that made the changes feel familiar and inevitable. The technique was devastatingly effective because it exploited fundamental aspects of human psychology. People naturally accepted ideas they had encountered multiple times, even if the initial exposure came through obviously fictional sources. The brain treated repeated fictional scenarios as potential realities, creating neural pathways that made actual implementation feel like a natural progression rather than a radical change. The financial section revealed the true scope of the operation. Trillions of dollars flowed through the network annually, dwarfing the budgets of most nations. The money came from unexpected sources: pension funds, insurance companies, even charitable foundations unknowingly contributed to the conspiracy through complex investment structures. But the most disturbing discovery was the coordination between intelligence agencies, banking institutions, entertainment corporations, and technology companies, operating as a unified organism despite their apparent competition and conflicting interests. Weekly video conferences brought together representatives from the CIA, Federal Reserve, major studios, social media platforms, and multinational technology corporations. They discussed sentiment management and narrative synchronization with the casual professionalism of corporate executives planning quarterly sales targets. The recordings revealed a shadow government that operated through corporate proxies rather than official political channels. Traditional governmental power had been largely superseded by a network of private organizations that could implement policy through market manipulation and cultural conditioning without the messy inconvenience of democratic oversight. Elections still occurred, but they had become elaborate theatre productions designed to maintain the illusion of popular sovereignty, while real decisions were made in boardrooms that the public never saw. News cycles weren't random or market-driven. They were orchestrated months in advance by committees that included intelligence operatives, banking executives, media moguls, and technology leaders. Wars provided distraction from economic manipulation while generating massive profits for defence contractors. Celebrity scandals offered convenient cover for political corruption investigations. Natural disasters created opportunities to implement emergency powers that somehow always became permanent fixtures of the expanded surveillance state. Every major event served multiple purposes in a grand design that stretched across decades. The 2008 financial crisis had been engineered to consolidate banking power while conditioning the public to accept bailouts as normal economic policy. The COVID-19 pandemic had accelerated digital transformation initiatives while normalising remote monitoring and social isolation. Climate change narratives were being used to justify energy sector reorganisation and carbon credit markets that would generate enormous profits for the same financial institutions that had caused previous economic crises. Elias found recorded conversations between news anchors and their handlers that destroyed any remaining illusion about journalistic integrity. popular television personalities who projected authority and trustworthiness were revealed as knowing participants in psychological manipulation campaigns, carefully crafting emotional triggers with the precision of weapons designers. They discussed techniques for inducing specific brain states in viewers, optimal timing for fear-based messaging, and methods for making propaganda indistinguishable from legitimate news reporting. The most chilling recordings involved discussions of population control strategies disguised as public health initiatives. Representatives from pharmaceutical companies, government health agencies, and media corporations coordinated messaging campaigns designed to promote dependency on medical interventions while discouraging natural immunity and traditional healing practices. The goal wasn't public health. It was creating a population that required constant pharmaceutical management to function normally. Mental health treatment had been weaponized through carefully designed chemical interventions that didn't cure underlying problems but created permanent pharmaceutical dependencies. Educational systems were being restructured to produce workers who could follow complex instructions but lacked the critical thinking skills to question authority. Even exercise and nutrition guidelines were manipulated to ensure that optimal physical and mental health remained just out of reach for the general population. The evidence was overwhelming, but as Elias prepared to copy the files to his secure drives, an error message appeared. Access denied. User privileges revoked. The server was locking him out in real time, which meant someone was actively monitoring his intrusion. He worked frantically to extract what data he could, but the digital walls were closing in. As the connection terminated, one final document appeared briefly on his screen. A personnel file with his photograph in the header Asset Management, Elias Corin. Status: Active Monitoring. The file vanished before he could read it completely, but the implications were clear. They knew he was coming. Desperation drove Elias deeper into the network than he had ever dared venture. Using techniques that bordered on digital necromancy, he resurrected connection pathways that should have been impossible to access. The risk was enormous. Each probe left digital fingerprints that could lead authorities directly to his door. But the glimpse of his own file had transformed his quest from curiosity to survival. The recordings he discovered in the deepest server vaults were audio files from meetings that shouldn't have existed, according to any official record. High-definition audio captured conversations between intelligence officials, Federal Reserve board members, entertainment executives, technology billionaires, pharmaceutical industry leaders, and representatives from organizations he'd never heard of, but whose influence seemed to span continents. They discussed the future of human consciousness like generals planning military campaigns against an enemy population. The meetings followed a rigid schedule. Every third Wednesday of each month, participants would gather in a location identified only as the facility to review progress on what they called the Integration Project. The audio quality suggested advanced surveillance equipment, possibly indicating that someone within their organization was documenting everything for purposes that remained unclear. One recording from a meeting dated 6 months ago made his blood freeze in his veins. Phase 7. Implementation has exceeded all projections, reported a woman's voice that analysis software identified as belonging to a major pharmaceutical company executive. Antidepressant dependency rates have reached 23% of the adult population in target demographics. Cognitive function degradation is proceeding on schedule, with marked decreases in long-term planning abilities and resistance to authority structures. Another voice, male with a distinctive southern accent. The cryptocurrency infrastructure is approaching full readiness for behavioral tracking integration. Once we achieve real-time monitoring of every financial transaction, thought control becomes mathematically precise. Every purchase will inform our psychological profiles. Every payment will be subject to conditional approval based on compliance metrics. Money itself becomes the ultimate surveillance and control mechanism. A third voice, older and carrying unmistakable authority. Excellent progress. The entertainment division reports successful integration of transhumanist themes across all major platforms. Public acceptance of neural interface technology has increased 23% since the campaign began, with particularly strong adoption rates among the 18 to 34 demographic. We're ready for beta testing in select metropolitan markets next quarter. The conversations continued for hours, revealing a surveillance state that made Orwell's 1984 look like a children's story. They weren't just watching citizens, they were psychologically profiling entire populations in real time, predicting dissent before it emerged, and neutralizing threats through targeted manipulation rather than direct confrontation. The system was so sophisticated that most people would never realize they were living under complete psychological control. The integration project appeared to be the culmination of decades of research into human behavior modification. Rather than controlling people through force or obvious propaganda, they had created a system that guided human decision-making through carefully crafted environmental pressures. Every choice citizens made was influenced by factors they never recognized as external manipulation, creating the illusion of free will while ensuring predetermined outcomes. Food additives that affected brain chemistry, architectural designs that induced specific emotional states, lighting frequencies that influenced circadian rhythms, sound pollution calibrated to create chronic stress. Every aspect of modern life had been optimized to create psychological conditions that made populations easier to manage. The genius was that victims participated willingly in their own subjugation, often defending the very systems that enslaved them. The Watcher Protocol emerged as their most sophisticated tool. Rather than silencing conspiracy theorists and dissidents, they monitored them continuously, studying their methods and psychology. The dial was used to identify others with similar thinking patterns, creating detailed maps of potential resistance before it could organize effectively. But the most chilling revelation was their approach to handling discovered threats. They didn't assassinate or imprison troublesome individuals, they drove them insane. Subtle psychological pressure, engineered coincidences, and carefully orchestrated personal tragedies would destroy a person's credibility and mental stability. Victims became their own worst enemies, discrediting themselves more effectively than any external force could. Elias found case studies documenting the destruction of dozens of individuals who had gotten too close to the truth. Journalists who suffered sudden career implosions, researchers who developed inexplicable mental health problems, hackers who became paranoid and unstable. The pattern was consistent. Initial discovery, followed by escalating pressure until the subject either retreated into obscurity or self-destructed publicly. As he absorbed this information, strange coincidences began occurring in his own life. His internet connection inexplicably slowed at crucial moments. Phone calls developed electronic interference. His food delivery orders were mysteriously cancelled or delayed. Each incident was minor and easily dismissed as random bad luck, but the cumulative effect was unmistakable. Someone was watching. Elias tried to dismiss his growing paranoia as a natural reaction to the disturbing information he was processing. But late at night, when the city was quiet and his monitors provided the only light, he sometimes heard footsteps in the hallway outside his apartment. They would pause at his door for exactly 30 seconds before continuing down the corridor. The recordings had mentioned something else, something that made his hands shake as he worked. Subject 347 shows exceptional pattern recognition abilities. Psychological profile suggests high probability of success in reaching final verification stage. Recommend maintaining current stimuli until extraction protocols can be implemented. He had no way of knowing for certain, but the timing suggested a horrible possibility. He might be Subject 347. The decision to leak his findings publicly felt like stepping off a cliff. Elias had accumulated enough evidence to expose a conspiracy that dwarfed anything in human history, but he knew that releasing it would likely cost him his life, or worse, his sanity. Yet the alternative was remaining silent while humanity sleepwalked toward a digital totalitarianism that would make physical oppression obsolete. He began by seeding information across the dark web's most secure forums, using identity masking techniques that should have made him untraceable. The posts were carefully crafted to appear as random discoveries by different users, avoiding the pattern recognition algorithms that monitored conspiracy communities. Each fragment of evidence was real but incomplete. requiring readers to connect the dots themselves. The response was immediate and disturbing. His posts gained traction quickly, too quickly. Within hours, they were being shared across platforms, analysed by citizen journalists, and discussed in mainstream media as examples of dangerous misinformation. The speed of the reaction suggested a coordinated response, as if the revelation had been anticipated and prepared for in advance. More troubling was the nature of the responses. While some users took the evidence seriously, others immediately began discrediting it with arguments that seemed too sophisticated to be spontaneous. They pointed to technical inconsistencies that Elias was certain didn't exist, questioned source authenticity with forensic expertise that suggested professional training, and redirected discussions toward harmless tangents that neutered the information's impact. Within days, his revelations were being treated as another internet conspiracy theory, filed alongside flat earth theories and lizard people claims. The evidence was dismissed not through logical refutation, but through association with obviously false ideas, a technique the archived documents had called cognitive contamination. As the online discussions evolved, Elias realised he was watching a masterpiece of psychological manipulation in real time. The truth was being buried not through censorship, but through calculated flooding with disinformation. His genuine evidence was drowning in a sea of deliberate nonsense, making it impossible for reasonable people to distinguish fact from fantasy. But the digital warfare was only the beginning. Physical reality began shifting around him in subtle but unmistakable ways. His internet speed slowed to a crawl whenever he tried to upload new evidence. Delivery services could no longer find his address. His phone developed a mysterious static that made conversations nearly impossible. Even his electricity began fluctuating at random intervals, causing his equipment to crash at the most inconvenient moments. The psychological pressure was more sophisticated than anything he had imagined from the case studies. Rather than obvious intimidation, he faced a constant series of minor inconveniences and technical failures that could be dismissed as coincidence by anyone who wasn't experiencing them directly. The effect was maddening, literally. He began questioning his own perceptions, wondering if paranoia was making him see patterns that didn't exist. Sleep became elusive as his apartment filled with unexplained sounds. Electronics hummed at frequencies that seemed designed to prevent rest. The heating system cycled erratically, creating temperature fluctuations that made comfort impossible. Water pressure dropped whenever he tried to shower, and his refrigerator developed a whine that stopped only when he was away from his computer. Friends and family members began expressing concern about his mental state, though he couldn't remember telling them about his research. They called with surprising frequency, all using similar language about the importance of seeking help and taking breaks from the computer. The conversations felt scripted, as if his loved ones were reading from prepared statements. As days blended into a haze of technical failures and social pressure, Elias realised he was living inside one of the case studies he'd discovered. They weren't just monitoring him, they were actively dismantling his life with surgical precision. But unlike the previous victims, he knew what was happening. That knowledge might be his only chance of survival. He had to reach the final layer of the archive before they completed their psychological destruction. If his theory was correct, the deepest files would contain the ultimate revelation, and possibly his salvation. The final server required every technique Elias had learned over 2 decades of hacking, protected by quantum encryption and guarded by AI systems that adapted to his intrusion attempts in real time. It represented the pinnacle of digital security. Yet as he worked through the night, fueled by desperation and the last of his energy drinks, the barriers fell with almost suspicious ease. The locked folder contained exactly what he had expected and feared: complete dossiers on hundreds of individuals, including himself. His file was massive, containing information that should have been impossible to collect. Screenshots of every computer session going back years, audio recordings from devices that shouldn't have had microphones, even biometric data tracking his health and emotional states in real time. But it was the analysis that truly horrified him. Psychological profiles predicted his behaviour with uncanny accuracy, mapping his personality down to neurological quirks that he had never shared with anyone. The files detailed his childhood trauma, relationship patterns, cognitive biases, and emotional triggers with clinical precision. They knew him better than he knew himself. The surveillance had begun long before his current investigation. Webcam captures showed him staring at monitors in his apartment, taken from angles that suggested multiple hidden cameras. Phone conversations with friends and family had been recorded and analysed for stress patterns and emotional manipulation opportunities. Even his online shopping habits, medical records, and financial transactions had been fed into behavioural prediction algorithms. Most disturbing was the timeline. The earliest entries in his file dated back 15 years, to when he had first begun investigating conspiracy theories as a college student. They hadn't just discovered his activities, they had been watching and shaping them from the beginning. Every major breakthrough in his hacking skills, every connection he had made in underground communities, every piece of evidence he'd uncovered, all had been carefully orchestrated. The documents revealed the true scope of his manipulation. The pharmaceutical company he had exposed years earlier, the leaked documents had been strategically placed for him to find. The wrongful arrest that had cost him his fortune, engineered to isolate him and fuel his paranoia. Even his current apartment had been selected for him, the basement location perfect for the psychological pressure techniques they planned to employ, but the most shattering revelation was still to come. As he scrolled through terabytes of personal data, a video file caught his attention. The timestamp showed it was recorded 3 days ago, the night he had first accessed the government server. The video showed him working at his computer, but the angle was impossible. The camera had to be inside his monitor, watching him as he discovered the conspiracy. He was staring at footage of himself reading about his own surveillance. The video continued, showing him creating his digital conspiracy board, making connections between entertainment companies and intelligence agencies, even the moment when he had first seen his own photograph in the corporate files. But there was something else, a timestamp in the corner that made no sense. According to the file properties, the video had been created 6 months before it was allegedly recorded. His hand shaking, Elias cross-referenced the timestamp with other files in his dossier. The pattern that emerged destroyed everything he thought he knew about his investigation. Every revelation, every breakthrough, every piece of evidence he had discovered, all had been prepared in advance. The conspiracy he had uncovered was real, but his discovery of it had been choreographed down to the minute. They hadn't just been watching him, they had been directing him, feeding him information at precisely calculated intervals, allowing him to feel the satisfaction of discovery while ensuring he found only what they wanted him to find. His entire investigation was a performance, and he had been playing his role perfectly. The sound of footsteps in the hallway outside his apartment was no longer mysterious. It was his cue that the final act was about to begin. The timestamp that shattered Elias's world appeared in a routine system log, buried among thousands of other entries he might have overlooked in his haste to process the overwhelming data. But his pattern recognition skills, honed by decades of digital archaeology, caught the anomaly immediately. His surveillance file had been created 3 years before he had even begun his serious investigation into secret societies. Not updated, not modified, created. The implications spread through his mind like digital wildfire. Every forum post that had sparked his interest, every breadcrumb of evidence he had followed, every contact who had guided him toward new information sources, all had been carefully planted elements in an elaborate psychological experiment. He wasn't hunting the Illuminati. He was their laboratory rat, navigating a maze they had constructed specifically for him. The files reveal the true scope of the operation. Project Cassandra aimed to study how individuals with specific psychological profiles could be guided toward predetermined conclusions while believing they were conducting independent research. Elias was test subject 347 in a series that had already processed thousands of potential dissidents, conspiracy theorists, and amateur investigators. The methodology was diabolical in its sophistication. Rather than suppressing information, they had created controlled leaks that satisfied the subject's desire for hidden truth, while ensuring that any revelations served their ultimate purposes, every conspiracy theorist who believed they had uncovered secret plots was actually participating in a massive behavioural study that helped refine mass manipulation techniques. But Project Cassandra served another purpose, creating the perfect patsies. When subjects like Elias inevitably attempted to share their discoveries, the public would dismiss them as delusional paranoids. The conspiracy theorists discredited themselves more effectively than any government censorship could, providing cover for the real operations happening in plain sight. The genius was circular. They used genuine conspiracies to hide their conspiracy, to create conspiracy theories. The Ouroboros of manipulation consumed its own tail while strengthening the head. Elias found video recordings of planning meetings where researchers discussed his psychological profile like entomologists studying an insect. His obsessive personality, his need for validation through intellectual superiority, his isolation and distrust of mainstream society, all were noted as advantageous traits for the experiment. They had identified him as an ideal subject before he had even begun his journey into the digital underground. The recordings were clinical in their detachment. Subject 347 shows exceptional persistence and pattern recognition abilities. Recommend accelerating the revelation timeline to achieve maximum psychological impact. His technical skills allow for more sophisticated evidence plants than previous subjects. Agreed. The deep web forums are seeded and ready. Will allow him to discover the entertainment industry connections next week, followed by the financial networks the following month. Estimated timeline to complete breakdown, 6 to 8 months. What about extraction? Standard protocol. Once he achieves full paranoid state, we'll activate the final revelation. The cognitive dissonance should ensure complete psychological collapse within 72 hours. Subject will either retreat into catatonic withdrawal or self-eliminate. Either outcome serves project goals. The footsteps outside his door had stopped. In the silence that followed, Elias could hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears like a countdown timer. Every shadow in his peripheral vision might be a hidden observer. Every electronic device could be a surveillance tool. Even his own thoughts felt compromised, infected by the knowledge that his mind had been invaded and mapped by researchers who understood his psychology better than he did. But as despair threatened to overwhelm him completely, a final realization emerged from the chaos of his collapsing worldview. If they had created all of this as an experiment, if his investigation was a carefully orchestrated performance, then the evidence he had found might be real after all. They couldn't manipulate him with fake conspiracies. They had to use genuine ones to make the manipulation believable. The entertainment industry coordination, the financial manipulation, the psychological conditioning of entire populations, it was all real. His discovery of it might have been staged, but the conspiracy itself existed exactly as he had uncovered it. They had made one critical error in their psychological experiment. They had given him access to the truth. The question was whether that knowledge could serve any purpose now that he understood his role as an unwitting puppet. As the footsteps resumed outside his door, moving with deliberate slowness toward his apartment, Elias realized he had perhaps minutes to decide how this story would end. He could retreat into madness as they expected, becoming another cautionary tale about the dangers of conspiracy thinking. He could attempt to fight back, though they had mapped every aspect of his psychology and would anticipate any strategy he might devise. Or he could find a third option, something they hadn't planned for because it lay outside their understanding of his character. The gentle knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. A voice, polite and professional, spoke through the thin wood. "Mr. Corrin, we need to talk." Elias looked at his screens one final time, at the conspiracy board that had consumed his life, at the evidence that proved humanity was being manipulated on a scale beyond historical precedent. Then he looked at his reflection in the dark monitor, the face of a man who had discovered that his greatest fear and greatest hope were the same thing. He had found the truth. The truth had been carefully crafted to find him. But perhaps, in that circular dance of manipulation and discovery, lay an opportunity that neither he nor his watchers had anticipated. After all, even the most sophisticated psychological experiment could produce unexpected results. As he reached for the door handle, Elias Corrines smiled for the first time in months. If they had taught him anything, it was that reality was far more malleable than most people believed. And if reality could be shaped, then perhaps it was time for the subject to become the experimenter. The door opened to reveal figures in dark suits, their faces professional masks hiding whatever emotions they might have felt. But as they looked into Elias's eyes, something shifted in their expressions, a flicker of uncertainty that suggested their psychological profiles might have missed something crucial about their carefully studied subject. "Gentlemen," Elias said, his voice steady despite the chaos in his mind, "I've been expecting you. Shall we discuss what happens next?" The game was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. The transmission that should never have existed. Picture this. You're a radio operator at Melbourne Flight Service, October 21st, 1978. It's 7:12 p.m. The frequency crackles with a young pilot's voice, confused, but still professional. Melbourne, that strange aircraft, is hovering on top of me again. A pause, then with dawning horror, it is hovering, and it's not an aircraft. What follows next is 17 seconds of metallic scraping that sounds like nothing you've ever heard through aviation radio. A grinding, oscillating shriek that makes your teeth ache. Then silence. Not the gradual fade of a distant signal. Not the static burst of equipment failure. Just instant, absolute silence. As if someone had surgically removed Frederick Valentich from existence. Those 17 seconds of sound still exist. You can listen to them today, digitized and preserved in aviation archives. Engineers have analysed them with every tool available. The conclusion? No known aircraft makes that sound. No known metal-on-metal collision produces that specific frequency pattern. It remains to this day unexplained. Frederick Valentich was 20 years old. He had brown hair, an easy smile, and dreams of becoming a commercial airline pilot. On that October evening in 1978, he climbed into a rented Cessna 182L at Moorabbin Airport near Melbourne, filed a flight plan to King Island, and became one of aviation's most enduring mysteries. not because he disappeared — pilots unfortunately disappear — but because of what he reported seeing in the minutes before his vanishing, and because of what the Australian government desperately tried to hide for the next 45 years. This is not a ghost story. This is documented fact, preserved in radio transcripts, witness testimonies, and recently declassified government files that paint a picture far stranger than fiction. What happened to Frederick Valentich over Bass Strait challenges everything we think we know about our skies, our governments, and perhaps our place in the universe. Part 1. The official account. The evening of October 21st, 1978 was perfect for flying. The weather reports from Bureau of Meteorology showed calm conditions across Bass Strait, that notorious stretch of water between mainland Australia and Tasmania. Visibility extended for miles. Wind speeds barely resisted. It was the kind of night that made young pilots eager to log flight hours. Frederick Valentich had earned his private pilot licence with a Class 4 instrument rating. Not exceptional, but competent. He'd logged about 150 hours of flight time, mostly in single-engine Cessnas like the one he rented that evening. Friends described him as enthusiastic about aviation, perhaps over-eager at times, but careful about following procedures. He'd applied twice to join the Royal Australian Air Force and been rejected both times, not for lack of skill, but because of what evaluators called insufficient educational qualifications. The Cessna 182L he signed out was a reliable four-seater, registration VH-DSJ. Nothing special about it. Regular maintenance records. No history of problems. Just another small aircraft among hundreds that crossed Australian skies daily. Frederick's flight plan showed a simple route. Moorabbin to King Island, a distance of about 125 miles over water. Estimated flight time, 69 minutes. Purpose of flight, picking up crayfish for a family dinner. Except that was a lie. King Island Airport had no record of Frederick Valentich requesting landing clearance. No crayfish order existed. No one on King Island expected him. His friends later admitted Frederick had talked about wanting to photograph UFOs, but they dismissed it as enthusiasm rather than serious intention. The real purpose of his flight remains unknown, buried with whatever truth disappeared that night. At 6:19 p.m, Frederick's Cessna lifted off from Moorabbin's runway. Air traffic control noted nothing unusual. He climbed to his assigned altitude of 4,500 feet, maintained proper heading, and radioed position updates as required. For the first 47 minutes, everything proceeded exactly as hundreds of flights had proceeded before. Then, at 7:06 p.m, Frederick initiated contact with Melbourne Flight Service. Melbourne, this is Delta Sierra Juliet. Is there any known traffic below 5,000? The radio operator, Steve Roby, checked his radar and charts. Delta Sierra Juliet, no known traffic. Delta Sierra Juliet, I am, seems to be a large aircraft below 5,000. What followed over the next 6 minutes would become one of the most analysed radio exchanges in aviation history. Frederick described an elongated metallic object with 4 bright landing lights. It approached from the east, passed over him at high speed, then circled back. He reported it had a shiny metallic surface and a green light. At one point he said it seemed to be playing games with him. Roby, maintaining professional calm, tried to help identify the object. Military aircraft, none scheduled. Commercial traffic, nothing on radar. Weather balloon, wrong altitude and behaviour. With each exchange, Frederick's voice grew more strained, though he never panicked. He was a pilot reporting observations, even as those observations defied explanation. At 7:09 p.m, Frederick reported his engine was rough idling and coughing. Roby asked if he could identify the aircraft type. "It isn't an aircraft," Frederick replied, his voice carrying a note of wonder rather than fear. The object, according to Frederick's descriptions, moved in ways that violated basic aerodynamics. It stopped instantly from high speed. It hovered without any visible means of support. It circled his plane at distances and angles that should have created catastrophic turbulence but didn't. At 7:12 p.m. and 9 seconds, Frederick's final coherent transmission came through. It is hovering, and it's not an aircraft. Then came those 17 seconds of metallic scraping. Then nothing. Robbie tried to re-establish contact for the next 5 minutes. Delta Sierra Juliet Melbourne. Delta Sierra Juliet Melbourne. Do you read? Only static answered. He notified his supervisor. Search and rescue protocols activated immediately. The search began at first light on October 22nd. The Royal Australian Air Force deployed aircraft. The Navy sent vessels. Civilian boats joined the effort. They scoured 1,000 square miles of ocean for 4 days. The weather remained calm, the water relatively shallow. Ideal conditions for spotting wreckage. They found nothing. No oil slick that would indicate a crash. No floating debris from the aircraft's interior. No emergency beacon signal, though the Cessna carried one designed to activate on impact. Most tellingly, no body. In those water temperatures, a body would have floated within 24 to 48 hours. The Department of Transport's official investigation concluded with bureaucratic simplicity. Presumed fatal accident. Cause unknown. They suggested 5 possible explanations. Frederick became disoriented and flew into the water. He experienced engine failure. He deliberately flew into the water. He became incapacitated and lost control, or he staged his own disappearance. None of these explanations addressed the metallic object Frederick described. None explained the 17 seconds of unexplained sound. None accounted for the complete absence of wreckage in thoroughly searched waters. The case officially closed in 1980. Frederick Valentich was declared dead in absentia. His family received a death certificate. Insurance claims were processed. As far as the Australian government was concerned, a young pilot had tragically crashed, and that was that. Except it wasn't. Part 2. The documents that never made the news. In the weeks following Frederick's disappearance, something curious happened. Or rather, didn't happen. Despite the sensational nature of the case, a pilot reporting a UFO moments before vanishing, mainstream Australian media coverage dried up remarkably quickly. The story made initial headlines, then disappeared from newspapers as if editors had collectively decided it wasn't worth pursuing. But people had seen things that night. They'd filed official reports. Those reports went into government archives, where they sat untouched and unexamined by journalists for decades. Roy Manifold, a plumber and amateur photographer, was setting up a time-lapse camera on the shore near Cape Otway Lighthouse at the exact time of Frederick's disappearance. He wanted to capture the sunset over Bass Strait. When he developed the film, one frame showed something extraordinary. A dense black object with what appeared to be a bright light, or exhaust trail emerging from it, hovering over the water. The photograph's timestamp matched Frederick's final transmission within minutes. Manifold took his photograph to the Herald Sun newspaper. They showed initial interest, even sending the image for analysis. Then, abruptly, they returned it without publication or explanation. Manifold tried other media outlets with similar results. The photograph eventually made its way to UFO researchers, but by then the trail of official interest had gone cold. 5 other witnesses filed reports with various authorities that night. A couple camping at Cape Otway reported a green light moving erratically over the water. 2 girls driving along the coastal road described a bright object dancing in the sky before shooting upward at impossible speed. A fishing boat captain logged an unusual green phosphorescence in the water, unlike any bioluminescence he'd seen in 30 years of sailing Bass Strait. These reports shared common elements: green light, erratic movement, the time window matching Frederick's disappearance. They were filed with police, Coast Guard and aviation authorities. They were stamped, dated and archived. They were never investigated. In 1982, researcher Bill Chalker gained access to Department of Transport files through a Freedom of Information request. Hidden among routine documentation, he found a memo that shouldn't have existed. Dated October 24th, 1978, 3 days after the disappearance, it came from an unnamed Royal Australian Air Force officer to the department's Aviation Safety Branch. The memo's language was carefully bureaucratic, but its implications were staggering. It referenced non-ballistic movement patterns inconsistent with conventional aircraft, observed by ground-based radar systems on the night of October 21st. It mentioned anomalous returns in the area of Frederick's last known position. Most significantly, it stated that further documentation has been classified under national security provisions and forwarded to appropriate channels. Chalker pressed for these classified documents. He was told they didn't exist. When he provided the memo's reference numbers, he was told the classification was a mistake, that the documents contained nothing relevant to the Valentich case. When he formally appealed, his request was denied on grounds of international intelligence sharing agreements. International, not domestic. Someone outside Australia had an interest in what happened to Frederick Valentich. The pilot's father, Guido Valentich, spent years trying to understand his son's fate. In 1980, he gave an interview to Italian newspaper Giornale dei Misteri that Australian media largely ignored. He revealed that Frederick had been obsessed with UFOs for years, collecting magazine articles and attending UFO discussion groups in Melbourne. More significantly, Frederick had told his father 2 weeks before the disappearance that he believed he would soon make contact. He said strange things were happening, Guido recalled. Instruments in planes were going wrong. Pilots were seeing things. He believed something big was about to happen, and he wanted to be part of it. This context transformed Frederick's final flight. Not a routine crayfish run, but possibly a deliberate attempt to encounter something he believed existed in Bass Strait. The question became not what Frederick saw, but what he might have been looking for, and whether something was looking for him. In 1983, an aviation mechanic named John Murphy came forward with disturbing information. He'd serviced Frederick's rented Cessna 2 days before the disappearance. Frederick had paid cash for an unusual request. Murphy was to check and double-check the aircraft's radio equipment, specifically its ability to transmit on emergency frequencies. Frederick had seemed nervous, constantly checking over his shoulder, asking if anyone else had access to maintenance records. Murphy had thought it odd but not alarming. Young pilots could be particular about equipment. After the disappearance, he'd reported the encounter to investigators. They'd taken his statement, thanked him, and never followed up. When Murphy later tried to access his own statement through official channels, he was told no such document existed in the case file. The pattern was clear: systematic suppression of information that didn't fit the official narrative of a simple crash. Witnesses ignored, evidence dismissed, documents classified or disappeared. Someone wanted Frederick Valentich to remain an unfortunate accident rather than an impossible mystery. But secrets have a way of surfacing, especially when they're buried in government archives waiting for declassification deadlines. Part 3. The Classified Connections. For 45 years, the complete government files on Frederick Valentich remained partially classified. Standard procedure for aviation accidents allowed full declassification after 30 years. Yet when 2008 arrived, researchers found key documents still restricted under national security provisions. It took until 2023 for the National Archives of Australia to release what they claimed was the complete file. Even then, numerous pages showed heavy redaction. What emerged from these documents fundamentally changed understanding of that October night. The files revealed that Bass Strait in 1978 was far from empty ocean. It was one of the most heavily monitored maritime zones in the Southern Hemisphere, though few Australians knew it. The Cold War had turned these waters into a chessboard, where submarines played deadly games of detection and evasion. American nuclear submarines regularly transited Bass Strait, using its complex underwater topography to mask their acoustic signatures. Soviet intelligence vessels operated just outside Australian territorial waters trying to track these submarines. Australia, caught between superpowers, officially maintained neutrality while secretly cooperating with American surveillance efforts. 3 underwater listening stations operated along the Victorian coast, part of the classified SOSUS, Sound Surveillance System Network. These hypersensitive hydrophones could detect submarine movements hundreds of miles away. They also, according to declassified technical specifications, could pick up aircraft impacts on water surfaces, yet they recorded nothing on October 21st, 1978. A recently released document dated October 23rd, 1978, showed the United States Naval Intelligence Service had formally requested all data related to aerial disturbance over Bass Strait on the night of Frederick's disappearance. The request came through diplomatic channels reserved for highest priority intelligence matters. Australia complied, sending not just the Valentich case files, but also associated electromagnetic anomaly recordings. Electromagnetic anomaly recordings, not standard procedure for a missing Cessna. The documents revealed that RAAF Base East Sale had tracked an unusual radar target that night. Not Frederick's Cessna, they had that clearly identified. Something else, moving at speeds alternating between hover and over 3,000 miles per hour. The radar operators had tagged it as equipment malfunctioned until it intersected with Frederick's flight path. Then it had disappeared from radar at the exact moment Frederick's transmission cut off. Wing Commander Keith Jessup filed a report stating his belief that the object exhibited controlled flight characteristics beyond current technological capabilities. His superiors buried the report and transferred Jessup to a desk position in Canberra. He took early retirement 6 months later, signing a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement. The American interest went deeper than simple intelligence gathering. A CIA assessment dated November 1978, declassified only partially in 2023, discussed parallels between Bass Strait incident and Project Blue Book case number 3201. That case, from 1952, involved a United States Air Force pilot who reported similar metallic objects with green lights before experiencing complete electrical failure. He'd survived, landing his aircraft on manual backup systems, but suffered radiation exposure consistent with close proximity to an unknown energy source. Frederick Valentich's medical records subpoenaed during the investigation showed he'd had a comprehensive physical examination just 3 weeks before his disappearance. Blood work, chest x-rays, vision tests, all normal. Yet the investigation file contained a curious addendum, a request from the Australian Radiation Laboratory for any preserved biological samples from Frederick Valentich. No explanation for why radiation exposure might be relevant to a presumed crash. The surveillance corridor Frederick entered wasn't just monitored for submarines. Declassified American documents revealed Operation Sky Scanner, a joint US-Australian program using the area to test advanced electronic warfare systems, experimental radar spoofing, communications jamming, even early electromagnetic pulse weapons. The exact nature of tests conducted on October 21st, 1978, remained classified, but the operation's log showed unscheduled termination due to civilian air traffic interference. Frederick hadn't just flown into monitored airspace. He'd flown into an active military testing zone that shouldn't have been accessible to civilian aircraft. Yet no NOTAM, notice to airmen, had been issued warning pilots away from the area. Either the military had failed in basic safety protocols, or they hadn't expected anyone to be flying there, despite Frederick's filed flight plan. A handwritten note in the margins of one document, presumably from an intelligence analyst, posed a chilling question. If target acquisition was successful, where is the package? Target acquisition, package, language suggesting Frederick and his aircraft weren't victims but objectives. The Royal Australian Navy's involvement proved equally puzzling. The destroyer HMAS Torrens was conducting exercises 100 miles south of Frederick's route. Its log showed it diverted toward the search area before official search and rescue operations began. How did they know to divert if Frederick's disappearance hadn't yet been reported? The log offered no explanation, only coordinates and the cryptic notation. Standing orders executed. In 2019, a retired United States Navy sonar operator named Marcus Webb violated his non-disclosure agreement to speak with researcher Keith Basterfield. Webb had been stationed at the secret Pine Gap facility in Central Australia in 1978, officially analysing submarine acoustic signatures. On October 21st, his equipment had detected what he described as impossible sounds from Bass Strait. It wasn't mechanical, Webb explained. Not like engines or propellers. It was modulated, almost musical, but at frequencies that hurt to process. The computers couldn't classify it. We were ordered to delete the recordings and report equipment malfunction. I kept a partial copy on personal tape. The FBI confiscated it during a routine security check 3 months later. The implications were staggering. Multiple government agencies had detected, tracked and documented something extraordinary in Bass Strait that night. They'd moved to investigate, or intercept, before Frederick was reported missing. They'd systematically suppressed evidence and silenced witnesses, and the Americans had been involved from the beginning, suggesting this wasn't an isolated incident but part of something larger. Yet questions remained. If military forces had been tracking the object Frederick encountered, why hadn't they warned him? If they'd known something dangerous operated in Bass Strait, why allow civilian flights at all? And most disturbingly, if Frederick's disappearance was connected to classified military operations, why had no one been held accountable for his loss? The answer might lie in what happened after 1978, a pattern of incidents that suggested Frederick Valentich was neither the first nor the last to encounter something extraordinary over Bass Strait. Part 4. The modern anomaly chain commercial airline pilot Captain Richard Davies had 23 years of experience when he encountered something that made him question everything he thought he knew about aviation. On March 15, 2004, flying a Boeing 737 from Melbourne to Launceston, he crossed Bass Strait at 35,000 feet under clear conditions. What happened next would have ended his career if his co-pilot hadn't witnessed it too. A green, luminous object, roughly oval in shape, appeared off their starboard wing, not on radar, not on collision avoidance systems, visible only to human eyes. It paced their aircraft for 12 minutes, maintaining perfect relative position despite the 737's 450-knot airspeed. Then it accelerated upward at an angle Davies estimated at 70 degrees, disappearing in seconds. Davies faced a choice: report the sighting and risk his reputation, or stay silent and violate aviation safety protocols. He chose to file an official report. The response was swift and unsettling. Within 48 hours, representatives from the Australian Transport Safety Bureau interviewed him, took his statement, and classified it under environmental phenomena. They strongly suggested he avoid discussing the incident publicly. His co-pilot, First Officer Jennifer Chen, kept detailed personal notes. They knew, she wrote. The investigators weren't surprised. They had a protocol for this, forms specifically designed for anomalous aerial observations. How many pilots have filled out these forms? The answer emerged through careful research by aviation safety advocate Michael Carmody. Using Freedom of Information requests, he discovered that between 2000 and 2019, at least 47 commercial pilots had reported unusual phenomena over Bass Strait. Green lights featured in 31 reports, electromagnetic interference in 23, complete instrument failure in 8. The geographic concentration was remarkable. Plot the incidents on a map, and they clustered in a corridor roughly 50 miles wide, running northeast to southwest through Bass Strait. The exact corridor Frederick Valentich had entered in 1978. Captain Sarah Hendricks experienced the worst recorded incident in 2012. Flying a Qantas 737 with 162 passengers, she encountered what she described as coordinated harassment by multiple green lights. They surrounded her aircraft, matching every evasive manoeuvre. Her instruments failed in sequence, first GPS, then radio altimeter, then primary flight display. For 6 minutes she flew on backup instruments and visual references, her passengers unaware of the crisis. They were testing us, she told investigators, seeing how we'd react, what systems they could compromise. It felt deliberate, intelligent. Qantas management placed her on administrative leave pending psychological evaluation. She passed, returned to flying, but never crossed Bass Strait again, accepting only routes that avoided the area. The electromagnetic effects showed disturbing patterns. Analysis by electronics engineer Tom Patterson revealed that the interference specifically targeted certain frequencies, those used by military communications and encrypted data links. Civilian systems failed as collateral damage. Whatever caused the interference understood human technology well enough to attack its weak points. In 2016, the Royal Australian Navy quietly rerouted submarine training exercises away from Bass Strait. The official reason cited environmental concerns for marine mammals. Retired Admiral James Morrison later admitted the real reason. 3 submarines had experienced simultaneous complete electrical failures while submerged in the strait. Emergency ballast blows had brought them to the surface, but investigators couldn't explain what had caused systems designed with triple redundancy to fail simultaneously. Tiger Airways Flight 381 provided the most documented case. On November 8, 2018, the Airbus A320 carried 178 passengers from Sydney to Melbourne. Approaching Bass Strait, Captain Michael Torres noticed an unusual green phosphorescence in the clouds ahead. He requested deviation around the weather. Melbourne Control reported clear skies, no precipitation on radar. Torres trusted his eyes over instruments. As he began the deviation, passengers on the right side of the aircraft started recording with their phones. 12 separate videos captured what happened next. A metallic sphere, approximately 30 feet in diameter, emerged from the phosphorescent cloud and positioned itself directly above the aircraft. For 4 minutes, it maintained position while every electronic device on the plane, from navigation systems to passenger entertainment units, flickered erratically. Then it accelerated vertically and vanished. The videos went viral before authorities could suppress them. The Australian Transport Safety Bureau issued a statement attributing the sighting to ball lightning, despite meteorologists pointing out that no thunderstorm activity existed within 500 miles. The passenger videos revealed details that challenged conventional explanation. The object's surface showed no seams, rivets, or visible propulsion systems. It maintained perfect stability despite the aircraft's wake turbulence. Most remarkably, frame-by-frame analysis showed it didn't actually move when it disappeared. It seemed to fade out of visible spectrum while remaining in the same position. Bass Strait earned its reputation as Australia's Bermuda Triangle, but the comparison wasn't entirely accurate. The Bermuda Triangle's mysteries involved disappearances. Bass Strait's mysteries involved encounters, repeated documented contact, with something that chose to reveal itself to commercial aircraft, while remaining invisible to military surveillance. Or perhaps not invisible. A leaked 2019 Royal Australian Air Force briefing suggested they'd been tracking persistent anomalous returns over Bass Strait for decades. The briefing discussed protocols for avoiding inadvertent engagement and stressed that pilots should not attempt intercept or investigation of unusual targets in the region. They knew something operated in Bass Strait. They'd known since at least 1978, possibly earlier. They'd chosen to allow civilian aircraft to continue flying through the area, accepting whatever risk that entailed. The question was whether they were protecting the public from knowledge of these encounters, or protecting whatever was causing them from public scrutiny. The modern incidents shared one crucial detail with Frederick Valentich's disappearance: the complete absence of official explanation. No coherent theory explained how multiple unrelated aircraft could encounter similar phenomena across 4 decades. No natural phenomenon accounted for metallic objects that defied physics. No secret military project remained operational and unacknowledged for 45 years, unless of course it wasn't military at all. Part 5. The question no one can answer. Geoffrey Thurgood spent 37 years as an air crash investigator. He'd examined wreckage from 200 accidents, testified in countless inquests, and thought he'd seen every way an aircraft could fail. The Valentich case haunted him precisely because it broke every rule he'd learned. When a plane crashes in water, he explained in a 2020 interview, it leaves evidence, always. Oil spreads for miles and lingers for days. Composite materials float. Seats contain foam that's essentially unsinkable. Even if the aircraft sinks intact, which is rare, bodies eventually surface due to decomposition gases. The Cessna 182 had mechanical controls with steel cables that would survive impact and sink slowly. We should have found something. Bass Strait's characteristics made the absence of wreckage even more puzzling. Average depth, 200 feet. Seafloor composition, sandy sediment over limestone. Currents, predictable and well mapped. Commercial fishing vessels crisscrossed these waters daily, their nets dragging the bottom. In the 45 years since Frederick's disappearance, they'd found no aircraft parts. The theory that Frederick staged his disappearance collapsed under scrutiny. His bank accounts remained untouched. His passport never surfaced at any border crossing. No credible sighting ever emerged despite extensive media coverage. His girlfriend, Rhonda Rushton, insisted he'd been genuinely excited about their planned future together. He'd put a deposit on an engagement ring 3 days before his disappearance. Private investigator Malcolm Sutton spent 5 years tracking every lead, funded by the Valentich family's desperate search for answers. He found nothing suggesting Frederick had motivation or means to disappear. People who fake their deaths make mistakes, Sutton noted. They access money, contact family, leave digital footprints. Frederick left nothing. It's as if he simply ceased to exist. The suicide theory proved equally problematic. Frederick's psychological profile showed no indicators of depression or distress. He'd scheduled flying lessons for the following week, paid 6 months advance rent on his apartment, and told friends about his plans to apply again for commercial pilot training. His final radio transmissions revealed confusion and wonder, not despair. If Frederick had experienced mechanical failure or spatial disorientation, why describe a metallic object in such specific detail? 7 minutes of coherent observation couldn't be dismissed as hallucination. The transmission showed no signs of hypoxia or carbon monoxide poisoning. His speech remained clear, his responses logical. The 17 seconds of metallic sound defied all attempted explanation. Audio analysis by the University of Melbourne's Acoustic Laboratory identified multiple frequency harmonics that didn't match any known aircraft noise. The sound exhibited Doppler characteristics suggesting rapid rotation, but no part of a Cessna 182 could produce such frequencies even in catastrophic failure. Aviation engineer Patricia Williams attempted to recreate the sound using aircraft components. She tried propeller strikes on various materials, engine failures, structural collapses. Nothing matched. The closest approximation came from electromagnetically induced vibration in aluminum sheeting, but that required powerful external magnetic fields far beyond anything a small aircraft would encounter naturally. The government's behaviour raised its own questions. In 1982, Transport Minister Ralph Hunt ordered all Valentich files sealed for 30 years, citing public interest. When pressed by Parliament to explain, he stated only that premature release could cause unnecessary distress and speculation. What information could cause distress beyond what the family already endured? In 2008, when the 30-year period expired, key files remained classified. The government cited national security provisions that should never have applied to a civilian aircraft accident. Legal challenges by freedom of information advocates revealed that multiple agencies, defence, intelligence, foreign affairs, had placed holds on different documents. The coordination suggested high-level decision-making about maintaining secrecy. The partial declassification in 2023 answered some questions while raising others. Why had the United States shown such immediate interest? What were the electromagnetic anomaly recordings they'd requested? Why had Australian military assets moved toward Frederick's position before he was reported missing? Former intelligence analyst David Crawford, speaking anonymously, offered a possibility that challenged conventional thinking. What if Frederick Valentich encountered something that wasn't hostile, but was absolutely not meant to be seen? What if his disappearance wasn't an attack but a containment measure? That would explain the government's response. They're not covering up a crime but a contact. This theory aligned disturbingly well with the evidence. Frederick had deliberately sought out UFO phenomena. He'd positioned himself in an area of repeated sightings. He'd encountered something that matched his expectations. Then he'd vanished without violence, without wreckage, without any sign of destruction. The continued incidents over Bass Strait suggested an ongoing presence, something that revealed itself selectively, tested human aircraft systems, then withdrew without causing harm. Commercial pilots reported feeling observed, studied, evaluated. None reported feeling threatened, despite the obvious danger of instrument failures at altitude. Captain Richard Davies, reflecting on his 2004 encounter, voiced what many pilots thought privately. It knew we were there, it chose to show itself. It could have done anything to our aircraft. We were completely vulnerable. Instead, it just watched us, like it was checking on our progress, seeing how far we'd come technologically. The Bass Strait mystery had evolved from a single disappearance to a pattern of contact. Frederick Valentich might not have crashed or been destroyed. He might have achieved exactly what he'd sought, contact with intelligence beyond Earth. The price of that contact remained unknown, as did its purpose. But one fact remained undeniable. Something extraordinary operated in Bass Strait. It had been there in 1978 when Frederick vanished. It was still there in 2024, still watching, still waiting, still selecting who would see it, and who would be allowed to remember. The Australian government continued its policy of official denial and unofficial acknowledgement. Commercial aircraft still crossed Bass Strait daily. Pilots still reported green lights and electromagnetic anomalies. And somewhere in classified archives, the complete truth about Frederick Valentich waited for someone brave enough to reveal it. What if the most terrifying conspiracy wasn't hidden in the stars but buried beneath our feet? What if the government wasn't covering up visitors from another world, but something we created ourselves, something that refused to stay dead? Before we dive into tonight's story, I want to give a thank you to Marker 9410, Jackman and Tyler Bailey, and so many others who suggested this topic. Your ideas keep this channel going, so please keep leaving your suggestions in the comments below. Tonight we're heading to northern New Mexico, to a place where the desert keeps secrets, and where one man's curiosity may have cost him everything. This is the story of the Archuleta Protocol. Part 1. The Forgotten Files. Daniel Reeves had spent 46 years trying to forget Dulce, New Mexico. He'd been largely successful until the morning of March 12, 2025, when the past arrived in his email inbox disguised as a PDF. At 67, Daniel lived alone in a modest ranch house outside Alamogordo. where the desert stretched endlessly and neighbours were measured in miles rather than feet. Retirement suited him. He'd spent his career as a geotechnical engineer, drilling holes into the earth for the Department of Energy, Los Alamos National Laboratory, and various contractors whose names changed more often than their security clearances. He'd mapped fault lines, assessed geological stability, and kept his mouth shut about things that didn't concern him. The email came from the Veterans History Archive Initiative, a grant program encouraging former military contractors to digitise their old project records for historical preservation. Daniel had applied 6 months earlier, mostly out of boredom. They'd sent him a scanner and simple instructions: catalogue everything, upload what wasn't classified, flag anything that might be. He'd been working through boxes of yellowed documents for weeks: soil composition reports, hand-drawn survey maps, photographs of drilling equipment caked in red desert clay. Most of it was mind-numbingly dull, the kind of technical minutiae that only another engineer could appreciate. But that morning, scanning a stack of Department of Energy environmental cleanup files from a 2025 public records release, his hand stopped moving. The coordinates were unmistakable: 36.9428 degrees north, 106.9931 degrees west. Archuleta Mesa, Dulce, New Mexico. The report was dated February 2025, stamped with multiple agency seals: DOE, Department of Homeland Security, EPA. The language was bureaucratic and vague, designed to bore anyone who bothered reading it. Ground instability due to deep bore tunnelling activities and implementation of biological containment protocols following undisclosed 1979 incident requiring remediation. Daniel read it 3 times, his coffee growing cold in his hand. Biological containment. Archuleta Mesa. He'd been there. He'd been part of whatever this was. Daniel pushed away from his desk and walked to the window. Outside, the morning sun painted the Sacramento mountains in shades of amber and rust. His reflection stared back at him. A lean man with silver hair and sun-weathered skin, eyes still sharp behind wire-rimmed glasses. He looked like someone who'd earned a quiet retirement. He looked like someone who'd successfully buried the past. But memory is a stubborn thing. He returned to his filing cabinets, pulling open drawers he hadn't touched in years. His fingers walked through labelled folders until he found it. A thin accordion file marked LANL, MISC Projects 1978 to 1980. Inside were pay stubs, travel vouchers, equipment requisition forms. But the daily logs from August 1979, the detailed survey notes, the incident reports, the photographs, were gone. He remembered keeping them. He remembered filing them carefully, the way he filed everything. But at some point in some year he couldn't quite recall they'd vanished, or been taken. Daniel sat back down at his computer and opened his blank document. From memory he began typing: Project Gaslight, August 1979, Archuleta Mesa, Dulce, New Mexico. Team lead, Daniel Reeves. Assignment: Geothermal survey and structural assessment of subsurface cavern system. That was the official story anyway. Part 2. The 1979 operation. The past came back in fragments, sharp and bright against the dark backdrop of forgotten years. Summer 1979. Daniel had been 31 years old, newly married, working contract jobs for Los Alamos National Laboratory. The pay was excellent, the work was interesting, and he had learned not to ask too many questions. When you worked for LANL during the Cold War, you understood that curiosity was a luxury you couldn't afford. The call came in late July. A supervisor Daniel had worked with before, a man named Gordon Voss, asked if he was available for a 6-week project in northern New Mexico. Geothermal assessment, Gordon said. Straightforward drilling and core sampling. The location was remote, the pay was double his usual rate, and secrecy protocols would apply. Daniel said yes, without hesitation. He arrived in Dulce on August 5th, driving a rental truck loaded with seismic equipment and diamond-tipped drill bits. The town was small, quiet, nestled in high desert country, where the Jicarilla Apache Reservation sprawled across mesas and canyons. Archuleta Mesa rose to the north, a massive table of rock and sparse vegetation that looked like a sleeping giant. The project site wasn't in the town proper. Daniel followed dirt roads for another 40 minutes, past cattle gates and washouts, until he reached a temporary encampment. 3 aluminum trailers, 2 industrial generators, and a drilling rig positioned near the base of the mesa. A chain-link fence had been erected around the perimeter, topped with warning signs about blasting zones and geological testing. Gordon Voss was waiting for him, clipboard in hand, looking exactly as Daniel remembered. Stocky, balding, with the permanent squint of someone who'd spent too many years reading technical specifications in bad light. "Right on time," Gordon said, shaking Daniel's hand. "Let me show you what we're working with." Inside the main trailer, geological surveys covered every wall. The maps showed an extensive cave system beneath Archuleta Mesa, tunnels that supposedly connected to an abandoned 1950s nuclear shelter built during the height of Cold War paranoia. The official story was that they were assessing the stability of these tunnels for possible geothermal energy extraction. Daniel nodded along, examining the depth readings and soil composition reports. Everything looked standard, professional, boring. "Any problems?" Daniel asked. Gordon hesitated just for a second. "We've had some unusual readings. Temperature fluctuations, minor seismic activity that doesn't match known fault patterns. Probably nothing, but we need someone with your experience to make sense of it." They started drilling on August 8th. The first week was routine. They expanded an existing shaft, pulling up core samples of sandstone, limestone and volcanic rock. Daniel supervised the drilling crews, adjusted their angle and depth, monitored seismic sensors placed throughout the cave system. Everything proceeded according to plan. The second week things changed. On August 23rd at approximately 2:47 p.m, the temperature sensors spiked. Daniel was in the trailer reviewing data when the alarm went off, a shrill electronic beep that made everyone jump. He rushed outside to the drill site. The rig had stopped. The crew stood back, staring at the shaft opening. One of them, a kid named Tommy who couldn't have been more than 22, looked pale. "Something's wrong with the drill," Tommy said. "It hit resistance at 340 meters, but it's not rock. I don't know what it is." Daniel climbed onto the rig platform and checked the readouts. The drill bit had stopped advancing, but the motor was still pulling full torque. The temperature sensor attached to the bit read 127 degrees Fahrenheit, which was at least 40 degrees hotter than it should have been at that depth. "Pull it up," Daniel ordered, slowly. It took 20 minutes to retract the drill. When the bit finally emerged, everyone went silent. The tungsten carbide tips were scorched black, as if they'd been exposed to extreme heat. But more disturbing was the residue coating the bit, a thick, dark substance that looked organic, almost like tar, except it seemed to shimmer with faint iridescence in the afternoon sun. When Daniel reached out to touch it, Gordon grabbed his wrist. "Don't," Gordon said quietly. That was when Daniel noticed the other men, 3 of them, standing near the fence line watching. They wore civilian clothes, jeans, work boots, plain shirts, but they carried themselves with military precision. Daniel hadn't seen them arrive. Gordon saw Daniel looking. "New safety inspectors," he said too quickly. "From Kirtland Air Force Base. Standard procedure." It wasn't standard procedure. Daniel knew that. But he also knew when to keep his mouth shut. They shut down drilling for the day. Gordon sent the crew back to town while he and Daniel stayed behind to examine the drill bit more carefully. In the trailer with the door closed, Gordon swabbed a sample of the dark residue onto a glass slide and examined it under a portable microscope. "Jesus Christ," Gordon whispered. "What is it?" Gordon didn't answer immediately. He adjusted the microscope focus, his face tight with something Daniel couldn't quite identify. Fear, maybe, or recognition. "It's moving," Gordon finally said, "at the cellular level. This isn't geological, it's biological." Before Daniel could respond, the seismic monitors erupted with activity. The needle on the primary unit swung wildly as a low-frequency vibration rolled through the trailer. deep, rhythmic, almost like a pulse. The lights flickered. Daniel's coffee cup rattled across the desk. Then, as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. Silence. Gordon and Daniel stared at each other. Outside they could hear the generators humming, the wind moving across the mesa. Everything sounded normal. Daniel walked to the window and looked toward the drill site. The three men from Kirtland were making phone calls, their faces grim. "Gordon," Daniel said slowly, "what are we really drilling for?" Gordon was already packing the microscope away, sealing the sample slide in a plastic evidence bag. His hands shook slightly. "Nothing good," he said. "Nothing good at all." That night Daniel couldn't sleep. He lay in his rented room at the Dulce Motor Lodge, staring at the ceiling, listening to the distant hum of the desert. Around 3 a.m. he heard helicopters. Not the small civilian kind, but heavy military transports, their rotors beating the air like war drums. The next morning, when Daniel arrived at the site, everything had changed. The drilling rig was gone. The trailers were being dismantled. A dozen new personnel had arrived overnight, all wearing black tactical uniforms with no insignia. They'd erected a large military tent over the drill shaft, and armed guards now patrolled the perimeter. Gordon met him at the gate, his face haggard, eyes bloodshot. "Project's over," Gordon said, "effective immediately. You'll be compensated for the full contract period, plus a completion bonus. Sign here." He handed Daniel a stack of documents, non-disclosure agreements, security protocols, a new contract that superseded everything he'd signed before, citing national energy security as the reason for termination. Daniel read through them carefully. The language was dense, threatening. He would never discuss the project. He would never return to the site. He would surrender all notes, photographs and samples. Violation would result in federal prosecution. "What did we find down there?" Daniel asked quietly. Gordon looked at him for a long moment. "Nothing," he said finally. "We found absolutely nothing. That's the official story, and you'd be smart to believe it." Daniel signed the papers. 2 days later, he left Dulce, driving back to Alamogordo with a check for $15,000 and a head full of questions he'd never be able to answer. Within a month, he heard that Tommy, the young driller who'd first noticed something wrong, had died in a hiking accident in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. Another crew member, a geologist named Patricia Mills, was killed in a car crash on Highway 84. Daniel never spoke to Gordon Voss again, and for 46 years he tried very hard to forget that August in Dulce ever happened. Part 3. The Interference. The retired supervisor living under a new identity wasn't hard to find. Daniel had kept a list, not written down, never written down, but memorized, of everyone he'd worked with during those years. Gordon Voss had been important enough to remember. It took Daniel 3 days of searching, using genealogy databases and property records, before he found a match. Gordon Vance, age 72, living in Montrose, Colorado. The photographs on social media, a Facebook account belonging to Gordon's daughter, showed the same stocky build, the same permanent squint, just older and greyer. Daniel didn't call first. He drove the 6 hours north to Montrose, rehearsing what he'd say, and knocked on the door of a modest bungalow with a well-tended garden and a view of the San Juan Mountains. Gordon answered the door, took one look at Daniel and went pale. "Jesus Christ," Gordon whispered. "You're supposed to be forgetting." "So are you," Daniel said. "Can I come in?" They sat in Gordon's kitchen, drinking coffee that neither of them touched, while Gordon's wife, a pleasant woman named Ruth, who had no idea what her husband used to do, ran errands in town. The house was quiet, filled with the comfortable clutter of a long retirement. Travel photographs, grandchildren's drawings, a half-finished puzzle on the dining room table. "Why now?" Gordon asked finally. "After all these years, why now?" Daniel slid a printed copy of the DOE report across the table. "Because they're lying. They say it was contained in 1979, but this report mentions ongoing biological containment protocols. Something's still there, Gordon. Something's still active." Gordon read the report slowly, his face unreadable. When he finished, he folded it carefully and pushed it back across the table. You need to stop, he said, right now. Burn this, delete everything on your computer, and forget you ever saw it. People died, Daniel said. Tommy, Patricia, maybe others we don't know about. Don't I deserve to know what happened? No, Gordon said flatly, you don't. Because the truth won't set you free, Daniel. It'll get you killed, just like it got them killed. So you're just going to sit here, tend your garden and pretend we didn't see what we saw? Gordon stood up abruptly, walking to the window. He stood there for a long moment, staring out at the mountains. They took everything, he said quietly. Every sample, every photograph, every handwritten note. But they didn't know I'd made copies, backups, old-school physical backups on punch cards and magnetic tape, stored in a safety deposit box under my mother's maiden name. He turned back to Daniel. In 1983, I was diagnosed with a brain tumour, stage 3 glioblastoma. The doctors gave me 8 months. I got my affairs in order, wrote letters to my family prepared to die. Then, 3 days before my first chemotherapy session, the tumour disappeared. Completely. The doctors called it spontaneous remission. A miracle. I called it a message. From who? From whoever wanted to make sure I understood the cost of talking. Daniel felt a chill despite the warmth of the kitchen. You think they did that to you? Gave you cancer and then took it away? I think, Gordon said carefully, that what we found under our Chuleta Mesa was technology we don't understand, biology we didn't create, and I think the people protecting it will do absolutely anything, to keep it secret. He walked to a drawer, pulled out a plastic keycard and set it on the table. It was old, yellowed with age, with a magnetic stripe on one side, printed across the front in faded letters, MARE 12. There's an old Los Alamos data server farm outside Santa Fe. Decommissioned in 1992, but the building's still there, still powered, still mirroring archives from the 1970s and 80s. Nobody remembers it exists. This card will get you inside. Why are you giving this to me? Gordon sat back down, and for the first time Daniel saw real fear in his old supervisor's eyes. Because I'm 72 years old, Daniel. I've had 50 years to make peace with my cowardice, but you still have time to be brave, or stupid. I honestly can't tell which. Daniel took the keycard. One more thing, Gordon said as Daniel stood to leave. When you find out what Mare 12 means, when you see what they were really doing down there, don't try to stop it. Don't try to expose it. Just document it and run. Because whatever's growing under that mesa, it's been there longer than both of us. And it'll be there long after we're gone. Part 4, the official story cracks. The Los Alamos data server facility was exactly where Gordon said it would be. A nondescript concrete building off Highway 502, hidden behind a stand of ponderosa pines, and marked only with a faded sign reading LANL Auxiliary Facility 7. The parking lot was empty, the windows dark. According to public records, the building had been sold to a private data storage company in 1998, which had gone bankrupt in 2003. Since then, it had existed in bureaucratic limbo, owned by the government but forgotten by everyone who mattered. Daniel parked his truck at 11 p.m. on a Thursday, when the highway traffic was minimal and the spring night was cold enough to see his breath. He'd brought a flashlight, a digital camera, and Gordon's keycard. His hands shook slightly as he approached the building's side entrance. The keycard worked. The lock clicked, and the door swung open on hinges that barely squeaked. Inside, emergency lighting cast everything in a dim red glow. The facility was larger than it looked from outside. A warren of corridors lined with server racks, many of them still humming with power. The air smelled like dust and ozone. Daniel found the terminal station in what must have been the main control room. 3 monitors sat on a metal desk, their screens dark. He pressed the power button on the center monitor and waited. The system booted up, displaying a command line interface straight out of 1982. Green text on a black screen. No mouse, no icons, just a blinking cursor waiting for input. Daniel pulled out a folded piece of paper where he'd written notes from his conversation with Gordon. He typed carefully, Access Mare 12. The screen flickered. A password prompt appeared. Gordon had written this down too, though he'd warned Daniel it might not work after 40 years. Daniel typed Gaslight. Archive 1979. For several seconds nothing happened. Then the screen cleared and folders began appearing, dozens of them, organised by date and project code. Daniel opened the folder labelled Biological Event Site D. What he found made his stomach clench. Scanned documents, laboratory reports, thermal imaging, and photographs. Dozens of high-resolution photographs taken inside the tunnel system beneath Archuleta Mesa. The first image showed a cross-section of tunnel wall, magnified to show the rock face in detail. What Daniel had initially thought was a natural geological formation wasn't natural at all. Embedded in the stone was something organic. Tissue, or what looked like tissue, forming intricate networks that resembled nerve pathways. The structures were dark, almost black, shot through with veins of metallic sheen that caught the camera flash like circuitry. Another photograph showed a larger section of tunnel. Here the growth was more extensive, covering entire wall sections in sprawling patterns that looked almost deliberate, intentional, as if the material was following some internal blueprint. Daniel scrolled through more images, his sense of unreality growing with each one. Core samples showing biological material fused directly to silicon and metal. Microscope slides revealing cellular structures that seemed to combine organic and inorganic elements. Temperature readings showing localized heat signatures that didn't correspond to any known geological process. Then he found the video file. It was short, less than 3 minutes, and the quality was poor, recorded on what must have been an early digital camera. The footage showed the interior of a tunnel, illuminated by portable work lights. A voice off camera, Daniel thought it might be Gordon's, 40 years younger, provided narration. August 24th, 1979, primary shaft, level 3. We've isolated a section approximately 12 metres into the western branch. You can see the material coating the walls. Initial analysis suggests a form of biofilm, but the structure is far more complex. Notice the metallic striations. Those aren't mineral deposits. They appear to be conducting electrical current. The camera moved closer to the wall. In the harsh light, the tissue-metal hybrid material seemed to pulse faintly, as if responding to the nearby humans. Temperature reading is 112 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees above baseline. The material appears to be generating its own heat. We're also detecting low-frequency electromagnetic emissions. The pattern is unusual. The camera operator zoomed in on a particularly dense cluster of the growth. For just a moment, Daniel thought he saw something beneath the surface. Shapes that might have been cellular structures, or might have been something else, something that looked almost like letters, or numbers, or code. Then the video cut to black. An audio file began playing automatically. A man's voice, official and clipped. Containment breach forecast in 44 years. Recommend implementation of long-term monitoring protocols and preparedness for large-scale quarantine measures. Material demonstrates adaptive properties. Continued growth trajectory suggests surface exposure event by 2023. The file ended. Daniel sat back, his heart pounding. 2023, 2 years ago. He opened another folder, this one labelled Personnel Notes. Inside were psychological evaluations, medical records, security clearance reviews. He found his own file, a single page noting that Daniel Reeves had performed adequately under pressure and posed minimal security risk. But there were other files, thicker ones. Files for people Daniel didn't recognise, marked with red stamps. Compromised, discontinued, neutralised. He was about to close the folder when a new window appeared on the screen, unbidden. Text began scrolling across the display. Unauthorised access detected. Security protocol Mare 12 activated. This terminal has been logged. Please remain where you are. Daniel didn't remain where he was. He grabbed his camera, ejected the storage device from the terminal and ran. Behind him, he heard the building's security system come alive. Locks engaging, alarms beginning to sound. He hit the exit door at full speed, crashed through into the cold night and sprinted to his truck. He was 3 miles down Highway 502 before he allowed himself to breathe. Part 5. The Descent. Daniel drove straight to Dulcie, arriving just after dawn. The town looked exactly as he remembered it. Small, quiet, suspended in time. He checked into the same motor lodge where he'd stayed in 1979, requesting a room in the back where his truck wouldn't be visible from the road. He needed help. He needed someone who wouldn't dismiss what he'd found. Someone with the resources and credibility to investigate further. Someone with nothing to lose. He found that person at the Dulcie family restaurant eating breakfast alone at a corner booth. Erin Blevins was 34 years old, a freelance investigative reporter who'd made a name for herself, exposing environmental violations and government corruption throughout the Southwest. Daniel had found her articles online during his drive. Pieces about contaminated water supplies near Los Alamos, unexplained increases in cancer rates downwind from White Sands Missile Range, mysterious land purchases by shell corporations linked to defense contractors. She had short dark hair, sharp eyes, and the wary demeanour of someone who had been threatened enough times to take threats seriously. Daniel sat down across from her without asking. "Miss Blevins," he said quietly, "my name is Daniel Reeves, and I have evidence of an ongoing biological contamination event under Archuleta Mesa that the government has been covering up for 46 years. I'm either crazy, or you're about to break the biggest story of your career." To her credit, Erin didn't call security. She studied Daniel for a long moment, then set down her fork. "Show me," she said. They spent the next 2 hours in Daniel's motel room, reviewing everything. The DOE report, Gordon's keycard, the photographs Daniel had taken of the Los Alamos service screen. Daniel told her about 1979, about the drilling operation, about Tommy and Patricia and everyone else who died or disappeared. Erin listened without interrupting, taking notes in a worn leather journal. When Daniel finished, she sat back and exhaled slowly. "I've been tracking unexplained Department of Energy spending in this region for 3 years, she said. Budget line items that don't match any official projects. Equipment purchases that disappear into classified programs. In 2019, Homeland Security authorized construction of what they called a seismic monitoring station, built directly into Archuleta Mesa. The contract went to a private military contractor called Helix Solutions. The project budget was $47 million for a monitoring station." "That's a lot for seismographs," Daniel said. "Exactly. And here's the interesting part. Helix Solutions was founded in 2017 by former DARPA scientists specializing in biotechnology and materials science. Why would a biotech company be building earthquake monitors?" She opened her laptop and showed Daniel satellite imagery of Archuleta Mesa, dated from various years. The most recent, from 2024, showed a cluster of new buildings on the northern slope, white prefab structures arranged in a defensive perimeter, with a large ventilation array visible near the mesa's summit. "I tried to visit last year," Erin continued. "Got stopped at a checkpoint 2 miles out. Federal agents, not local police. They were polite but very clear. This was restricted land, and I needed to leave immediately. When I filed a Freedom of Information Act request, they sent me a 3-page document that was 90% redacted." Daniel leaned forward. "Can you get us in there?" "Maybe. I still have valid press credentials, and technically the access road is on Jicarilla Apache land, which means tribal law applies. I have a contact who might help." She paused. "But if we do this, you understand we're committing multiple federal crimes?" "I'm 67 years old," Daniel said. "I've spent 46 years being careful. I'm tired of being careful." Erin smiled for the first time. "Good. Let me make some calls." The contact was a Jicarilla Apache rancher named Joseph Quintana, a man in his late 50s with weathered hands and eyes that missed nothing. He met them that evening at his ranch, 10 miles southwest of town, where the mesa rose against the darkening sky like a monument to secrets. "My grandfather worked on the original shelter project in the 1950s, Joseph said, pouring coffee in his kitchen. "He never talked about what he saw down there, but he warned us to stay away from the mesa. Said the earth underneath wasn't right, wasn't clean." Have you noticed anything unusual? Erin asked. Recently, I mean. Joseph nodded. Helicopters, 2-3 times a week, flying in after midnight, heavy transports military grade, and the cattle. He walked to the window, gesturing toward his pastures. I've lost 23 head in the last 4 years. Found them in the morning, just lying dead in the field. No wounds, no signs of predators, but they were different. Drained. Like something had taken all the water out of them. The vet couldn't explain it. Said maybe it was a virus, but he'd never seen anything like it. And the ground hums, Daniel said, remembering what he'd read online. Yes, low frequency, usually around 3 a.m. It stops during electrical blackouts, which doesn't make sense if it's geological. Something powered is making that sound. Something big. Joseph agreed to show them the access road that night. They drove in his truck, lights off, navigating by moonlight along dirt roads that wound through pinyon forest and high desert scrub. Eventually, they reached a ridge overlooking the northern approach to the mesa. Below them, Daniel could see the facility, a cluster of illuminated buildings surrounded by chain-link fence topped with razor wire, guard towers, patrol vehicles. What Erin had called a seismic monitoring station looked more like a military forward operating base. There's a service entrance on the east side, Joseph said, handing Erin a hand-drawn map. Old access tunnel from the 1950s shelter project. Most people don't know it exists, but it's still passable. The gate has a keypad lock, 0726. They haven't changed it in 20 years because they think nobody knows about it. Why are you helping us? Daniel asked. Joseph was quiet for a moment. Because my grandson is sick. Leukemia. He's 8 years old. 3 other children in Dulcie have the same diagnosis, all in the last 2 years. The government says it's coincidence. I think it's poison. I think something is leaking out of that mesa, and they know it, and they're letting it happen anyway. He looked at Daniel directly. So you go down there, and you find out what they're hiding, and then you tell everyone. You make sure the whole world knows. Part 6. The Erasure. They went in at 2 a.m. when the guard rotations changed and the night was darkest. Erin drove, her car a nondescript sedan that wouldn't draw attention. Daniel navigated using Joseph's map and his own memories of the terrain from 46 years ago. The service entrance was exactly where Joseph had indicated. A rusted metal door built into the mesa's rock face, camouflaged by scrub brush and decades of neglect. The keypad was ancient, its numbers worn smooth by weather and time. Daniel entered the code, 0-7-2-6. The lock clicked. Inside, the tunnel smelled like damp earth and electricity. They used headlamps to navigate, following a descending passageway that had been carved through solid rock. The walls showed tool marks from the 1950s, pickaxes and jackhammers, long before modern excavation equipment. Every 50 feet, bare bulbs hung from the ceiling, providing minimal light. After 10 minutes of walking, they reached a newer section. The rough-hewn tunnel gave way to smooth concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, and steel doors marked with modern security placards. "This is recent construction," Erin whispered. "Within the last few years." They passed through 2 more security doors, both unlocked, either through negligence or because the facility staff didn't expect anyone to use this entrance. Eventually they found what they were looking for. A freight elevator with a control panel showing buttons for levels descending far deeper than any geological survey should require. Sub-level 1, sub-level 2, sub-level 3, down to sub-level 12. Mare 12, Daniel said quietly. They descended. The elevator took nearly 3 minutes to reach the bottom, the cables creaking and groaning. When the doors finally opened, they stepped out into a world that shouldn't exist. The chamber was enormous, easily the size of an aircraft hangar carved from living rock. But the walls weren't bare stone anymore. They were covered, floor to ceiling, with the same material Daniel had seen in those 1979 photographs, organic tissue fused with metal, spreading in vast networks that pulsed with faint bioluminescence. Blues and greens and deep purples, like deep-sea creatures adapted to permanent darkness. The material was everywhere, growing across the walls, the ceiling, the floor. In some places it had formed thick cables that resembled nerve bundles or power conduits, impossible to tell which. The air was warm, humid, and smelled faintly of copper, and something else Daniel couldn't identify. Something organic. "My God," Erin breathed. They walked carefully across the chamber, following what looked like a maintenance corridor. Abandoned equipment lay scattered around, drilling rigs, excavation tools, scientific instruments, all of them partially consumed by the growth. In places, the metal had fused directly to the biological material, creating hybrid structures that seemed both technological and alive. Daniel touched one of the wall growth gently. It was warm, and it responded to his touch, brightening slightly, as if acknowledging his presence. "It's aware," he whispered. They found the maintenance bay in a side chamber, a sealed room with thick plastic sheeting hanging in strips across the entrance. A faded hazard placard hung on the door, property of United States Air Force. Project v23, Biotech Containment Zone, authorized personnel only. Inside, the room had been converted into a laboratory, or perhaps a morgue. Stainless steel tables, medical equipment, containment pods lined against the far wall, each one approximately the size of a human being. Most of the pods were empty, but one, in the corner, was not. Daniel approached slowly, his heart hammering. Through the transparent upper section of the pod, he could see what was inside. It had been human once, perhaps in 1979, perhaps earlier. Now it was something else, a body that had been partially transformed, consumed, integrated into the same material that covered the walls, bones visible through translucent tissue, metallic structures growing through the skeleton like circuit boards through flesh. The face was still recognizable, preserved in a rictus of frozen agony or ecstasy. Impossible to tell which. The eyes were open, and they were watching. "Jesus Christ," Erin said. She'd raised her phone, recording video. "Daniel, this is what we found in 1979, Daniel finished. This is what they've been protecting. Not alien technology, not foreign weapons. US, our own creation. Synthetic biology that learned to think, to grow, to consume." He moved to another table where documents lay in plastic sleeves, research notes, experimental protocols. He scanned them quickly, his engineering background making sense of the technical language. Project v23 had begun in 1967, according to the dates on the earliest documents. A joint venture between DARPA and the Air Force, attempting to create self-repairing materials for deep space construction. Biological compounds that could survive extreme environments, grow and adapt without human intervention, merge with existing structures to create hybrid systems stronger than anything humanity could engineer alone. The experiments had been conducted here in secret, in tunnels that already existed beneath Archuleta Mesa. And they had worked. The material had grown, adapted, evolved. It had also learned to incorporate anything it touched, including the scientists who created it. Daniel found a core sample sitting on one of the tables, sealed in a transparent containment tube. The material inside still pulsed with faint warmth, even after decades. He slipped it into his jacket pocket. "We need to go," he said. "Now." They hurried back through the chamber toward the elevator, but as they approached, the lights flickered. The bioluminescent growth on the walls brightened suddenly, illuminating the entire space in eerie blue-green light. And beneath their feet, Daniel felt it, that same rhythmic vibration he'd experienced in 1979. A pulse, like a heartbeat. The elevator doors opened before they reached them. Two men in a tactical gear stepped out, weapons holstered but visible. Behind them, a third figure, older, wearing a suit despite the underground location. He looked at Daniel and Erin with the weary expression of someone who dealt with this situation before. "Mr. Reeves," the man said calmly, "we've been expecting you since you accessed the Los Alamos archive 3 days ago." They were escorted to the surface, driven in a black SUV to a nondescript office building in Albuquerque, and placed in separate interview rooms. Daniel sat alone for 6 hours before anyone spoke to him. The man in the suit finally entered, carrying a thin folder. "My name is irrelevant," he said, sitting across from Daniel. "What matters is that you understand something crucial. You didn't find aliens, Mr. Reeves. You found us. A part of us we were never meant to create." "Then why hide it?" Daniel demanded. "If this is just a failed experiment—" "Failed?" The man laughed bitterly. "Mare 12 is the most successful experiment in human history. That material down there is smarter than we are. It's been growing, learning, evolving for 50 years. It understands physics we haven't discovered yet. Is rewriting its own genetic code. Is dreaming, Mr. Reeves. And we have no idea what it's dreaming about." He opened the folder showing Daniel's satellite thermal images of Archuleta Mesa. The entire underground system glowed with heat signatures forming patterns too complex to be random. "We can't stop it. We can only slow it down, contain it, study it. Because one day, maybe in 10 years, maybe in 50, it's going to reach the surface. And when it does, it will change everything. The question isn't whether humanity survives. It's whether we deserve to." The man stood. "You'll be released in 48 hours with no record of this conversation. Your friend Miss Blevins has already been released. Her footage was corrupted during the upload. A tragic technical failure. You're both free to live your lives. We recommend you do so quietly." Daniel was driven back to Dulce 2 days later and dropped at his truck. Erin was gone. Her phone went straight to voicemail. Her social media accounts went dark. Her apartment in Santa Fe was empty, lease terminated. 1 month later, a sealed envelope arrived at Daniel's house with no return address. Inside was a single printed photograph, a frame from Erin's deleted footage. It showed the containment pod clearly, the hybrid human thing suspended inside. But this version of the image was closer, more detailed. And in the reflection of the pod's transparent surface, visible in perfect clarity, was another figure, standing behind the pod, watching the camera, watching Daniel and Erin. It was vaguely humanoid, but wrong in ways Daniel's brain struggled to process. Tall and thin, with too many joints. Its surface seemed to shift between organic tissue and metallic structure, never settling on either. And its eyes, if they were eyes, glowed with the same bioluminescent blue-green as the walls. Written on the back of the photograph in neat handwriting, "It sees you now. It remembers." Part 7. The Silent Renewal. 6 months passed. The Department of Energy issued a press release announcing the controlled demolition and environmental remediation of unstable underground structures beneath Archuleta Mesa. The operation was completed in October 2025, they said. The area was now safe, sealed, contained. Daniel watched the news from his home in Alamogordo. He saw the footage of trucks hauling away debris, officials in hard hats giving interviews about geological stability and public safety. Everything looked professional, convincing, final. But he knew better. The satellite imagery told a different story. New construction had begun on the mesa within weeks of the supposed demolition. Not demolition equipment, but infrastructure. Massive ventilation arrays, power substations capable of supporting a small city, concrete reinforcement structures that looked less like containment and more like preparation. And the hum had returned. Joseph Quintana called Daniel in December. His voice was tight with barely controlled fear. "It's louder than before," Joseph said. "The hum. It used to stop around dawn. Now it goes all day. My grandson," his voice broke, "his cancer's in remission. The doctors say it's impossible, that leukemia doesn't just disappear like this. The 3 other sick children in Dulce are also in remission, all of them at the same time." "That's good news," Daniel said carefully. "Is it?" Joseph asked. "Or is something down there changing them? Rewriting them? My grandson says he dreams about blue light and being connected to something vast. He's 8 years old, Daniel. What kind of dreams are those? Daniel didn't have an answer. He sat in his workshop that night, unable to sleep, listening to his old seismometer, the same equipment he'd used in 1979, never quite able to throw it away. He'd set it up weeks ago, pointing the sensors north toward Dulce, 120 miles away. The signal was there, faint but unmistakable, a rhythmic pulse, deep and slow, one beat every 1.3 seconds, the exact rhythm of a resting human heartbeat. Daniel opened his laptop and pulled up the core sample data he'd photographed at Los Alamos, the growth projections, the containment breach forecast. The calculations had predicted surface exposure by 2023. It was now 2025. Whatever was under Archuleta Mesa had already reached the surface. It was already spreading, and the government wasn't fighting it anymore. They were managing it, controlling the narrative, preparing the world for something they could no longer prevent. Daniel thought about the photograph, the creature standing in the reflection, watching. He thought about Gordon's miracle recovery from cancer. He thought about Joseph's grandson and the other children, suddenly healed by something that grew in darkness beneath the earth. Mare 12 wasn't killing people anymore. It was helping them, changing them, preparing them. For what, Daniel didn't know. Perhaps no one did. Perhaps even the thing itself didn't fully understand what it was becoming. He saved his files to 3 separate encrypted drives and mailed them to addresses around the country. Insurance, in case someone decided he'd become too dangerous to ignore. Then he poured himself a glass of whiskey and walked outside. The desert night was cold and clear, stars sharp as broken glass. To the north, toward Dulce, Daniel thought he could see a faint glow on the horizon. It might have been light pollution from Albuquerque. It might have been something else. The seismometer in his workshop continued its steady rhythm. One beat, then another, like a heart, like a promise, like a countdown. Daniel raised his glass to the distant mesa and whispered, "God help us all." The stars didn't answer. But somewhere beneath the earth, in chambers carved from living rock, something that had once been an experiment and was now something far more continued its patient, inexorable work, growing, learning, dreaming, and waiting. The coffee cup trembles in my weathered hands as I speak these words for the first time in 53 years. My name is Detective Raymond Kowalski, retired SFPD, and I'm dying. The doctors give me 3 months, maybe 4 if I'm lucky. But luck ran out for me the day I opened that damned Alcatraz file. They said Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers drowned in the frigid waters of San Francisco Bay on June 11th, 1962. The FBI closed the case. The warden slept easy. America's most infamous prison maintained its perfect record. But I found things I was never meant to see, things that made me understand why some truths are buried deeper than bodies. This is my confession. Not of crimes I committed, but of the crime I witnessed. The systematic erasure of 3 men who may have pulled off the impossible, only to disappear into something far worse than death. If you're listening to this recording, it means I'm gone, and maybe, just maybe, the truth can finally surface from the depths where it's been drowning all these years. It was October 1968 when Lieutenant Carson dropped the manila folder on my desk like it was radioactive. 6 years had passed since the escape, and the case was supposedly closed, filed away with all the other solved mysteries that kept the bureaucrats sleeping soundly. "Formality, Kowalski," Carson said, not meeting my eyes. "Washington wants a final review of the Alcatraz evidence. Dot the I's, cross the T's, confirm what we already know. They're fish food at the bottom of the bay." I should have known something was wrong by the way he said it. Carson was a straight shooter, the kind of cop who looked you in the eye when he talked. But that day, he stared at the wall behind me like the words might crawl off it and bite him. The file was thinner than I expected for the most famous prison break in American history. Basic escape details, witness statements from guards, the makeshift raft materials found on Angel Island. Nothing I hadn't read in the newspapers. Too clean, too neat. "Why me?" I asked. Carson finally looked at me then, and I saw something in his eyes I'd never seen before. Fear. "Because you're thorough, maybe too thorough. They want this done right." He left me with those cryptic words and a growing certainty that this formality was anything but routine. I started with the obvious inconsistencies. The first was a car theft report from Marina District, filed 3 days after the escape. A 1959 Chevrolet, stolen from outside a boarding house. The owner, Mrs. Eleanor Hutchins, told police she saw 3 men walking away from the vehicle, heading toward the waterfront. When she called out to them, one turned and tipped his hat. "Polite as you please." "They had manners," she told the responding officer. "Real gentlemen. You don't expect that from criminals." The report was buried on page 47 of miscellaneous incident files. No follow-up, no investigation, no mention in the official Alcatraz case summary. Then there was the paddle, a crude wooden oar carved from driftwood, found by a fisherman near Richmond Bridge, 20 miles upriver from where the currents should have carried any debris. The fisherman, Miguel Santos, reported it to park rangers, who logged it as miscellaneous beach debris. No connection made to the escape, despite the timing and craftsmanship that clearly showed prison workshop techniques. But it was the witness statement that made my blood run cold. A night security guard at Fisherman's Wharf reported seeing 3 men in work clothes boarding a small fishing boat around 4 a.m. on June 12th. One of them had distinctive ears, prominent, almost pointed, just like John Anglin's mugshot description. The guard's statement was taken, filed, and apparently forgotten. When I tried to interview him, I learned he'd quit his job 2 weeks after the incident and moved back to Oregon. No forwarding address. "Don't dig too deep on this one, Ray," Carson warned me when I briefed him on my preliminary findings. "Some stones are better left unturned." That's when I knew I was onto something bigger than a prison break. The Anglin family farm in Ruskin, Florida felt like stepping into a different century. Spanish moss hung from ancient oaks, and the humid air carried the scent of orange blossoms and old secrets. Robert Anglin, the surviving brother, met me on the front porch with the wary eyes of a man who'd been expecting bad news for 6 years. "Federal agents been by here 4 times, he said without preamble, each time asking the same questions, getting the same answers. "My brother's drowned. That's what you want to hear, ain't it?" But his wife, Marie, had different ideas. After Robert went to tend the cattle, she pulled me aside in her kitchen, glancing nervously at the windows. "Christmas cards," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the ticking grandfather clock. "Every year since '63, no return address, just signed J&C in handwriting that looks mighty familiar." She showed me a shoebox filled with holiday cards, generic drugstore variety, postmarked from different cities: San Francisco, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Mexico City. The handwriting was careful, disguised, but there were telltale loops and slants that matched samples I'd obtained from the prison records. "Why haven't you told the FBI?" I asked. Marie's laugh was bitter. "You think we haven't tried? First agent said they were hoaxes. Second one confiscated them as evidence. Third one threatened to charge us with obstruction if we kept spreading false hope. These here are copies I made before they took the originals." Photographs came out next. 3 pictures, slightly blurry, showing 2 men in work shirts standing outside what appeared to be a South American cantina. The faces were partially obscured by shadows and hat brims, but the bone structure, the posture, the way one man favoured his left leg, it all matched the Anglin brothers' physical profiles. Woman from church. Her daughter married a missionary, sent these from Brazil in '65, Marie explained. Said these 2 Americans worked construction jobs, paid cash, kept to themselves, spoke English with Florida accents. I studied the photos with a magnifying glass. The man on the left had a distinctive scar on his forearm, a scar I remembered from Clarence Anglin's prison medical records, sustained in a workshop accident at Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. "FBI says they're look-alikes," Marie continued. "Coincidence, but a mother knows her son's detective. Even in shadows, even across oceans, those are my boys." The fear in her eyes wasn't the fear of grief or false hope. It was the fear of someone who knew more than she was saying, someone who'd been warned to keep quiet. As I left the farm that evening, I noticed a dark sedan parked down the country road, 2 figures visible in the front seats. When I drove past, they turned away, but not before I caught a glimpse of federal license plates. The Anglins were being watched. After 6 years, the dead men's family was still under surveillance. That night in my motel room, I spread out everything I'd gathered so far. The car theft, the paddle, the witness statements, the cards and photographs. Individually, they could be dismissed as coincidence or wishful thinking. Together, they painted a picture that made my hands shake as I wrote my preliminary report. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers hadn't drowned in San Francisco Bay. They'd made it to shore, stolen transportation, and somehow managed to disappear into the wind. The question that kept me awake until dawn wasn't whether they'd survived the escape. It was why the government was so determined to pretend they hadn't. The National Archives building in Washington, D.C., has the kind of institutional grandeur designed to make visitors feel small and insignificant. As I walked through its marble corridors in November 1968, carrying my credentials and a growing list of questions, I felt exactly as intended. The records clerk, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and the pallor of someone who spent his days in basement filing rooms, greeted my request with practiced bureaucratic indifference. "Alcatraz escape files? Let me check the catalogue." He disappeared into the labyrinthine storage system, returning 20 minutes later with a puzzled frown. "That's odd. The primary files show as transferred to federal custody in 1964, no longer available for review." "Transferred where?" "Doesn't say. Just lists the authorization code. Project Paperclip Archive classified." Project Paperclip. Even a street cop from San Francisco knew that designation. The program that brought Nazi scientists to America after World War II. Why would an escape case be filed under intelligence classifications? What about the secondary files, witness statements, evidence logs? Another search, another apologetic shrug. Also transferred, same authorization. I spent 3 days in Washington, following leads that turned to smoke and asking questions that generated only nervous silence. At FBI headquarters, my request for case consultation was politely denied. At the Bureau of Prisons, I was told the relevant personnel were unavailable for comment. Even my police credentials and Lieutenant Carson's authorization letters seemed to carry no weight. It was Agent Patricia Hendricks, a bureau analyst I'd worked with on a previous case, who finally gave me the truth over drinks in a Georgetown bar. She waited until we were alone, until the other patrons had cleared out, until even the bartender was busy with inventory in the back room. "Ray, you need to drop this," she said quietly, her usual professional demeanour replaced by genuine concern. "The Alcatraz case isn't cold, it's radioactive." What does that mean? Patricia glanced around the empty bar before continuing. Internal memo came down in 65. Any agent pursuing Alcatraz leads beyond the official drowning conclusion would be transferred to Alaska or worse. 3 agents have been quietly reassigned since then. Good agents, career agents, all because they asked too many questions about 3 supposedly dead men. Why? If they drowned like the report says, what's the threat? Her laugh was hollow. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? All I know is that certain people in very high places want Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers to stay dead, and they're willing to destroy careers to keep it that way. She slid an envelope across the table. I couldn't get you the files, but I managed to copy some of the index pages before they were sealed. Names, dates, reference numbers. Maybe you can piece together what we're not supposed to know. The documents were fragmentary, frustratingly incomplete, but they told a story that made my blood run cold. Cross-references to CIA front companies, mentions of asset recovery protocol, transfer authorization signed by officials whose names I recognised from the intelligence community. Most disturbing was a memo dated July 1962, just 1 month after the escape. Subjects may possess operational value. Recommend immediate field assessment rather than standard fugitive protocols. Operational value, not the language you'd use for bank robbers and car thieves. That night, in my Washington hotel room, I called Lieutenant Carson to report my findings. The conversation was brief and cryptic. "Ray, you need to come home. Now. I've got leads here, Lieutenant. Real leads. The leads will be there when you get back. If you get back. There are people asking questions about your questions, and those people have resources we don't. Come home." The line went dead. I packed quickly, checking the hallway twice before leaving my room. During the taxi ride to the airport, I noticed the same black sedan in my mirrors that had followed me from the archives building 3 days earlier. Back in San Francisco, Carson met me at the airport personally, something he'd never done before. His first words were a warning. "Your hotel room was searched yesterday. Professional job. Nothing taken, nothing damaged, but they wanted you to know they'd been there." As we drove through the city, he filled me in on developments from my end. Miguel Santos, the fisherman who found the paddle, died in a car accident outside Portland last week. Single vehicle collision on a straight road, clear weather, and Mrs. Hutchins, the lady who saw the car theft, moved to Phoenix, left no forwarding address. Her old neighbours say federal agents visited her the day before she left. The pattern was becoming clear. Anyone connected to evidence contradicting the official narrative was disappearing, voluntarily or otherwise. The Alcatraz case wasn't just closed, it was being actively suppressed by people with resources and authority I couldn't match. "What do I do, Lieutenant?" Carson pulled over and turned to face me. In 30 years of police work, I'd never seen him look so serious. "You write a report confirming the drowning theory. You file it properly. You forget everything you've learned, and you pray that's enough to keep you breathing." But I couldn't forget. The faces in those photographs. The fear in Mary Anglin's eyes. The systematic elimination of evidence and witnesses. Somewhere out there, the truth was buried so deep that powerful people were willing to destroy lives to keep it hidden. The question was whether I was brave enough, or stupid enough, to keep digging. Tony the Fish Marconi wasn't the kind of informant you'd find in a police procedural manual. A small-time smuggler with ties to both San Francisco's waterfront and various federal agencies that preferred not to be named, Tony survived by knowing when to talk and when to disappear. When he agreed to meet me at a dive bar in North Beach, I knew the information would be worth the risk. "You're playing with fire, detective," he said, stirring his whiskey with a nicotine-stained finger. "The Alcatraz thing? That ain't just a prison break, that's connected to some heavy government business." "What kind of business?" Tony glanced around the dim bar, noting the exits, the other patrons, the bartender's attention. Old habits from a life lived in the shadows. "You ever hear of something called the Prometheus Group?" I shook my head. "Private contractors, black budget operations, the kind of people who make problems disappear for Uncle Sam. Word on the street is they were running recruitment out of the Bay Area in the early 60s, looking for specific types, intelligent, adaptable, morally flexible, men who'd already proven they could operate outside the law." The implications hit me like a physical blow. You're saying Morris and the Anglins were recruited? I'm saying Morris had an IQ of 133 and a talent for planning that impressed even the prison psychologists. The Anglin brothers were mechanical geniuses who could improvise solutions from scrap metal and determination. During the Cold War, those were valuable skills. Tony drained his whiskey and signalled for another. Think about it. 3 men plan the perfect escape from America's most secure prison. They disappear without a trace, despite the biggest manhunt in federal history. Either they're criminal masterminds beyond anything we've seen, or they had help. Professional help. What kind of help? The kind that comes with new identities, transportation, and assignments in places where questions aren't asked. South America was crawling with intelligence operations in the 60s. Cuba, Chile, Brazil. All potential flashpoints that needed experienced operators who couldn't be traced back to Washington. The theory was insane, but it explained the evidence I'd uncovered. The systematic suppression of information, the classified file transfers, the fear I'd encountered at every level of government. If the Alcatraz escape had been a recruitment operation disguised as a prison break, then admitting the men survived would expose a covert program that violated everything America claimed to stand for. There's another possibility, Tony continued, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Maybe they weren't recruited. Maybe they stumbled onto something they weren't supposed to see. Such as... Alcatraz was more than a prison detective. It was a research facility, mind control experiments, interrogation techniques, pharmaceutical trials, the kind of work that required subjects who couldn't complain to their congressman. What if Morris and the Anglins saw something during their time there? What if their escape wasn't about freedom, it was about exposure? My mind reeled with the implications. If the escapees had witnessed classified experiments, their capture wouldn't result in a return to prison. It would result in permanent silence. I've heard whispers, Tony continued. Black sites in Nevada, facilities that don't appear on any government maps, places where inconvenient people go to be forgotten, the kind of places where 3 escaped prisoners might end up if they knew too much. He finished his second whiskey and stood to leave. One more thing, Detective. You know why they call it the Prometheus Group? I shook my head. Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity. The gods punished him by chaining him to a rock where eagles ate his liver for eternity. Some gifts come with a price that never stops being paid. After Tony left, I sat in that dim bar for another hour, trying to process what he'd told me. 3 theories, each more disturbing than the last. Theory 1. Cold War recruitment. The escape was facilitated by intelligence agencies looking for deniable assets. Morris and the Anglins were extracted, given new identities, and deployed to international hotspots where their criminal skills could serve national interests. Theory 2. Witness protection in reverse. The men had seen classified activities at Alcatraz and escaped to avoid being silenced. Their continued existence threatened to expose government programs that officially didn't exist. Theory 3. The darkest possibility. They were captured alive after the escape and disappeared into the black site system, spending the rest of their lives as test subjects or interrogation practice for intelligence agencies that viewed them as expendable assets. Each theory explained the evidence I'd gathered. Each theory justified the extreme measures taken to suppress the truth. And each theory meant that Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers faced something far worse than drowning in San Francisco Bay. They faced erasure from history itself. 6 months later, against direct orders from Lieutenant Carson and my own better judgment, I found myself on a flight to Rio de Janeiro. The lead had come through Tony Marconi's network, a bartender in Ipanema who claimed to remember 2 American men matching the Anglin's description, regulars at his establishment from 1971 to 1978. They paid cash, spoke little Portuguese, and never talked about their past, the bartender Carlos told me through a translator. But they were different from other expatriates, more careful, always watching the exits, never sitting with their backs to the door. The description matched surveillance training, the kind of operational security taught to intelligence assets. Carlos produced a photograph taken during a Christmas party in 1975, a grainy image showing 2 men at the edge of the celebration, their faces partially obscured but their body language unmistakably American. My hands trembled as I studied the picture. The man on the left had the same jawline, the same ears, the same way of holding his shoulders that I'd memorised from Clarence Anglin's prison files. The other figure showed signs of premature ageing, stress lines and grey hair that suggested a life lived under constant tension. "What happened to them?" I asked. Carlos's expression darkened. "They left suddenly, in the middle of the night. One day they were here. The next day their apartment was empty. The landlord said men in suits had come asking questions the week before. Americans, but not tourists. Government men. I spent another week in Rio following leads that grew colder with each passing day. The apartment building where the mystery Americans had lived was scheduled for demolition, its records mysteriously lost in a fire. The bank where they had allegedly maintained accounts had no record of American customers from that period. Every trail ended in convenient dead ends and missing documentation. On my final night in Brazil, I was approached by a man claiming to be a freelance journalist who'd been investigating the same story. We met at a beachside cafe in Copacabana, the sound of waves masking our conversation from potential surveillance. "You're the American detective asking about the Alcatraz escapees," he said without preamble. It wasn't a question. I neither confirmed nor denied, waiting for him to continue. "I've been working this story for 3 years," he said, "following reports of American fugitives throughout South America. The trail is real, detective, too real. These men lived here, worked here, built lives here. But every time I get close to proof, the sources disappear. Witnesses relocate. Documents vanish. I've had my hotel room searched, my phone tapped, my sources intimidated." He slid a manila envelope across the table. "This is everything I've gathered. Photographs, witness statements, financial records, hidden in different locations for 3 years, copied and recopied to prevent loss. It's yours now." "Why?" "Because I'm done." Yesterday, I received a visit from 2 men with American accents and no identification. They politely suggested that my investigation was endangering people I cared about. They showed me photographs of my sister's children playing in a park in Sao Paulo. Very clear photographs. Very recent photographs. The envelope contained a treasure trove of evidence. Bank records showing regular deposits to accounts held by men with obviously false Brazilian identities. Employment records from construction companies that had hired American workers without proper documentation. Hotel registries with signatures that bore striking resemblances to handwriting samples I'd obtained from Alcatraz. Most compelling was a photograph dated 1976 showing 3 men at a construction site in the Amazon basin. 2 matched the Anglin brothers' physical descriptions. The third was older, lean, with the kind of penetrating stare I remembered from Frank Morris's mugshot. All 3 wore work clothes and hard hats, looking like ordinary labourers except for their distinctly American postures and expressions. But like every other lead I'd followed, this one ended in frustration and fear. When I tried to contact the construction company, I learned it had been dissolved in 1979. The site where the photograph was taken was now underwater, flooded by a dam project that had relocated the entire local population. The pattern was always the same. Evidence of survival followed by systematic elimination of that evidence. Either I was chasing ghosts or someone with vast resources was staying one step ahead of every investigation. My flight back to San Francisco was delayed by mysterious mechanical problems. During the 6-hour layover in Mexico City, I noticed the same 2 men in different locations throughout the terminal. Always at a distance, always watching, never making direct contact. When I finally boarded the plane, they weren't among the passengers. Lieutenant Carson met me at San Francisco International with news that made my blood run cold. "Federal marshals raided your apartment yesterday, Ray. Warrant signed by a judge I've never heard of, for evidence in a case they wouldn't specify. They took everything, your files, your notes, your photographs, everything connected to Alcatraz." In the car ride home, he handed me an official-looking document. "Transfer orders, effective immediately. You're being reassigned to the robbery division. Your Alcatraz investigation is officially terminated." "On whose authority?" "Authority high enough that questioning it would end both our careers." Carson's voice carried a weight I'd never heard before. "Ray, I've been a cop for 28 years. I've seen corruption, cover-ups and conspiracies, but I've never seen anything like this. The pressure to shut you down is coming from levels of government I didn't know existed." He pulled over in a secluded area of Golden Gate Park and turned to face me directly. "Whatever you found down there, whatever you think you know, it's not worth your life. These people have made careers disappear for asking the wrong questions. They can make people disappear too." As he spoke, a black sedan with government plates drove slowly past us, its occupants clearly visible through tinted windows that somehow allowed us to see their faces while hiding their expressions. The message was unmistakable. We were being watched, our conversation monitored, our future actions carefully noted. That night, alone in my ransacked apartment, I realised the full scope of what I was up against. This wasn't just a cover-up of a prison escape. It was the systematic suppression of a truth so dangerous that the most powerful government in the world was willing to destroy lives to protect it. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers hadn't just escaped from Alcatraz. They'd escaped into a shadow world where truth became enemy of the state, where survival meant accepting lies, and where the greatest prison of all was the silence that surrounded their fate. But silence, I was beginning to understand, has its own way of speaking to those willing to listen. 25 years passed like pages torn from a calendar and scattered by the wind. I worked robbery division, collected my pension, and tried to convince myself that some truths were better left buried. The Alcatraz case became a ghost that haunted my dreams, 3 faces staring at me from the depths of San Francisco Bay, asking why I'd abandoned the search for their story. Then came January 2013, and a letter that changed everything. The History Channel documentary was running old Alcatraz footage when the phone rang. It was my former partner, Jimmy Chen, now working cold cases for the FBI. His voice carried the excitement of a man who'd stumbled onto something extraordinary. "Ray, you need to see this. Someone sent a letter to the Bureau claiming to be John Anglin. Says he's dying of cancer, wants to make a deal. Information about the escape in exchange for medical treatment." My hands shook as I read the photocopied letter Jimmy brought to my house that evening. The handwriting was shaky with age and illness, but certain flourishes matched the Christmas cards Marie Anglin had shown me decades earlier. The details were specific, accurate, insider knowledge that only someone who'd lived through the escape could possess. "It's a hoax," Jimmy said, watching my reaction. "Has to be. FBI handwriting analysis says inconclusive. Could be authentic, could be someone who studied the case extensively." But I knew better. The letter wasn't just about the escape. It mentioned details that had never been made public, references to guard rotation patterns that were classified, descriptions of cell modifications that weren't in any official report, knowledge that could only come from someone who'd been there, who'd lived through those final months of preparation. "There's more," Jimmy continued. "The letter mentions a meeting place, coordinates in the Bay Area, where supposedly Frank Morris left something hidden before the escape. Information that was too dangerous to carry. The writer claims it's still there, waiting for someone brave enough to look." The coordinates led to a section of Angel Island State Park, near the spot where the makeshift raft materials had been found 51 years earlier. Against every instinct for self-preservation I'd developed, I found myself hiking those trails the following weekend, searching for something I couldn't name. It was hidden in a cave that didn't appear on any park maps, sealed behind rocks that looked natural but showed tool marks when examined closely. A waterproof container, military surplus from the 1960s, containing documents that made my blood run cold. Guard schedules from Alcatraz, annotated with personal notes about corruption and smuggling operations. Photographs of prison officials meeting with men in expensive suits who didn't appear in any government directories. Financial records showing payments from offshore accounts to wardens and guards who lived far beyond their official salaries. Most damning was a handwritten journal in Frank Morris's distinctive script, documenting what he'd witnessed during his time at Alcatraz. The prison wasn't just housing criminals, it was housing witnesses to government activities that violated constitutional protections. Political prisoners who'd been disappeared from the mainland. Foreign nationals being held without diplomatic notification. test subjects for psychological experiments that would later be revealed as part of the MKUltra program. The final entry, dated 2 days before the escape, was prophetic in its certainty. We're not breaking out to be free, we're breaking out to stay alive. What we know, what we've seen, makes us more dangerous to them than any criminal they've ever housed. If we stay, we disappear quietly. If we escape and get caught, we disappear loudly. Our only chance is to vanish completely and hope the truth survives us. The documents explained everything. The official insistence on the drowning theory, the suppression of evidence, the systematic elimination of witnesses. The Alcatraz escape wasn't a crime to be solved. It was a national security incident to be contained. Morris and the Anglins hadn't just witnessed classified activities. They documented them, created a record of government crimes that could destroy careers and topple administrations. Their escape was both an act of desperation and a gamble that someday someone would be brave enough to tell their story. Reading those pages in the dim light of that hidden cave, I finally understood the true scope of the self-destruction paradox. The very actions taken to hide the truth had preserved it. The efforts to silence witnesses had created evidence. The attempts to erase history had documented it in detail. But understanding the truth and proving it were different challenges entirely. The men who'd orchestrated the cover-up were dead or retired, their crimes protected by classification systems and institutional amnesia. The witnesses were gone, scattered or silenced by 5 decades of systematic intimidation. Yet the letter kept haunting me. Someone claiming to be John Anglin, dying and desperate, reaching out across 50 years of silence to offer one final revelation. The FBI had dismissed it as a hoax, but their dismissal felt too quick, too certain, too reminiscent of the patterns I'd seen decades earlier. Late at night, when the pain in my chest reminded me of my own mortality, I wondered about the fates of 3 men who'd gambled everything on an impossible escape. Had they found freedom in the jungles of South America? Had they lived out their days under assumed names, carrying secrets too dangerous to share? Or had they been caught, disappeared into black sites where their knowledge died with them? The letter writer claimed John Anglin had survived into the 21st century, living with the weight of knowledge that could never be shared, watching as history branded him a criminal, while the real criminals wore badges and held office. If true, it was a torture more cruel than any prison cell, to know the truth and be unable to speak it, to carry justice in your heart while injustice wore your name. I kept the documents for 6 months before making my decision. They couldn't stay hidden. Too many people had died to protect these secrets, and too many others deserved to know the truth. But releasing them publicly would accomplish nothing except getting me killed and the evidence destroyed. Instead, I chose a different path. I copied everything, hid the copies in locations scattered across the country, and left instructions for their release upon my death. If the government wanted to suppress the truth, they'd have to do it posthumously, when I could no longer be intimidated or eliminated. The original documents I returned to their hiding place on Angel Island, along with my own written account of the investigation. Future generations might find them, might understand what they represented, might finally give Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers the justice they'd been denied for over half a century. But justice, I was learning, was a luxury the living could rarely afford. It was a gift we could only leave for the dead, a truth we could only speak when our own voices had been silenced. The morphine makes it difficult to focus, but I need to finish this recording while I still can. The doctors say hours now, maybe a day if I'm stubborn enough to fight the inevitable. I've been fighting for 78 years. What's one more battle against the darkness? I've spent 53 years carrying the weight of what I learned about Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers. 53 years of waking up in cold sweats, wondering if today would be the day federal agents knocked on my door with a permanent solution to my inconvenient knowledge. 53 years of looking over my shoulder, checking my rearview mirror, and jumping at unexpected phone calls. The truth is a heavy burden when you're carrying it alone. I don't know if Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers lived out their days in Brazilian freedom, sipping caipirinhas on Ipanema Beach and laughing at the federal agents who'd spent decades searching for their corpses. I don't know if they died namelessly in some government facility, their final words lost in soundproof rooms designed to swallow screams. But I do know this with absolute certainty. They didn't drown in San Francisco Bay on June 11th, 1962. The evidence was always there for anyone brave enough to look past the official narrative. The car theft, the witness statements, the photographs from South America, the Christmas cards signed with familiar initials, each piece individually dismissed as coincidence or hoax, but collectively forming a picture of survival that powerful people needed to deny. The government's insistence on the drowning theory wasn't about maintaining Alcatraz's reputation or protecting prison security. It was about hiding activities that violated every principle America claimed to represent. The research programs, the intelligence operations, the systematic elimination of witnesses, all of it justified by national security classifications that turned constitutional protections into classified waste paper. Morris and the Anglins weren't just criminals who pulled off the perfect escape. They were inconvenient witnesses to state-sanctioned crimes, men whose continued existence threatened to expose a shadow government that operated beyond law, beyond oversight, beyond accountability. Their escape became their crime, their knowledge became their death sentence, their survival became a national security threat that required decades of cover-ups, intimidation, and murder to contain. I've left evidence of everything I'd discovered, hidden in multiple locations protected by legal arrangements that will trigger automatic release upon my death. Some truths are too important to die with the men who discover them. The morphine is winning now, and the room is getting darker. But before I fade away, I want to leave you with this final thought. Alcatraz was never escape-proof because its walls were too high or its waters too cold. It was escape-proof because the government made survival more dangerous than imprisonment, freedom more terrifying than captivity. The greatest prison isn't built with stone and steel. It's built with silence and fear, with official denials and convenient accidents, with careers destroyed and witnesses disappeared. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers didn't die in San Francisco Bay. The Bay didn't kill them. The silence did. And silence. Silence is the strongest prison of all. But even silence eventually comes to an end. Recording ends with the sound of steady breathing that gradually grows fainter, until only the mechanical hum of hospital equipment remains. Found among Detective Raymond Kowalski's personal effects, along with detailed instructions for the release of sealed documents and recordings. To whoever finds this recording and follows the trail I've left behind, my name was Detective Raymond Kowalski, badge number 2847, San Francisco Police Department. I died on December 20th, 2021, at 3:17 a.m., alone except for the ghosts of 3 men whose story I spent a lifetime trying to tell. If you're reading this, it means the legal mechanisms I put in place have been triggered. Safety deposit boxes in 7 different states will have been opened. Law offices in 4 different cities will have released sealed documents. Digital files stored in multiple secure locations will have been automatically transmitted to journalists, historians, and government oversight committees. I've spent 53 years preparing for this moment, the moment when my voice could finally break the silence that has protected one of the greatest cover-ups in American history. The documents you now have access to represent only a fraction of what was hidden. For every piece of evidence I managed to preserve, dozens more were destroyed by people who understood that truth was their greatest enemy. But what remains is enough. Enough to prove that Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers survived their escape from Alcatraz. Enough to demonstrate the systematic suppression of evidence by multiple government agencies. Enough to show that the official narrative was a carefully constructed lie designed to protect state secrets more valuable than human lives. I need you to understand something. The men who orchestrated this cover-up weren't comic book villains twirling their mustaches in shadowy rooms. They were patriots in their own minds. They believed that protecting classified operations was more important than acknowledging 3 escaped prisoners. They convinced themselves that national security justified any level of deception, any amount of witness intimidation, any degree of evidence suppression. They were wrong. In a democracy, truth cannot be classified indefinitely. Justice cannot be postponed forever. The families of Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers deserved to know their fates. The American people deserved to know what their government did in their name. History deserved an accurate record, not a convenient fiction. I've carried this burden alone because I was afraid of losing my pension, my reputation, my life, afraid of being dismissed as a conspiracy theorist or a disgruntled cop, afraid that speaking the truth would accomplish nothing except getting me killed. But fear, I've learned, is just another form of prison, and like Alcatraz itself, it's only escape-proof, as long as you believe the walls are stronger than your determination to break free. To the families of Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers, your loved ones were not the criminals history has made them out to be. They were witnesses to government crimes who paid the ultimate price for their knowledge. Whether they found freedom in South America or died in government custody, they deserved better than 50 years of official denial and systematic character assassination. To the government officials who will undoubtedly attempt to discredit these revelations, your time is over. The men who created this cover-up are dead. The operations they were protecting have been declassified or exposed through other channels. The only thing your continued denials accomplish is further damage to public trust in institutions that have already lost too much credibility. To the historians and journalists who will investigate these claims, be careful, be thorough, be brave. The people who killed witnesses and destroyed evidence may be gone, but the systems they created to protect state secrets remain in place. Truth-telling is still a dangerous profession in America. To Frank Morris, John Anglin, and Clarence Anglin, wherever your final resting places may be, your story is finally being told. Your truth is finally being spoken. Your silence is finally being broken. You escaped from Alcatraz on June 11th, 1962. You survived the waters of San Francisco Bay. You lived beyond that night, whatever your ultimate fates may have been. History will remember you not as the criminals who failed to escape, but as the men who succeeded too well for the government's comfort. Your greatest escape wasn't from prison. It was from the official narrative that tried to erase you from history. That escape, at least, was permanent. Final statement for the record. I, Detective Raymond Kowalski, being of sound mind and facing imminent death, do hereby swear under oath that every statement in this recording and its accompanying documents represents the truth as I discovered it through my official investigation into the Alcatraz escape of 1962. I have knowingly risked my career, my safety, and my life to preserve this information. I have done so not for personal gain or professional advancement, but because I believe that in a democracy, truth belongs to the people, not to the bureaucrats who find it inconvenient. If my death occurs under suspicious circumstances, if these documents are somehow suppressed or discredited, if this recording mysteriously disappears, let it stand as evidence that the cover-up I've documented continues to claim lives. But if this message reaches you intact, if the truth I've preserved finally sees daylight, then maybe, just maybe, the strongest prison of all has finally been breached. The silence is broken, the truth is free, and Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers can finally rest in peace, knowing their story has been told. Badge 2847, signing off for the final time.